Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome finally to the start of our F1 2026 career mode. Yes, of course, the all-new update has finally launched for the game, so today we're going to be jumping straight in with the all-new series. I must admit, I'm quite excited for this one. As you'll have already read by the title, there's a bit of a spoiler. We're going to be kickstarting our driver career mode with Audi on this year's game. Of course, going up alongside Nico Hülkenberg with the team. So, unfortunately, Gabriel Bortoleto, he's going to have to stand back for a little while. But I'm sure he will return to this series in the not-too-distant future as well, of course. Before we get into anything, though, obviously, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well. Of course, Formula 1 content is going to be coming at you thick and fast over the coming days and weeks. So obviously on the main channel we're going to have this series, we're going to have a few fun little races as well, and a few other videos that I want to cover with the all new update. Over on Matt 2 and 2 gameplay, we're going to be kickstarting yet another career mode as well that I think you guys are going to really enjoy, and then also we're going to be doing some live streams over there as well, so there'll be a link to Matt 2 and 2 gameplay down in the description. And of course, last but not least, if you want some F1 26 setups as well for the game, Matt 2 and 2 setups is going to be the place to go. They're all going to be free, they're all going to be available for you guys over the coming weeks and months. So, yeah, I've got a lot planned for F1 26, and I really hope you guys are going to enjoy it and join us on this journey as well. So, yeah, we want to try to hit 160k here on the main channel. So, like I said, make sure you get yourself subscribed as well. Now, in terms of kind of behind the scenes, I'm not expecting too much to have changed between kind of the F1 25 career mode and obviously what we're going to see with the F1 26 update. But obviously for this first episode, I'm going to jump in, I'm going to showcase to you guys everything, you know, all the settings we're going to be running and everything like that. Now, we don't need to listen to Natalie Pinkham kind of talking us through all this as well, but obviously we run custom settings in this series, no assist whatsoever. There have been some tweaks to the AI for the game, so I'm going to run it at about 108 for this first episode, just to double check, kind of see just how good they are around this Albert Park circuit, and then probably if they haven't been tweaked too much from F1 25, then I'll bump them up ready for 110 next season. Obviously, early on in the game, I like to run full qualifying, and 50% race distance as well, so, you know, that's fairly standard stuff inside the game, obviously with practice as well. Approximate forecasting, just, you know, adds a little bit of extra spice as well. Driver moves on, R&D management on, resources are set to default as well in the game there as well. So fault frequencies we are going to have set to standard, and we want mechanical failures enabled as well, of course. So, you know, occasionally, how reliable this Audi engine is going to be throughout Season 1 is going to be a very interesting test. Now, I'm going to run strict track limits as I always do now on this game. Obviously, all of the other standard stuff on. I'm going to run safety cars on increased, and I'm going to run red flags on increased. Otherwise, it kind of feels like we never get them on F1 25 either. So, having a look then, obviously, at all our other settings, trying to make sure everything is sensibly as brutal as it possibly can be. I'm going to leave surface and carcass on for now. It was a bit broken with the F1 25 car, so I might have to tweak and change that at some point down the line as well. But we'll wait and see about that one. Standard damage rate as well, and obviously collisions on as well inside the game. But yeah, I think that's all of kind of the standard stuff that we need to run. So I think we might be going to meet Eleanor potentially on a boat in the Monaco harbour. Quickly, before we get into that though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or of course any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Finally, let's do this for real. Sorry it took so long. You know what these legal types are like? Yes, sir. No, sir. Here's 80 pages of needless jargon, sir. Anyway, believe it or not, this is my excited face. Come on. Let me show you what we've got. So, all the usual stuff. Merchandising, likeness, blah, blah, blah. But the really juicy stuff is their expectation of you. They need you to challenge yourself all season, be the best you can be, dominate your teammate, become a legend. All that jazz. Now, it's over to you.
Well, there we go then. All fairly samey stuff from what we saw on F125. But if you're new to the journey as well, yeah, there is quite a lot of random bits and pieces you've got to kind of decide of inside the game. So we start out 65 rated then inside the title. Of course, this should hopefully steadily go up over the course of the game. Now, I want to try and have at least 50-50 recognition with Nico Hulkenberg. So I think if we set ourselves up to be 72 rated, that's going to be the goal by the end of this first season. I am also technically coming into this campaign an Audi Revolut F1 Team Junior driver as well. So I think, yeah, we're going to lock in that. Obviously, a single season is all Audi are interested in at the moment, but fingers crossed, obviously we'll try and stick with the team unless by some miracle I win the championship first time round.
Time to go crush that target. I'll see you soon.
Well, there we go then. Eleanor there, very, very happy, of course. You know, she gets to sit on the boat. What more can she possibly want at the moment? But, again, like I said, I expect a lot of stuff kind of behind the scenes to be very samey on this game. They have focused pretty much all of their efforts exclusively kind of to the on-track product and everything that we want to see out on the circuit as well.
Quickly, before we gear up for the first race this season, a couple of things. Throughout your career, you'll get a lot of important information. Keep an eye on this tab between each race to see what you've been sent. We also have a wonderful team of specialists that will be dedicating some of their time to help us this season. When you have a moment, we should go and get introduced. They don't bite, I promise. Driver Details contains all the important information for your accolades, contracts, rivalries, and driver ratings. Keep an eye on it throughout the season.
Hi mate, Mark here. I'm your engineer for the season ahead, and I'm absolutely buzzing to be working with you. When you're ready, come and see me over in R&D and we can chat about the development of the car. See you soon.
Well, there we go then. Obviously, return of Mark as well. He's not going anywhere for F126. But again, all of this looking very, very samey to what we had on F125. So Mattia Bonotto has sent us a letter. Yes, he still looks like Harry Potter on these games as well. We've also got to go and speak to our specialists. Now, they've only set us one goal for this first weekend. So, there we go. What is the goal? We've just got to try and... we've got to just survive, basically, is what our engineer manufacturing expert goal is for this weekend. So, yeah, we've either got to complete the race weekend or do 3 sessions, which is completing the race weekend as well. So happy that we're going to get that one locked in. I guess the really sad thing is, though, as we head towards the new season grid reveal, we won't get tall Yuki Tsunoda inside the game. So I wonder who now is going to look the most cursed inside this game. As, of course, yeah, even more talk about kind of contracts and everything like that. The big one, though, I wanted to see immediately was vehicle performance. So, Mercedes obviously top of the pile. No real surprises there. Ferrari then just had a McLaren, Red Bull, Alpine, of course, best of the rest. Head of Haas, Audi, VCARB there. Then there's a bit of a drop back down to Williams, Cadillac, and then, of course, Aston Martin a long, long way off the back of the pack as well. So, obviously, we're going to try and save up some R&D before this first race of the season. 24 races ahead of us, of course, 2 races out in Spain, 3 races out in the US still, and of course, obviously, a mix-up of sprint weekends this year as well. So I believe it's Shanghai, Miami, Canada, Silverstone, I think, Zandvoort, and Singapore are our sprints this time round. So it is going to be a little bit different. I am really, really excited to get out there. But yeah, obviously, before we do anything else, we've got to get to that new season grid reveal. Place your bets, who's going to look the most cursed? It might actually be my character. I just picked a different one this year's game, and he looks like he's got a lot of Botox in his face. Well, there we go then. A nice little cinematic once again, of course, showcasing all the teams and all the drivers as we head into the new campaign. I think award for most scuff probably goes to either the fact Liam Lawson looks hilarious alongside Arvid Lindblad. Antonelli is now as tall as George Russell, which is obviously quite funny as well. Or I think, yeah, me, in the game, I'm going to specify in the game as well, I'm looking a little bit questionable. But we have got one upgrade then, hopefully going on the car ready for this first race. Yes, we do. There we go, front wing turning vanes, so that might give us a little bit of extra performance. But yeah, without further ado then, I think we're ready to kickstart our all-new F1 26 season. Let's head then here to the land down under. Well, I do like the fact that as we head into this weekend, we seem to be wearing very formal shirts on the top half and then tracksuit bottoms on the bottom. Don't know what to make of that one. But already then, having a quick look at the weather forecast. So qualifying is going to be a rather soggy affair. Luckily, the race seems to be all okay, but yeah, the big thing this weekend is going to be learning about the Lyco, learning about a few different bits and pieces as well inside the game. So let's head out into free practice.
The long wait is over. This is it, a brand new season. And before the show gets well and truly underway, we've got the all-important matter of a free practice session. It's great to be back.
Well, heading out then onto the circuit, a few little bits of words of encouragement then from our engineer as well. But like I said, this first session is going to be so much about learning the car, learning how it handles. Of course, I have been putting in some time behind the scenes over the last few days, just trying to get up to speed and learn a little bit more about the game. So, like I said, obviously all the setups I'm going to be using are going to be available on Map 2 and 2 setups here on YouTube as well. So there'll be a link to that, like I said, down in the description. But immediately, I think the big thing you've got to be really careful of, obviously, if you're jumping onto the game this evening, is just about the Lyco. Just being really, really careful. You can lift and coast on the way into corners and really charge back up a lot through the battery pack as well. Of course, you get a lot of drive on corner exit, but then we really do seem to lose out quite a bit towards the end of the top end straights there, as you can see. Recharge on, and we are just not gaining any speed past about 185 miles an hour. So, yeah, we've just got to try and kind of get the confidence, build the sea legs underneath us as well, as I always say on these games. But obviously, yeah, we can override the battery to obviously give ourselves a little bit of an extra boost. As the other big one, got to be really careful, like not going too aggressive, kind of spamming down the gears. Otherwise, the rear end will just break free there. Really, really easy to lock the rear axle on this updated version of the game as well. But a couple of missed scores there on the first run, a couple of greens, but most of it was purple. Let's have a look. Oh, we were... What did we get? Did we get... No, we didn't quite get purple. So I'll go for another run.
Recharge allowance from the battery over the following lap. Nothing for you to do, just lock in and focus on the move. Enjoy.
Well, there we go. So, yeah, there is quite a bit of it that obviously is going to be automated, but that's kind of similar to real life now. You know, a lot of it is down to computer algorithms that will dictate a lot of things for the teams, but I'm going to continue on this lap, and hopefully we'll now get purple. For those of you that don't know, you have to do these practice programs to earn R&D, and that basically, R&D is how you get upgrades on the game as well. So earn R&D, spend that R&D on the upgrades there. As you can see, last time around we were doing 185 down the back straight. This time around, 206 miles an hour. So that should give you an idea as to just how powerful the boost is. And so far, this lap's looking pretty good. Well, there we go, at the final corner, we'll dump some battery on the run to the line. Look at that, the way the thing picks up speed is pretty damn astounding there, but that's going to be 535 points then. So let's head out for another practice. Well, ERS test up next then, so this one probably even more important than the track acclimatization. Luckily, you know, this isn't my first rodeo. I know where I'm going around this track, but it's just going to be about trying to keep up with the target time as well. There is, I think, obviously... I mean, look at that, we're already a second down out of the first couple of corners, so I think we're going to have to try and use the overtake, the boost button down the straight, to obviously try and claw back some of that delta. We seem to be okay through the corners, but it's just on exit, so a bit like on F1 25, where it would just lock you into the offsetting until obviously you activated it. That's what it seems to do at the moment. I mean, look at that though, when you come out of the corner, you can really dump battery, can't you? Try and claw back some delta. But I think, yeah, we're going to be way off on this first run. That's the other thing you've got to be really, really careful of then when you do try and dump some overtake and some boost. Is obviously, unless you actually get the delta, you completely screw yourself over for the next lap. So what I've had to do is basically go for a recharge lap. Now we're going to obviously absolutely throw it back towards the start-finish line. As you can see, we were way down on the delta that time round, but it should give us a lot of speed by the time we get into turn 1 there. Just run wide on track limits. So unfortunately, we're not going to get the practice program that time round. It also keeps dumping until you get into that next corner. So of course, it is really important that you LICO to kind of start that recharge process a bit earlier. Otherwise, you kind of find yourself getting into the next corner with way more speed than you were expecting to. And that can really hamper your braking as well. It is a very, very different style. It's going to suit some people and really not suit others. Well, there we are then, coming to the end of free practice. Oscar Piastri, homeboy, fastest so far then, just ahead of Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. Andrea Kimi Antonelli P4 ahead of Charles Leclerc. But for Audi's first ever practice, Nico Hülkenberg there P11, myself up in P13. I'd love to think we can try and score points this weekend, but I think that might be a little difficult to come by. But a full wet qualifying session up next. This is going to be brutal.
And a warm welcome, everybody. We're here in the heart of Melbourne. It's Albert Park, and it's qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix.
As we head out then for our first run in qualifying, I also want to know why my kind of in-game character looks like he's in his mid-40s as well. Hülkenberg and him, I'm sure, will have a lot to talk about, you know, with their kids and their families and everything else going on in their worlds. But as we head out then for our first run here in practice, in qualifying, I should say, I'm literally just going to go out and I'm going to circulate. Game reckons full wet tyres are the way to go, so I'm just going to take a few laps to try and get up to speed because I'm worried about absolutely shredding up this set of full wet tyres. I think, honestly, with the way the conditions are, if we can make it out of Q2 on debut, I will probably be rather happy. As interestingly as well, the straight line modes are actually slightly shorter in the rain than they are in the dry. I assume that's obviously just because you're going to be more traction limited for longer, as you can see there, heading out onto the back straight. We haven't got one at all? Okay, I think, yeah, because obviously we're going through the corners. So that's really interesting then, that they modelled kind of different straight line modes depending on the weather conditions. So obviously when you head into, you know, a mixed conditions Grand Prix or something like that, it's going to mean that the track is basically constantly evolving, isn't it? Well, I've turned the engine up then into hot lap mode, so let's wait and see now. Whoa, a lot of wheel spin immediately as we try and get through the final couple of corners. Roll on that throttle though. As you can see, obviously trying to activate it as best as we possibly can. But how much battery are we going to get through then? Here's I'm just going to LICO on the way in towards turn 1. Make sure we top up the pack, and you can see there, whoa, by the time we get into turn 1, we have completely recharged the pack. So again, it's more noticeable as you head into qualifying than it is in the races. You really want to make sure that obviously you're charging up that pack as best as you possibly can. Because Ollie Behrman's actually gone out on intermediate, so I don't know what to make of that one then. Clearly, the Behrman feeling a bit more confident there, wanting to try and have a bit of a gamble with some, in theory, quicker tyres, but I just wasn't expecting them to be able to get rid of the standing water in the way these full wets can. But as we make our way out into the back straight, Antonelli's done a 31.8. That's only 6.5 seconds clear of what we did on our first run. But we are already almost 3 seconds up then at the moment. It's just trying to use a bit of extra deploy there down the back straight. I could feel the engine trying to charge back up the pack. I didn't really want it doing it there, so big error though on the exit, as lap times so far do seem to be quite spread out. I guess that is the one good thing, obviously, with the 2026 cars. The field might be a bit more spread out early on, so it might mean that even if you make a mistake in qualifying, you're able to kind of still get the car a little bit further up the order. So that is very lucky not to do track limits as well, but it's a completely different beast on this second run. It's making our way through that final corner. Luckily, it does seem like we're not that battery limited here. Team are really starting to talk about the intermediates. This is only Leclerc and I out on the full wets, and we are currently last and second to last. It is so much easier to lock the rears, like I said, especially in the wet conditions. You are much more rear limited around this track. But out of the final corner then, we are finding steady improvements. That's going to be a 34 flat. So we go P20, quicker than Audi Behrman, quicker than Leclerc. But now we'll bolt on a set of intermediates and go out again. Well, by my count then, we're going to have time for 2, maybe just maybe 3 more laps here towards the end of qualifying. So luckily, I believe we've got the fuel in the wagon. Keep pressing the wrong button as well. Oh, we are slightly down on fuel. So I might just have to kind of decide after the first run whether I want to kind of lock in again or whether I'd rather just take a fuel save lap and make sure we've got everything that we need. Hulkenberg's currently P13. I'm only half a second away from our teammate here, but I'm expecting everybody to get a little bit quicker. There is more and more standing water getting moved off of the circuit at the moment. 4 tenths up already by the time we get down in towards turn 2. But I can't help but feel that this is going to be a session where you probably want to be the last car on a run. And at the moment, I'm worried with the timing.
Tightening up over the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, you should start finding more grip as we clear the standing water.
Yep, definitely going to see some track evolution as we head into Q2 and Q3 then. If we get there, that's the big one at the moment. It's again just trying to stop the battery from recharging then down the back straight. Of course, we can afford to be a bit more aggressive with it as we head through qualifying, especially, well, say in the rain. Obviously, because it is a wet qualifying session here. And look at this, the intermediates working wonders at the moment. Already a second up. By the time we get down in towards the final sector, as Arvid Lindblad, I think just getting blue flags there, trying to just panic on his debut as he gets out of the way. Oh, a little bit of an error there. Super tricky if you get off of the kind of drier line. There is no grip, and then maybe overdriving the car in towards these last few corners. We've gone and thrown away a few tenths of a second. Let's get the power down then. We've got to see, will this be our last lap in qualifying coming up? Yes, it will, so we've got to go for it again then. There is not enough time to try and get in another run. We're up to P12 though, so at least we're in a position of safety at the moment. But I need to try and lock in on this final run. Feels like it's been a long time since I've had to do this many qualifying laps, but at the moment, I'm really enjoying it. Purple through the first sector, so we are now really flying along at the moment then, building up more confidence, at least early on then, in the lap. And again, just making sure that as soon as the car says that it's harvesting, we are spamming that redeploy button. I'm pretty certain there is an algorithm in place. That means obviously you can't force it on instantly, so we've got to be a little bit careful with that one. But feels like we've got very good straight line speed, or sorry, very good cornering speed through the first sector. I'll be intrigued to see how much time we can find towards the end of the lap as Fernando Alonso. We always say the rain is the great equaliser. The Spaniard up in P10 at the moment, so that's been a brilliant effort by him to maybe get Aston Martin Honda through into Q2, but making our way through the final couple of corners. So again, really struggling with rear locking down at that final turn. Arvid Lindblad has had to follow me right the way round as we found a lot of time towards the end of the lap. We're going to find another 1.1 seconds. Will it be enough, though, to see us into Q2? I hope it is. We go P14. Wonderful. Well, there we are then. A lot of drivers finding time right towards the end of the session. Lando Norris, of course, where he won last year in similar conditions there. He goes fastest, just ahead of Leclerc and Oscar Piastri. Antonelli in P4 as Esteban Ocon, a great effort on his set of the full wet tyres there. Albon, Hamilton, Verstappen, Alonso, George Russell, all inside your top 10, as we end up just behind Isaac Hadjar and Pierre Gasly. Valtteri Bottas, though, gets Cadillac into Q2 on debut as well, so all 11 teams are going to have a car in Q2. Gutted for Hulkenberg, though, who lines up P18 on the grid. Liam Lawson narrowly misses out as well, alongside Stroll, Perez, Behrman, all the way down in P21. And, well, Franco Colapinto looks like it's going to be a return to his 2025 form. Q2, then, again, has been a session where the track has just been steadily ramping up. As you can see, the rain now hasn't quite stopped, but certainly getting less and less then as we make our way out of the final corner, ready to kickstart things. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. I'll just wait to kind of see what lap times AI have been able to get in. Plus, the last thing I wanted to do was burn up a set of intermediates early on, just on the off chance that we can make our way into Q3 as well then. But once again, we're probably going to get 2 opportunities here. Probably could have put a little bit of extra fuel in the car, but if we can make Q3 on debut, I would be a very happy man. I said it's just so important you stick on that dry line The wet weather driving doesn't feel as different on this game. You've just got to be careful again of just how much more understeer there is in the car. Obviously, we all know Nico Hülkenberg, a very, very experienced hand behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car. The third most experienced driver on the grid, I think, behind Hamilton and Fernando Alonso. So the fact that we know that we're going to out-qualify him on our debut, it's got to be a very, very good feeling. First run of Q2, though, 32.2. We go P3. Look at that, a 32.212 as well, represent. But can we find anything more? Again, through Sector 1. Sector 1 is definitely where we seem to be very, very confident around this track. But I can't help but feel that it might be just the track evolution has really given us a helping hand here, as we found another half a second so far on this run. So yeah, really having a good time with things at the moment as we make our way down towards the end of Sector 2. Again, this Audi engine, obviously an all-new engine to Formula 1, definitely struggling a little bit for ponies towards the top end. And then down here, you kind of want to rev the car out in 7th gear just to make sure that you're not going up to 8th and then start recharging the pack as well. So all those little things, you know, all those little ways you have to manipulate the battery, that I think kind of learning that meta is going to be really, really entertaining over these coming weeks and months. But through the final corners, I think we haven't got enough fuel to go for quite... Oh, another run! It was all getting way overzealous there. We were up by a second. We're not going to find anything on the run to the line. I got too comfortable. We stay P3, but will everybody else improve? Oh, that's a bad sign. Alonso's just gone fastest. Everybody else is going quicker. Oh, no, I think we might be out in Q2. And maybe that mistake is going to be what costs us there. Every single driver going quicker than the last. Albon now has set a 1:30.4, so 1.8 seconds behind the Williams. Down to P10, down to 11th. There we go, out in Q2. Piastri goes to the top of the pile. And clearly, being the first one to set that run, gave us a temporary high and then an almighty low. Well, there we go then. That 1.2 seconds would have put us right on the cusp then of making Q3. Valtteri Bottas, though, ends up P11. What a storyline that would have been if he could get that Cadillac into the top 10 as well. Oscar Piastri, though, only driver to dip under the 90-second barrier, so he's looking pretty confident as we head into Q3. But one big shocker there. Reigning world champion Lando Norris out in Q2. That is huge for him then, but we've got to try and put qualifying behind us. Let's head here into the Australian Grand Prix.
It's a new day, a new dawn, a new era for Formula 1. This is the 2026 World Championship. New regulations, new cars, new fuels, new drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's ride. We go racing today then in the state of Victoria, where the drivers have 14 corners and 3.28 miles to navigate at an average lap speed of around 120 miles per hour. The close proximity of the barriers make accidents inevitable, and recent history shows us that a safety car is not at all out of the question. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. A fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole. And Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Russell, Verstappen, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and Sainz, Albon, Hadjar, Ocon, and Lewis Hamilton, Bottas, Lindblad, Fernando Alonso, Mr. Monaco, Norris, Gasly, Liam Lawson, and Nico Hülkenberg, Stroll, Perez, Behrman, and Franco Colapinto rounds off the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Well, I've got to be honest then, that intro from Crofty, pure aura, ready to kickstart this all-new season. Obviously, 29 laps then here of the Australian Grand Prix. I am excited for this one. What do the team think tyre strategy-wise? They are saying a one-stop is going to be the way to go, so they want me to try and run really deep on a set of hard compound tyres, then switch to the mediums a little bit later on. Of course, I don't know how well this Audi is going to handle the tyres, how well it's going to cope in dry weather running as well, how I'm going to cope with dry weather running, so we're just going to look to try and keep it clean and tidy early on. Of course, a brand new team, the goal is just to try and get all the way through to the checkered flag as well. So without further ado then, for the first time ever on F1 26, let's get ready for the Australian Grand Prix. 5 red lights are about to come on then. We've got Alonso just alongside us, Norris just behind. 5 red lights are on. Oh, it's lights out, and away we go there. Fernando Alonso responding very well. I have not done the same, though. Almost triggering the anti-stall on the running towards turn 1 as Lando and Pierre are both going to have a look. Someone's trying to dive down my inside at the first corner. That was Hulkenberg, our teammate, trying to have a look down the inside. Literally at turn 1 there as we get the first look at the active aero there on Pierre Gasly's car just in front of us. I forgot, of course, and that is activated right at the start of the GP as well. But Hulkenberg then, after a disappointing qualifying session yesterday, almost crashing into me again through turn 3 and turn 4. So we've clearly got to be careful of our teammate then early on here, as again just trying to make sure that they get used to Lycoing nice and early on. Bottas, great qualifying session yesterday, but ultimately already looks like he's on the back foot a little bit early on in this Grand Prix. There is Gasly going to be able to try and fly past him as we make our way down the back straight as well. But you can see already everybody, of course, on the recharge then as we tip the car through the fast chicane for the first time. Really, really satisfying through there, although you can't take as much speed as you could with those ground effect era cars. Still a really fun corner to try and get hooked up. There's immediately just struggling a little bit with the rear locking. Have got to try and get used to the brakes, especially obviously with full fuel in the car as well. But overall, lap 1 then, we've avoided doing too much craziness, as there we go, overtake mode has been enabled as well. Oh, look at that, Hulkenberg though immediately going past me. So, oh, and is this Sergio Perez as well trying to eye up a move down in towards turn 1? So all the new teams then going at it against each other, as we're going to try and use some overtake boost now, get a little bit closer to our teammate once again. But again, you've just got to remember to brake so much earlier at the next corner. A fairly calm lap 1 though. Let's see if we can try and get back past the Hulkmeister. Trying to use more overtake as we make our way out onto the back straight there. We're going to absolutely dump it to the inside of Hulk, and there we go. Reminiscent of what we've seen IRL so far in 2026 as one of the Ferraris to the lead of proceedings as well there. So that is huge from them. Can I try and take Valtteri Bottas by surprise? This might be a little bit bad for us long term. Whoa. I thought Bottas was just going to try and squeeze me out there, but he hasn't quite done so. As Alonso? Alonso's up in the points. How on earth is he managing that? And that Aston Martin as we swoop back around the outside. Well, Valtteri Bottas in towards the final couple of corners, but Alonso's 10th. What on earth is Fernando cooking? Pretty noticeable as well, just how much you can Lyco into the corners, especially when the overtake mode is enabled. So sticking within that 1 second of the car in front is absolutely critical as Pierre Gasly, whoa, tries to take it 3 wide down the back straight. I can only assume he just didn't know I was there as we get a warning for contact. Not really sure there was a lot I could do. I certainly gave PM most of the circuit, and he just still wanted to squeeze me as a cheeky double overtake then down the back straight. But now starting to build up some confidence then here. Nice and early on in the races. Oh, Isaac Hadjar and Lando Norris. I'm sure the Red Bull and the McLaren men hadn't planned on fighting for P11 early on. But as long as I said, you've really just got to try and stick within that 1 second zone. It makes all the difference. Well, I knew it was going to be too good for Fernando Alonso running inside that top 10 early on. Lando Norris has found his way by. Isaac Hadjar now trying to get past both he and Esteban Ocon. So a battle of the Frenchmen just in front. And that might leave Fernando vulnerable on the exit. This is what you've got to be really careful of, picking and choosing your battles here. As look at that, Alonso. That car should be shaking itself to pieces, not trying to have a look for a move on one of the Haas drivers as well. There is Ocon, just backs out of it against the Spaniard. I end up just having to slot in behind, but can we have a look? Whoa, to the inside. Ocon turns across me. Gasly's now got to take evasive action as well as we get sent spinning in through the final couple of corners there. Not too sure what to make of that one then from Esteban Ocon. Like I said, felt like I got the car slowed down and he just turned across my nose. So not happy with that one then. And immediately we have been thrown right to the back of the pack with an Ollie Bearman that seems to be really struggling here early on. So I don't know whether the Bearman has picked up some damage, but I mean, look at that. Absolutely flying back around his outside off of turn 2. So I'm not going to waste much time as I try and carve my way back through the order. Both Audis seem to be struggling here, though, a little bit early on. So I'm not entirely sure this is the best track for the car. And again, Lance Stroll, though, in that Aston Martin, he shouldn't be much of a threat. Oh, hello. Clearly, Lance Stroll's awareness stat is still about -3 inside this game there, as we get a huge run on him. A bit like what we saw with Behrman and Colapinto, didn't we, back in Suzuka? Yeah, it can be really, really awkward kind of when you get those big runs, but I'm not going to spend too much time, you know, sulking about what happened between myself and Esteban. I want to try and get revenge. Oh, here we go, Colapinto. Oh, I thought about a move on Sergio Perez back down at turn 1, so, oh, I mean, look at that. When you can get on the overtake mode really, really early, kind of use that boost, the boost. Oh, and my brain physically cannot keep up with it early on at the moment. This is the big issue here. You kind of just, you go to line up a move on the AI in front, and you're so used to kind of the overtake mode on F125 that my brain physically can't process just how quickly you're closing up to the car in front as well there. Let's see if we can get a good run out onto the back straight. The AI seem to be using it kind of in some very different places to where I am at the moment, but this is kind of the fun of the game, isn't it? Oh, look at that! We are just slicing and dicing our way through. 3 cars navigated by the time we get down the end of Sector 2. And next up is going to be Arvid Lindblad. We've got yellows. Carlos Sainz has gone. No idea what's happening to the Spaniard. It must have been, looking at that, a mechanical failure. So Carlos Sainz and the Williams team, a nightmare for them early on this season. As I think, have we just missed out on the overtake mode? Yes, we have. It's Liam Lawson, sorry, not Arvid Lindblad, just in front. So that's going to be now a lot more difficult to try and close back in on him. Oh, there we go. First car into the pit lane then. So I think that's Alexander Albon then in that sole remaining Williams. So I don't know if the team have just brought him in slightly early just to double check on the car.
Consider changing mode on your MFD or lift a little with gentle braking into corner.
I've got to be so much more careful with the car through some of those higher speed turns that you still kind of think you're going to get the grip that you would with the F125 cars. Definitely still struggling a bit as well with rear locking, as you can see in a few places, but rather annoyingly, I didn't play it strategically very well that last lap. I just allowed Liam Lawson to get back out of the range, as that was very lucky not to pick up front wing damage either. Well, there we go, Esteban Ocon and Alonso into the pit lane as well then, so we're almost into the points for the first time in my Formula 1 career there, as you can just see, again, how much Lyco we're having to do on the run back in towards turn 1. Just saving that little bit of battery here and there can be so important, as look at the minimap at the moment. At the front of the order, that Ferrari is absolutely scampered away ahead of Max Verstappen. So Mercedes, I think everybody was expecting them to be the team to beat this weekend, and that just isn't happening early on. Suddenly now getting a huge run on Liam Lawson then as we make our way down the back straight. We can just see kind of the difference in deployment between the two cars. We rock up to the back of him and then immediately lose a load of ground by the time we get in towards that next corner. How is tyre wear been so far? I keep clicking the wrong button. That's really annoying. Tyre wear so far, we are at 41%, so seemingly is quite similar to what we used to get back on F125 as well, so I don't think race strategies are going to be too wildly different. Are we finally in the overtake mode of Liam Lawson? I think we finally are once again, so that is glorious. So hopefully now, as we prepare ourselves back for turn 1, as you can see Gasly into the pit lane. So for the first time in our F1 career, we're going to be up in the top 10. You see Lawson there just defending that one by the time we get back in towards the first corner. Clearly trying to dump some battery, but let's wait for the back straight. Well, Liam Lawson then, oh, you can actually see him trying to Lyco there as well a little bit. George Russell wouldn't like that. Into that corner, as look at the speed there. Whoa! It's ridiculous. Just the amount of speed you suddenly gain on the car in front. You got to be so careful. You know exactly where the AI are planning on going out onto that back straight there. Because Lawson, he certainly didn't seem like it was anything malicious, as I think that's my first warning of the day. But yeah, Lawson almost put us in the outside wall, and that could have been an airplane crash. Here we go. I think we're going to start seeing our first of the front runners in then. George Russell does have fastest lap, but yeah, certainly wouldn't be the prize he's hoping for this weekend. Oscar Piastri also into the pit lane. I was starting to get a little bit confident that we might be able to score points here, but Albon has very quickly rocked up to the back of us once again. So obviously we've each still got one more pit stop to go, so I can't help but feel that the ball is in Alexander Albon's court. So yeah, we've just been running a little bit low on battery again there. So he's used up so much trying to get past Liam Lawson. And now, we've finally charged it back up again, ready to defend. The other McLaren and the other Mercedes then into the pit lane. So Ferrari and Red Bull trying to do something very different. I mean, this is the other annoying thing, though. There's nothing, there's no real point in trying to do anything against Alexander Albon back in towards turn 1. I think the big one could be strategically trying to make sure you gain overtake mode over someone else that's a lot quicker than you. But I think, Liam Lawson's pit. That'll explain why I've suddenly got at least a 5-second gap over him. Oh, it's Albon there. Huge snap of oversteer. Luckily, he hangs on to it. But that Williams is proven to be quite quick, but quite a handful. Tyre warning light has just flashed up then. Oh, come on. Trying to just dump battery on corner exit. Now, I wonder if I'm behind Russell by the time we get into that overtake mode, even once I pit, will I still get it off of the Mercedes man when we head back out onto the circuit? I mean, we've actually closed back up on Alex Albon quite nicely as this lap has gone on, but I think I want to try and do this for science as well. Here comes George Russell thinking about a move down the inside, which he will get stopped. His teammate Antonelli not too far back either, but so we make our way then in towards the final few corners. You can see how much more grip that Mercedes has got. Obviously, the dirty air is a slightly bigger factor as well than what it was last season. But into the pit lane we will go then. Make sure, of course, we get the car slowed down nice and tidy. There we go, rolling in. No idea why the limiter wasn't working. That was a bit frustrating. But yeah, it looks like that second Ferrari as well has found a way around Verstappen. Let's hope for a good pit stop, our first one of the year. There we go, 2.4 seconds, happy with that. As this race seems to have very much split out into very wide chunks, doesn't it? So again, cars kind of getting clustered together as Colapinto will get past us, Lawson will get past us. Valtteri Bottas, though, won't get past me, as of course now we get to use the overtake off of turn 1. Goodbye, sir. It's like warp drive. It is so weird. There is not a single car on this planet that accelerates like one of these things does. Well, let's try and put it to the test then. You can see 8 tenths back from Liam Lawson and Franco Colapinto, but if I activate the straight line mode, we keep trying to carry the speed down this back straight. In a D4 Audi, we are doing over 210 miles an hour there around the outside of Colapinto. Again, just making sure I LICO by the time we get into that next corner. There was a big snap over the curbing, but again, we'll make sure we get the overtake mode off of Liam Lawson as well as... Oh no! That's the other awkward thing, isn't it? Of course, if you try and LICO a bit too much, the AI then will immediately get back around you there, as not allowing Colapinto to sneak up the inside. Looks like our teammate also diving into the pit lane, and we must have just missed the overtake mode against Liam Lawson. I'm going to try and make sure we stay close to him anyway, but yeah, Hulkenberg, he's been able to go really quite far actually on those set of tyres, but even without... Well, no, we have kept overtake mode. I don't know what's going on, but either way, we seem to have kept it against Liam Lawson. It's quite interesting seeing where some of the AI are kind of enabling their... Or sorry, lifting and coasting even, I should say, to enable their battery as well. But as we fly past Liam Lawson, then down the back straight, up into P13, unlucky P13. Once again then, we've got just over 10 laps to go of this GP. We've got fresher, softer tyres than Lawson, so hopefully we can scamper away. Charles Leclerc, new fastest lap of the day. He is walking away with things at the moment, but can we still score a point? Well, I mean, this race has felt pretty non-stop at the moment. Fernando Alonso in for his second stop of the day, so back into P12. I want to try and get back past Ocon, of course, after our beef earlier on. Gasly as well is also circulating a little bit further up, so we might get him. We're going to be battling Alexander Albon as he makes his way back out onto the circuit. We try and get past him there. Whoa, we'll try and park it on the apex of turn 1. Luckily, we'll get underneath him on the exit then. And up into P11 here. Gap to Gasly and Ocon, about 5 seconds. I think it's all 3 Frenchmen there, grouped together. I mean, they're better off trying to stick with the Red Bull, aren't they? Because he can try and drag them on. But I can't believe what we're seeing up at the front of the order. I never expected Ferrari to be this good here. But Leclerc is just dominating. Ocon and Gasly are in. Ocon and Gasly, I didn't think they were pitting again. Okay, look at that then. So Albon's going to get back past me anyway. Not really a lot I can do about him right now, but we're going to be up then into 10th place here. Could a point still be possible on debut? We're going to still have a few very, very quick cars behind him. Can't believe I'm saying this. But Alonso still could be a threat by the end of this Grand Prix, but I think the goal now, yeah, is just stick with Alexander Albon again. Try and get dragged along by that Williams. I wonder if, yeah, the Williams, the Ferrari, they were both really, really good cars in a straight line back on F1 25. I wonder if that characteristic has carried over. Oh, Antonelli's in. Kimi Antonelli is also into the pit lane, so we're up to 9th then. How many more spots can we gain by the end of the afternoon? I've got to try and make sure I stick in that overtake mode with Alexander Albon. But yeah, the gap to Lawson's going up. We've got 6 seconds over Antonelli. I certainly don't expect to hold him up to the end, but I'm worried that he might drag another couple of drivers with him with just a handful of laps to go then of this Grand Prix. We had been just keeping inside the overtake boost mode of Alexander Albon, but looking at the gap to Antonelli, it is coming down still by about a second a lap, so we could end up with a last lap battle between myself and the Italian. We're actually closing back into Isaac Hadjar a bit more, but Albon, I appreciate you for kind of dragging me along for as long as he has done late on in this race. I'm not entirely sure it's going to be enough, but 1 point or 2, I'm probably going to walk away from this Grand Prix with a big smile on my face. The only other thing I'm really noticing towards the end of a Grand Prix is just how careful you need to be with the tyres as well. I think because obviously you are recharging, you know, and there's a lot more kind of happening with the car. It's changing around the balance a lot more as you make your way through a stim. It is making it a bit more tricky. You've got to be way more gentle with the tyres or towards the end of the afternoon, as that's going to be our second warning of the day. Yeah, I think we've got to accept fate that Antonelli is probably going to get back by us by the end of the afternoon. But Alonso, I mean, again, that is based on that Aston Martin IRL. That has been an insanely good result for him if he can stay in 11th. But we just want to try and hang on for a point. Then with just 1.5 laps to go with this Grand Prix on Kimi Antonelli now. I mean, this was the only race he hasn't won IRL so far in Formula 1 this year. But yeah, today he is definitely not going to win this thing. Antonelli, though, moves back up to P9. It's been a pretty disastrous run for him, all things considered, so I'm not too sure. Oh, what happened to him late on? That's annoying. I thought we might make through a first Grand Prix without a penalty as well, but just took a bit too much curb there. So I was looking to try and stick with him and try and make sure we get the overtake mode and all the boost available to us for the last lap of this Grand Prix. But up at the front of the order, though, Charles Leclerc, he built up a nice big lead early on in the day and has not looked back. And, well, when you look through Formula 1 in recent years, 2017, when there was a big reg cycle, Ferrari came here to Albert Park and Sebastian Vettel won. 2022, at the start of the ground effect cycle, it was Charles Leclerc that won the opener out in Bahrain, and then again actually was able to win here in Albert Park. So Ferrari, around this circuit, whenever there's a reg change, seem to absolutely come alive. And for Leclerc this afternoon, it has been a dream start to the season. All eyes are on Mercedes. Their drivers have been just thoroughly outclassed today by the likes of those Ferraris, by the likes of Verstappen as well. McLaren, the reigning champions as well. They will be left a little bit confused as to how they ended up so far off the pace today. Although it won't matter on the road, will I be able to get back to Antonelli on this last lap? I don't think we're quite going to have the speed to be able to, annoyingly, so the 2 stop for them has just worked out in the end, as Albon has really closed up to Isaac Hadjar towards the end of the Grand Prix as well. Charles Leclerc, though, will win the season opener here from Australia and will take the lead of the Drivers' World Championship for, I believe, the first time since 2022. In towards the final couple of corners, though, Audi, one of the new teams in Formula 1, they bought over from Kick Sauber last year. Hulkenberg scored Kick Sauber points last season here in Albert Park. But to kickstart the all-new era, we're going to bag 1 point as well. What a start to our Formula 1 campaign.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
Leclerc to the line, to the checkered flag. It's King Charles today. He wins.
And to get a victory at the first race of the season, this might be a sign of things to come. One thing's for sure is that this performance will be giving the team and the driver relief and confidence going into the rest of the season.
There's room for 3 on their podium, but only ever 1 right at the top. Let the celebrations begin. And who gets to take the top step of the podium? Yes, it is I, Leclerc. Charles Leclerc on top.
Well, there we are then. Charles Leclerc comes to the checkered flag here in the Land Down Under, and maybe, just maybe, this year will be Ferrari's year. Max Verstappen in P2, a great recovery drive when Red Bull looked to be on the back foot this weekend, but yeah, was able to stay there in that second spot ahead of Lewis Hamilton, who bags his first podium for Ferrari as well. So a huge result for our fellow Brit there, ahead of George Russell, Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Hajar, Albon, Antonelli, and ourselves. So it was the big four teams, Albon and me, that were able to bag some points to kickstart the campaign. Fernando Alonso, a huge result in P11 there ahead of Gasly and Liam Lawson. Esteban Ocon, happy we got the better of him on his two-stop strategy after that contact a bit earlier on in the race. Hulkenberg only able to limp home in P15 ahead of Colapinto. Arvid Lindblad survives his Formula 1 debut with Valtteri Bottas, Ollie Behrman, Sergio Perez and Lance Stroll rounding out your finishes there. Poor old Carlos Sainz, the only driver that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do? Obviously, Drivers' Championship, exactly the same as the race results. Constructors-wise, though, Ferrari leading the way, 16 points clear of Oracle Red Bull Racing. McLaren in third ahead of Mercedes. Atlassian Williams there in P5 ahead of ourselves. And of course, obviously, yeah, Aston Martin, Alpine, VCARB, Haas and Cadillac all failing to get points on the board. But honestly, points on debut, I am a very, very happy man. Thank you all, as always, so much for watching. We're going to be, like I said, this series is going to be coming at you thick and fast over the next couple of weeks as well. So we will return tomorrow, ready for the Chinese Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 2 of our F1 26 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend out in Shanghai for the Chinese Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Albert Park, Australia, I would highly, highly recommend going back and checking it out. The opening round of an all-new journey, and it actually went quite well for us. Yes, we kick-started things in exactly the way I was hoping, with some points. Well, a point, I should say. Charles Leclerc, though, took the win down at Ferrari ahead of Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. Mercedes had a bit of a nightmare for their opening round of the campaign. George Russell only able to finish in P4 ahead of both McLarens there, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli just got back past me towards the end of the evening as well. That means, yes, Charles Leclerc and Ferrari leading both World Championships after the first race of the campaign. So I certainly wasn't expecting to be saying that as we came into this season as well. But obviously, Shanghai then, our first sprint weekend of this season. Obviously, if you're new and you don't kind of know what a sprint weekend is, basically we get 2 races, so double the fun, I guess. But obviously, yeah, the first one is, I think, 10 laps here from Shanghai before, obviously, a normal 28-lap GP as well. Now, obviously, early on in this campaign, it's going to be a lot about trying to build up the car, build up the team, everything like that. So, of course, it's really, really important that we make sure we've got all our specialists working as best as possible. But, yeah, I don't think maybe we can get one more upgrade on with the 400 R&D we've got, of course. I don't actually know where this car is at its most competitive, to be honest. I don't think... Is there a way we can see that relative to everybody else? Apparently the chassis on this car is really, really weak, so we can afford a new front nose cone structure. So I guess we're going to spend all our R&D to make sure we get that on. I really want to try and rush upgrades early on. It worked out quite well on the aerodynamic upgrade we brought last weekend. So there we go. As you can see, chassis-wise, we're actually third best at the moment. Aerodynamics, we are pretty much mid-table. I think it's going to be powertrain where maybe we're struggling. Yeah, we've got the worst engine, worse than Honda, apparently, in this game. So that's quite a big surprise. So we're definitely going to have to focus some engine upgrades on over the coming races as well there. But yeah, like I said, of course, obviously, we're trying to hit 160k on the channel at the moment. This series is going to be coming at you thick and fast with daily uploads, at least for the next week or so as well. So leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and let's head then here to the Chinese Grand Prix. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
It's a sprint weekend here at the track, and before we can go racing, we need to go qualifying. Who will be on pole for the sprint to come? We're about to find out.
Well, heading out then into qualifying here from a circuit that is synonymous with really, really bad tyre wear. Of course, with it being a sprint weekend, I'm not going to put any emphasis on free practice. I did get a couple of green and purple scores, so pretty happy with that. But what I think I'm going to do, first lap is going to be a bit more about just trying to get our eye in. Second lap then, we're going to really try and push on and make sure that I feel confident in the car. Now, obviously, where we're doing full 3-stage sprint qualifying, we have only got the one set of the mediums ready for this first run, so obviously we've got to make sure that we go out and nail it. Now, a lot of drivers went out a bit earlier on. Don't know whether they're going to go back out and try to improve as well, but Hulkenberg all the way down in P20 at the moment, so yeah, these first runs are really going to matter for a lot of people. That's why I wanted to go out there and get a bank lap in as well. You really do notice a big difference on just how careful you've got to be on throttle. With all the power, obviously, you know, just kind of that sudden horsepower that goes to the rear end of the car. So, yeah, we've really just got to try and make sure we adapt and get a bit more used to that. So, obviously, yeah, this first lap will just be about getting a delta on the board, and then we'll push to go quicker. After a very good qualifying session last weekend in Albert Park, we all know Shanghai is definitely one of the AI's better tracks on F1 games, and well, that seems to have continued on into F126 as well, as making our way in towards the final corner. Hopefully we've got the tyres about where I need it there. We've got the battery pack fully charged, and let's try and go then for a real run. So a 1:42.2. That is certainly not going to be a lap time to write home about, but in towards someone, you've got a real opportunity to recharge the pack up on the way into that first corner there. Of course, a long flowing right-hander into an even tighter left going out the other way. So just be really careful as we try and get the throttle down. So use a little bit of boost there off the corner just to carry the speed down the hill. Again, Lycoing out from the 150 meter board there down to the 100. Does also make it less likely you lock the rears, as I don't know what that was about. I can only assume something opened up in the background on my PC. Just tabbed this out. Not really what you want on your qualifying lap here around a circuit like Shanghai, where kind of finding that flow is really important there as well. Just be careful not to run wide on the exit. Did get another slip up through there last time round, so you can see the delta steadily climbing now, as making our way then in towards the snail section towards the end of this lap. I mean, Stroll a 1:34.0. We're currently 8.5 seconds quicker than us, and we're only up by about 7.2, so we've got to try and find a bit more time then as we make our way into the final corners. I have upped the AI to 110 now, so I wonder if they're just feeling a bit quicker as well this weekend. But yeah, I think it's just a lethal combination, isn't it, of a track where the AI good, combined obviously with a track where maybe this car's struggling through the final corner. Though I don't think we're making Q2 here, as we just run a little bit wide out in the final turn. We go P17, P19, P18. I was either side of it. Well, there we are, Lando Norris. Great effort in qualifying for him. Quicker than Kimi Antonelli in SQ1 by 0.4 of a second there. Of course, everybody, though, will be taking a bit of time to get up to speed as well. Red Bull seem to be struggling a bit. Hadjar and Verstappen down in P10 and P11. But we miss out on Q2 by 0.5 against Esteban Ocon there. I kind of forgot that obviously it's top 16 that go through rather than top 15 there. So yeah, agonizingly close to making it through. But for the first time in this season, one team is not going to have a car into Q2. And annoyingly, it's going to be Audi. 0.5 second clear of Hulkenberg though. So I think this is a track where the car struggles. But we'll find out more as we head into the sprint.
So it's all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? We start a lap here at Shanghai with the long, difficult right-handers of turns 1 and 2, the first of 16 corners that make up this 3.3-mile circuit. The incredibly long back straight provides the best passing opportunity of the lap, with speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour before we head into the braking zone of turn 14. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Russell, Hamilton, Max Verstappen and Leclerc, Sainz, Antonelli, Albon and Isaac Hadjar, Gasly, Ocon, Liam Lawson and Alonso, Lindblad, Bottas, Franco Colapinto and Mr. Monaco, Stroll, Behrman, Hulkenberg and Sergio Perez completes our grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
Well, I think points today, or at least this weekend, they're going to be a little bit harder to come by than what we saw last weekend at Albert Park. But McLaren locking out the front row then. So clearly they have unlocked a bit more speed here in Shanghai. Last weekend's winner, Charles Leclerc, down in P6 as well for the sprint race. But of course, there shouldn't be any strategy going on. We should as well. I think you're actually, because you like a lot more with these cars, we shouldn't need too much spare fuel either. So I'm going to put 0.2 laps in. But I guess the good thing for us here is, of course, we can kind of use this sprint race to work out a few things before we head over into the real GP as well. Once again, Alonso getting off to a good qualifying session as well. But as the 5 red lights coming on then for this first sprint of the all-new era, it's lights out and away we go there. Colapinto getting off to a very, very good run in towards turn 1. Stroll as well, getting a good launch, and even Ollie Behrman trying to have a look there as I'm having to avoid cars there. Sergio Perez trying to dive to my inside through turn 1. For the second weekend in a row, I think, did make contact with Hulkenberg at that first corner. Was luckily able to hug the inside line through the exit of turn 2 and turn 3. So we will try and roll on the throttle then around the outside of Lance Stroll. Make sure we stay down that inside through the next corner there, as with the straight line mode, you've got to be so careful with any minor changes of direction as well. But up the hill then, up the other side. Just want to try and make sure we get back around the Canadian there and up then into P18. So obviously we've kind of seen in qualifying IRL, I mean, Hulkenberg just always qualifies 11th in real life, doesn't he, so far this year? But I think in this game, Audi, Cadillac, Aston Martin are probably going to be like the 3 more backmarker teams, at least early on this season. So I think, the performance chart maybe has lulled us into a false sense of security. As can we do the old switch on Valtteri Bottas as we head out onto the back straight? See Arvid Lindblad there and Fernando Alonso trying to go wheel to wheel, just stay a little bit further in front. But now we're going to dump some battery to the outside of Valtteri Bottas. And there we go then, up into P17. So if we can stay here, we will have gained a spot. On lap 1. There's just word there I was going to go into the back of Colapinto. Bottas still tried to keep the nose down the inside. Well, barred the Argentinian out of the way there, down to that final penultimate corner of the lap, I should say. As Oscar Piastri then leads at the end of lap 1. More importantly for us, though, we have got the overtake mode. So here comes Colapinto trying to get back around the outside. I'll try and Lyco, but annoyingly, that just invites him to even push for it more. Get back down the inside, though, through turn 1 and turn 2. So up to P16. We've had a pretty tidy start there as already. You can see kind of your big drivers, your big teams, just creating a bit of a gap over everybody else. What's going on here? I thought for a second the AI were trying to go 3 wide back in towards turn 1 as Gasly, Ocon, and Liam Lawson there, just duking it out a little bit in front of us. Annoyingly, that has allowed a few extra cars just to scamper away a little bit further up the road. But we seem to be a little bit stuck early on in this race. I think because you're a lot less energy limited around this circuit, we're not stuck anymore behind Arvid Lindblad. Down the inside we will go at the hairpin with a bit of an accidental move. But yeah, where you're kind of quite energy limited actually around this circuit, everybody's using their battery in all the same places. So I wonder if obviously, Australia last weekend, maybe a Suzuka next time round as well, might be a little bit more unpredictable because, of course, everybody is able to, you've got to restrict where you're using your charge. Around here, you can basically use it on every single straight. Is hoping we can try and get a run on Fernando Alonso nice and quickly as well. So we make our way out onto the back straight. Just use that overtake mode there. That's a warning for track limits. I felt like the inside wheels were way inside the limits there, but apparently not. So we make our way down the back straight. Here goes Fernando Alonso then, trying to have a look for a move on Liam Lawson. And he might get that one done quite easily by the time we head down in towards that final hairpin. So Lawson then not trying to give up on it, but we'll have to on the exit. So Liam Lawson, just see him there, Lyco, and try and charge at the pack just a little bit more. But we've basically had overtake mode since the start of this sprint race. Here goes Lawson back to the inside of Alonso. Not quite going to be able to make that one happen in towards turn 1, but it is great to see the AI just battling each other out there as just lock the rear slightly. We've got yellows, that's a Ferrari. I think that might be Lewis Hamilton falling to the wayside then early on in this sprint race as well. No, it's Charles Leclerc. Last weekend's winner, Leclerc, is going to be our first retirement of the day. As soon as the green flags are re-enabled, I will go down the inside of Liam Lawson. There you go, Charles Leclerc. Huge disappointment for him early on in this campaign. And that might mean he's taken some grid penalties into the real race. There we go. You can see the flashing LED there. We've got another one breaking down. That's Hulkenberg. Hulkenberg now going to be the second driver out of this race. So big disappointment then. An Audi, our first mechanical failure of the season by the looks of things. So I'm just trying to hope then that we're not going to get any issues today as we try and keep up. Well, with Pierre Gasly through those last couple of corners. Can we get a run on him back down in towards turn 1? He's a little bit on the back foot anyway against the likes of Alonso, but we do seem to be able to get the bite through the front end. Just kind of rotate the nose in, get to the inside of another car, and there we go. Bit of a cleaner move than the one we did on Liam Lawson last time. But Ocon and Alonso then duking it out just in front. Those two have got their fair share of history. Oh, here goes Fernando Alonso. Oh, he just does not have the straight line speed, does he? In that Aston Martin Honda car there. Down the inside, though, at the final corners. As Esteban Ocon still going to try and keep up with him around the outside. I'm just going to sit back for now. Make sure we recharge the pack a little bit more there as well. Ocon, look at that. No love lost between those two. We would immediately get back past Fernando. Can we have a look past Esteban as well? In towards turn 1. We're surely going to get there. Again, just be careful that we lift out nice and early. Get the battery pack charging as we're going to squeeze Ocon out. Maybe help Fernando Alonso through. Of course, my teammate in the Aston Martin career mode over on Mattoon 2 gameplay. But, oh, just see there getting very squirrely as we try and get the power down. It is critical now that we use the rest of this overtake to try and get the 1 second buffer over these guys. But I feel like we're going to struggle. We've got yellows. We've got more yellows then with just 2 laps to go. What on earth's happening now? Oh, that might be... It's too late for a safety car, isn't it? But I think one of the Alpines has gone spinning then, so I think that might be Gasly that has made an error, and that's basically going to mean now, with the exception of Ocon and maybe Alonso, effectively the rear kind of half of this pack have now just been completely strung out. Obviously, we're back up to P10, exactly the same position as where we finished last weekend. But annoyingly, in a sprint race, that won't be worth points. This car definitely feels like it comes alive a bit more in races. But yeah, over 1 lap, we definitely struggle. I mean, it's the way I'd rather have it, rather than, you know, taking pole and then falling way down the order. Esteban Ocon has bided his time then late on here. Is he going to try and have a look for a move, or is he going to just try and keep the overtake mode for himself as we start, the last lap of this race there, just trying not to lock the rears as best as I can. Bestie, though, will just sit behind for now then, as 1 more lap to go of this Chinese GP sprint race, and it looks like Mercedes have been able to work their way back to the front. There goes Ocon around the outside on the run in towards turn 1. No real surprise he's been able to get that one stopped with the overtake mode as well there, but I've thought about it. Nope, definitely not an avenue down the inside through that first corner as well. But yeah, at the front of the order though, Mercedes just ahead of McLaren. Verstappen though, I mean, we always talk about the Dutchman's consistency in the sport, don't we? Is he going to be able to utilise that? Over the course of the season, there is a big moment again. Got to be so careful about not locking the rears with this update as well. So still just trying to figure out kind of a general feel within the car and everything like that. And annoyingly, that little mistake late on might just have given Ocon the breathing room he needs. I mean, look at the Lyco though. In 10 laps, I've already saved about 1.2 laps worth of fuel here. So we know as we head into the Grand Prix, we can underfuel the car by quite some margin as well. I've just got to really keep it underneath us though. It's just as you're rolling off the battery, of course, it does change the way the rear axle kind of feels underneath you as well. Tyre wear warning light has just flashed up, as we've definitely been taking our fair chunk out of the tyres as well. But will Alonso be able to get a move done on us then in towards the final corner? You can see that Honda engine, he's given it all it's possibly got. Russell will claim the sprint victory here this afternoon. A great day for him and Mercedes after everybody expected them to be the team to beat so far this season. It was 10th in Australia. It could have been 10th here. I picked up a penalty at the very last corner. I cannot believe that.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
Well, there we are then. I can't believe it. New game, Bottle Job 212 still lives on, though. A 3-second penalty at the final corner hands Fernando Alonso back that position in the end. Russell, though, claims the victory ahead of Lando Norris. Max Verstappen on the podium there in P3, ahead of Piastri and Kimi Antonelli. I think Ferrari, though, really struggled there. Hamilton down in P7. When all is said and done as well, there is Alexander Albon and Carlos Sainz make it a double Williams point hauls as well. Obviously, yeah, Hulkenberg and Leclerc then both failing to see the checkered flag on Saturday's sprint. So, yeah, I'm sure Audi will be a little bit nervous about what on earth went wrong there. But what does that do to the championship? Well, it means Leclerc now 1 ahead of Verstappen. George Russell now only 5 back as Hamilton and Norris there 8 points away as well. So, very, very tight at the top of the table early on. Piastri there in a little bit of no man's land ahead of Hajar and Antonelli. We are still in P11, only getting jumped by Carlos Sainz as well. And constructors-wise, annoyingly... no, sorry, we haven't lost a spot, have we? Because obviously Williams scored as well. Ferrari 12 clear of both Oracle, Red Bull Racing and McLaren. Mercedes, they will hope to move back up to P2 by the end of the weekend. As we head out then into real qualifying, I'm hoping at the very least that we're going to be able to try and get the car back into Q2. I guess one of the good things, though, is, of course, because we went out in Sprint Q1, I've actually got a spare set of mediums ready for qualifying. I don't know whether I should have saved these for the race, but we're going to find that out together as we get into the rest of the weekend there. But starting off then our first qualifying run, of course I'm going to do 1 lap on the medium, and then we'll bolt on a set of softs again, and hopefully go even quicker towards the end of the session. So, yeah, this is going to be a little bit more about just trying to get our eye in. We were half a tenth out from making Q2 yesterday, so... I want to believe we can make Q2 today. Leclerc then, I think, is obviously going to have to put some new components in the back of that Ferrari, but putting them to good use then, nice and early on here in this session. Again, just kind of see us having to lift and coast out into some of those big braking zones there. Of course, we struggled with rear locking yesterday anyway, so I think it's probably worth doing anyway. Just obviously try and find a bit of extra stability in the car, but as we're going to dump battery then, as we make our way down the back straight. See Hulkenberg, I think, is slowest of everybody that's already got a run in. There's 212 miles an hour before we lift out once more. Might just try and tweak the brake bias around a little bit more as we head towards the end of qualifying as well. Seems to work all right normally, but definitely on this car seems to struggle a little bit more. It's out of the final corner. Don't get done for track limits. 134.8. Audi currently lock out the back row. Currently, we need to find about another second then as we head out for our final run here in Q1. But again, the soft tyres, they are terrible in race pace, which should be pretty good for 1 lap here in qualifying. So 1 lap of anger then. Like I said, I'm really hoping we don't go out in Q1 for both the sprint and the GP proper there. So hopefully we're going to be able to find some time. That's barely staying ahead of Gasly by the time we get in towards that first corner. Just see they're losing half a tenth on the way into turn 1, but hopefully we can try and gather it up through the exit as well then. Nice and tidy through turn 2 and turn 3. Just roll on the throttle already, 3 tenths up as we head in towards sector 2 there. Again, a little bit of LICO before we're on the anchors or at the 100 meter board there. It's really important that we get the car rotated in. You can see again just finding even more time as we climb up the hill. 7th gear on the way in. Bring it down to 6th gear just to try and get the bite through the nose. And then completely lifting out through the second part of that fast S-bend into here. Actually, sometimes find the car rotating earlier than I'm expecting it to. Of course, still adapting to these slightly lighter new cars for the 2026 F1 season. Throw the car in, though, up over that first curb. Again, try and meet the second curb nice and tidy. And so out of here, you can make up a lot of time on the exit. We have 9 tenths up as we try and roll back full throttle there. Straight line mode activated as well. This is going to be mighty close. And we're able to get the car into Q2. Just going to make sure I keep nailing it right towards the end of the lap there. Currently Hulkenberg is going to be out in Q1 again. Oh, a little bit of rear locking again though, just trying to find the stability, but somehow we've still found another tenth of a second. 1 more corner to go though. Can we try and nail it? Oh, very understeer on the exit. I had to get out of the throttle to not get invalidated. Is that Q2? I think we've missed out. P19 in the end. bad. Well, there we go. Charles Leclerc, brilliant effort there in Q1. 6 thousandths of a second clear of George Russell, who seems to have got his mojo back a little bit more at the moment. Lando Norris ahead of Hamilton and Verstappen then, all in Q1. But yeah, unfortunately there, I mean, we did go quicker than Hulkenberg again, but 7/10 away from Q2. Even, you know, eliminating those little errors, I just don't think this car had the speed here. Both Audis, both Cadillacs, Lance Stroll and Colapinto then out in Q1, as Fernando Alonso again squeezes by. I know Fernando Alonso, he's a 2-time world champion, but he is cooking in that car.
The Chinese Grand Prix then is upon us once again. It's a race that saw Michael Schumacher claim his final Formula One victory in 2006, as well as Red Bull's first win with Sebastian Vettel in 2009. There's no doubt there's plenty more drama to come here in Shanghai. We start a lap here at Shanghai with the long, difficult right-handers of turns 1 and 2, the first of 16 corners that make up this 3.3-mile circuit. The incredibly long back straight provides the best passing opportunity of the lap, with speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour before we head into the braking zone of turn 14. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Verstappen, Hamilton, George Russell and Antonelli, Albon, Sainz, Hadjar and Pierre Gasly, Lawson, Ocon, Ollie Behrman and Alonso, Lindblad, Colapinto, Valtteri Bottas and Mr. Monaco, Stroll, Perez, Leclerc and Nico Hulkenberg rounds off the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
A little bit of deja vu then for us as we will line up P18 once again then ready for this main event. We've got Charles Leclerc behind us, so let's place our bets. How many corners will it take before the Monegasque man has made his way by? But yeah, tyre life as well is going to be pretty brutal here. So the team want us to once again take a set of hards as far as we possibly can early on and then kind of go from there. I'm going to underfuel the car by about 2.5 laps because we should make that back up over the course of the sprint as well. But it wouldn't surprise me if we end up having to go like mediums and then to, hards then to mediums and then maybe a quick sprint on some softs late on in the afternoon. Some of the AI might too stop as well. Some of them are on soft tyres ready for the start. The 5 red lights are on. 4 lights out and away we go there. Is trying to run a bit more revs off the launch, but no real surprise that Stroll's going to go through. So is Charles Leclerc. And are we going to get dive bombed to the inside ready for turn 1? No, we are not. Hanging on that time around, keeping it fairly clean and tidy. So we'll try and get back down the inside of a couple of drivers as well there. So no real surprise with how many drivers are on the softs that we actually lost out a bit of ground. But we're going to try and make it all back again immediately through the exit of the corner there, side by side with Arvid Lindblad. As Stroll again trying to have a look right on the outside. We'll just think better of that one then down the hill as Leclerc actually got a really good initial getaway, but seems to be struggling a little bit more through the second phase then. So McLaren once again 1 and 2 early on. Verstappen back up to P3. So he'll be happy once again. Like I said, he's just looking for consistency early on this season. Knows the Red Bull might not have the out-and-out speed, but still trying to do things with it. It's down the inside there of Arvid Lindblad, the other rookie on this F1 grid. So, you know, we've got to just try and, you know, make it clear that we are here to compete. And, well, with points last weekend out as well, that is exactly what we have already proven in the sport once more. But, you know, winding our way then out to the back straight. AI definitely still are a little bit better through the snail section there, so they still do get very good traction. So we're going to try and see if we can get a run then on Lance Stroll down. Whoa! Down this back straight there as, well, zero awareness Lance once again trying to move around when you're already trying to commit to the move. Nice and easy then into the hairpin. I'm just happy to squeeze him out on the exit there. And not a fan of Lance Stroll's antics. There we go. Behrman and Colapinto. Whoa, hello. Ooh. Yeah, that is huge Lyco then by Franco Colapinto. I was actually more focused then on my mirrors against Charles Leclerc just behind. I was worried about whether he was going to try and have a look for a move pretty soon. He immediately had to check up then behind the Argentinian and the Haas man as well there as making our way down the back straight. We're aiming for big speed this time around, 214 miles an hour. As we'll just see there, will Colapinto get the move hooked up? Leclerc, I'm sure, already getting a little bit frustrated. Still caught out behind us. There is Colapinto around the outside in towards the final corner. We're able to make a double overtake happen yesterday. Behrman, though, being a little bit more patient with the Alpine there just in front of him, as we might take it 3 wide then. Back in towards turn 1. I mean, Colapinto gets absolutely Ricardo zonted in towards that first corner there as well. Behrman, we already had contact with a Haas car last weekend. I don't need contact with another one today. Well, luckily we've been able to get back into the overtake mode then of Fernando Alonso. And this just train of cars in front of him that does seem to be sticking with the front runners as well there. Liam Lawson currently running inside that top 10. I mean, yeah, this is the thing. It's kind of not a DRS train anymore, but it is almost a battery train. But you're better off kind of sticking with each other because the overtake mode, or kind of the boost mode, makes things a little bit quicker for everybody involved there. As to the inside of Ocon, we'll really latch up on that inside curb, won't we? There we go. And the inside of Alonso as well. 2 cars for the price of 1 down at that first corner. And somehow in all of this, we've still got Charles Leclerc behind us. We go Alexander Albon to the inside of Liam Lawson back in towards turn 1. Is he going to get that one hooked up? Yes, he just about will. To the outside of Pierre Gasly. That would be brave, but I think already I feel like the soft compound tyres are absolutely falling off a cliff here. I mean, we have the tyre wear warning light on at 10 laps on the medium, so I hate to imagine just how obliterated the soft compound rubber is at the moment. Or Gasly, again, trying to look all the way around the outside there. See Liam Lawson struggling to put the power down on his hards as well. But that should give you an indicator then as to just how much Pierre is struggling right the way around the outside. We're up then into P11. Still feel like Leclerc maybe has made a great choice there on the mediums early on. He's also sliced and dicing his way through, but yeah, we seem to really struggle over 1 lap, but get racing and we seem to get good. Lawson as well. I think Lawson might have ran out of battery then. Or is he still going to try and defend it? But I think very quickly realises we've just got too much straight line speed there. As up then into the points. I mean, if we could get, you know, a bit of a point streak rolling, I'd be a very happy man. But as they go side by side just up in front, I mean, it's really, yeah, the McLarens and I believe Russell that have scampered away from everybody else there. But Leclerc is still slowly moving his way through. Because it definitely feels like it's kind of the big 4 teams and Williams are the very, very competitive ones here. Carlos Sainz seems to be able to kind of hang with those front runners. Albon's not doing a bad job either. Well, we're barely hanging on then to Alexander Albon at the moment, but I think Charles Leclerc is going to be a question of when rather than if he gets the jump on me now. That Ferrari, of course, has already showcased that it's got race-winning pace early on this season. I'm just trying to stick in Albon's range as best as I possibly can. Feel like I've done a slightly better job with the tyres so far today, as well Albon lifting out very, very early through that final corner. So we're going to launch back up to his gearbox once again. Still at 40% wear, though, by the time we get to the end of lap 10. I was hoping we could take this first set to the end of 17. Now, that might be rather difficult then, as Sainz now gets the jump on Verstappen, so Red Bull's #1 for so many years is not #1 today so far. I really do feel like we're figuring out this boost mode then with the car, so obviously just really saving a lot of it. Ready to go down the back straight is Max Verstappen. Just trying to go a little bit defensive as well. There is Hamilton now. Getting jumped by Antonelli and Charles Leclerc. I was trying to be patient there, waiting for a move on Verstappen. And it might well be that Leclerc now really trying to hang us through the final couple of corners. Still nobody from the front-running cars into the pit lane. In fact, we've only really seen the Alpine and the Aston Martins diving in so far, so they might have been the only ones that really gambled it on a set of the soft tyres at the start of the Grand Prix. But yeah, Carlos Sainz is cooking as well, up in P6. So Audi and Williams both seem to be a bit more competitive this weekend. Big moment down to the hairpin. That's annoying. That's going to invite Leclerc through. And Alexander Albon as well there. Maybe not too fond of my rejoin onto the circuit. So there we go. Charles Leclerc then into the pit lane. So he's going to re-emerge a bit further down. Albon's in. Some of the hard compound runners are in. Wowee. So there are still going to be some 2 stoppers then over the course of the afternoon. But yeah, especially early on in this series as we try and learn more and more, you've got to be so gentle on the tyres. When you're, obviously, you know, when they're getting towards the end of their life as well. I know Shanghai's a lethal circuit for them anyway, but we are really trying to nurse these next few laps.
Effect of some tyre wear soon, so stay on your toes.
Yep, there you go. Our engineer there, again, warning us of that. It's the big thing as well is the engine braking. You can't downshift too aggressively, especially at the lower gears with it, because otherwise the back end will just overtake the front. Got more cars in. That is one of the Williams. Oh, it's everybody else into the pit lane then. So annoyingly, yeah, we're going to lose the overtake or the boost mode. We are going to be up, though, into P2 of this Grand Prix, so I really don't know what the AI strategy is at the moment. Hulkenberg now, I mean, get this screenshot. Audi are going to be on a double podium. No, we're not. Hulkenberg's come out behind Lando Norris. That's a shame, but both Audis in the top 4 then. I know a lot of these guys should be going to the end, but I am worried we're going to get undercut awfully. It's a catch-all then. I believe this will be the first laps he has led in a Formula 1 Grand Prix, but I'm sure he'll peel into the pit lane now. Red Bull have kind of screwed him over there a bit, because he was having a really, really good race up to this point, but he's definitely going to get undercut by a handful of people. But now, for the first time ever in a Formula 1 Grand Prix, Audi are going to be leading the way here. Norris obviously back up to P2. It won't be long before he gets us. But yeah, it's just a question of when do I pit? We've got 10 seconds over Hulkenberg, so even if we did dive in on the same lap, probably wouldn't be the end of the world. Oh, here we go. It was fun whilst it lasted, but Lando Norris thought he was going to have a look for a move there. I might accidentally open the door for him anyway. Or as he head out on, well, through the snail section before the back straight. The McLaren man absolutely controlling proceedings at the moment. So once again, Russell trying to split those two cars. What's our tyres looking like? 72% on the front, so they are really struggling at this stage of the day. I'm going to stick out for one more lap, though, just because I feel like the pain we deal with now will make the race a little bit easier later on. We know, of course, as well, the mediums were pretty worn out towards the end of their stint. As obviously Australia, the AI were able to break really late into the overtake mode. Sorry, into boost mode even, I should say. Here, though, when they LICO, it actually helps us stay a bit closer again, and, you know, that makes the difference. Jump the battery then as we make our way down the back straight. Tyres now 77% on that front left, so that one, yeah, is absolutely getting burnt to pieces here late on in this first run. Of course, as always, Mat 2 and 2 setups. If you want access to all of my setup data for F1 26, there'll be a link down in the description, but hopefully coming in then for our one and only pit stop of the day. No real idea where we're going to re-emerge in this Grand Prix. Is not taking any risk on pit lane entry. Nice and tidy through that final corner, and then I did get it slowed down. For some reason, the pit lane speed limiter seems to glitch out on this game, but both Audis then into the pit lane at the start of lap 18, so hopefully, yeah, we're far enough ahead of Hulkenberg that he shouldn't get screwed over from this. But now, obviously, we should enjoy some of the freshest, softest tyres in the entire field. Alonso provisionally running in the top 10, but I believe he's got another pit stop to make, as we are going to re-emerge then in P14. So points should definitely still be doable. Like I said, I just think there's a bit of mystery around who's doing what in terms of strategy. Go immediately then, Alonso diving into the pit lane at the end of that very next lap, so well, got to enjoy some time back in the top 10 there as, oh, we absolutely obliterated the straight line mode banner board, trying to make sure that I don't get a warning. I'm pretty certain I haven't had a single warning so far in this Grand Prix, so very happy with that. After I did bottle it in qualifying, in the sprint race even, but closing up to Behrman, Ocon then, and Liam Lawson, who is still hanging on to that final top 10 points paying position at the moment. We've definitely got the speed right now there as well. Behrman and Ocon almost come to blows down the hill, so we'll try and pick off these cars. Go Esteban Ocon just does not have the grip as we make our way out onto the back straight then, and surely we're going to be gaining on the Haas man. Both Haas drivers having to recharge their packs as we make our way down the back straight. Just going to get a little bit squeezed in on the outside line of Esti Besti there, but we should get the power down, and there we go. Back up to P12 here, so Lawson has been a valiant effort from the young Kiwi trying to bag his first points of the year. But obviously now with everybody behind him with the overtake mode once more, surely we can continue to push. We go then, Ollie Behrman as we make our way down the back straight. You can see the light flashing on the back of that car as he goes into recharge mode. Again, we'll LICO on the way into the corner there, make sure we are still the car in front. Round the outside we will go with Ollie Behrman. And I think he's accepted now. Not really a lot he can do at this stage of the Grand Prix. Oh, Liam Lawson there, big slide through the final corner as well. I think all of these guys beginning to struggle on their medium compound tyres. I don't know how far they're planning on taking them. That's the only other thing I'm a little bit uncertain about at the moment. Can we get to the inside of Lawson? Yeah, just get a bit of extra bite through the front end. And there we go then, back up into that all-important top 10. So, who is it that should be in the top 10 that isn't? Oh, it's one of the Red Bulls, isn't it? I think Verstappen, yeah, has had a bit of a stinker this afternoon. So, will he still get back to us? Will we be able to get up to Hamilton and Albon? Oh, there we go, another one in. Alexander Albon into the pit lane as well then. So I had wondered about the Williams and a couple of other drivers towards the end. Sainz is running in P4, so if he's able to hang on to that, that'll be a huge result for Williams. But yeah, picking off another one for us, so gives us a bit more leeway, but I don't think... Oh no, it's Hajar, sorry, way further down the order. I don't think he's going to get back to us by the end. I reckon we could be on for, at very least, 9th place today, which still isn't huge, but will feel as an achievement. There we go, Sainz in as well. So Carlos Sainz then, both Williams trying to gamble it. So they've taken track position earlier on, but definitely now are struggling late on in the day. We got yellows out further back. Who is that struggling? I believe that's a Haas car that is breaking down then late on in the afternoon. So a safety car now would certainly add some spice to proceedings. Is that Behrman? Is it Ocon? Or is it actually a Cadillac? I don't really know for sure. Both their dots are basically the same colour inside this game. Either way, they're still trying to retire from this Grand Prix. It is Esteban Ocon. That becomes our first retirement of the afternoon then. So Ferrari, 2 mechanical failures for them here. That will raise some eyebrows.
Okay, expect to see some rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now.
Well, there we go. 2 laps to go. Apparently changeable weather could be here. Admittedly, 10 minutes after this Grand Prix has come to its conclusion, so that's a bit of a shame. Would have been interested to see how that kind of affected things late on in the afternoon. But tell you what, though, the fact we've been able to stay as close to Leclerc and Hamilton as we have done, I am very, very happy with the way things have gone over the course of today there. Carlos Sainz is still trying to close in on me, but I don't think he's going to go 4 seconds a lap faster. But yeah, the one-stop has really worked out well for both myself and Hulkenberg there, because he's way further up the order than I was expecting from him as well. But still McLaren lead in the way. Looks like McLaren are going to bag a 1-2 here, so that will do them huge wonders in the Constructors. And once again, George Russell and Mercedes, we were expecting more this weekend. Well, I tell you what then, as we move on to this last lap of the Grand Prix, Carlos Sainz, he's not going to be a million miles behind me by the time we get back round towards the finish line. The gap's down to just 4 seconds here, so he has definitely been closing us in, but cool, calm, collected as we round our way in towards the final few corners. Because, yeah, there just is not enough time for the Spaniards to try and get back past us there. But in towards the final couple of corners, though, I'm pretty certain it's Lando Norris up at the front of the order. This is going to be rather embarrassing if it is in fact Oscar Piastri, but Shanghai, McLaren have conquered here. The reigning world champion, he will be victorious. That immediately reminds everybody that the number 1 is on his car for a reason. Oscar Piastri will follow him home in P2. So McLaren, after not getting either car on the podium last weekend, they will finish 1 and 2 here. George Russell hounds them all the way through to the checkered flag in P3. Just ahead of his teammate Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Verstappen, a good drive ahead of both Ferraris as well. Leclerc and Hamilton, I wonder what went wrong this weekend with their car. But through the final corner, points again, it is P8.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
A great display of dominance today, Crofty, by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them, and excited to see what more they can do in future races.
There's room for 3 on their podium, but only ever 1 right at the top. Let the celebrations begin. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris didn't quite pick up the full 33 points this weekend, but still a very, very good job done there, ahead of George Russell and Oscar Piastri when we take a look at the total for the weekend. 4 points for us, though, so again, it was basically the big 5 teams and myself able to score, so very, very happy with that. Drivers' race results, though, I should say. Lando Norris, 11.5 seconds clear of Oscar Piastri, that was able to keep George Russell at an arm's length right towards the very end there. Both McLarens ahead of both Mercedes. Max Verstappen, another solid run to P5 ahead of both Ferraris. Myself, Sainz, and Isaac Hadjar, all inside your top 10. Liam Lawson, he'll be a little bit disappointed there. Had he been on a one-stop strategy, maybe, just maybe, he could have scored points as well, as he was not too far behind Isaac as well, come the checkered flag. But yeah, Hulkenberg, great recovery from the back of the field to P13. Definitely proves that the one-stop was the way to go. What does that do in the World Championship? Well, it means now Lando Norris 7 points clear of George Russell, who was 1. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 3 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend back for the Japanese Grand Prix at the iconic Suzuka circuit. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Shanghai, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Our first sprint weekend of the year, and it's safe to say, 2 races down, things are actually going quite well for us in terms of the World Championships as well. Now, obviously, qualifying so far, we have struggled a little bit more with inside this series. But, that being said, race pace, this Audi actually looks to be quite competitive. After Hulkenberg and I started right at the back of the pack last time round, we recovered to an 8th place finish. Hulkenberg ended up recovering to P13 as well. So it goes to show that, yeah, we are generally gearing this car a bit more towards its race pace than its qualifying trim. Lando Norris, though, leading the World Championship at the moment. I believe, yeah, no driver has finished on the podium in both of the opening 2 Grand Prix. So all of your top 6 in the World Championship standings have been on the podium exactly once so far this season. I think that's my goal by the end of this first campaign, is to try and get Audi their first podium in the sport as well. Championship-wise, though, we are currently P9, tied with Alexander Albon and Carlos Sainz. They're on 5 points apiece. Constructors-wise, we are P6 as the last team that has been able to score early on this season. Now, Fernando Alonso down at Aston Martin has been absolutely cooking. Hasn't quite had the luck to get some points yet, but definitely has been the best of the backmarkers there. McLaren lead the Constructors 17 points clear of Ferrari, who are a further 3 ahead of Mercedes AMG as well. So again, we were kind of expecting Mercedes to be a little bit stronger early on in this campaign. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure to leave a like. Get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We are trying to get to 160,000 subs at the moment. Now, before we go any further though, am I able to put any more upgrades onto this car as well? We got 468 R&D, so we're going to risk it. We're going to try and get a couple more upgrades onto the car ready for this weekend as well. So front nose cone structure first has failed. That's a shame. We do get the aero upgrade, though, from Hulkenberg's side of things.
I know we were expecting some new developments to come through, but I'm afraid to say that some of them have failed quality control. We're going to need to tell the team what to redevelop.
Oh, not quite enough R&D. Not quite enough R&D to be able to sort out that one. Will we get the front wing gurney flap? Yes, we will. So there we go. Another couple of aero upgrades going onto the car, ready for this weekend. It now means we're ahead of VCarb in terms of overall performance. So we are just behind Alpine, but yeah, Williams, despite the fact that they've scored points in both Grand Prix so far, they still apparently only have the 9th best car in this series, so we'll wait and see if that rings true this weekend. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Konnichiwa, and welcome to a track loved by the drivers and fans alike. A place where so many champions have been crowned. Let's get practice started then here in Japan.
Well, heading through this first season then of this series. Don't hit the inside wall, thank you. Yeah, I kind of want to obviously bring you guys through most of the running that we've got going on, you know, whether we can get some upgrades on the car, everything like that, as, well, for a tyre wear program, that's probably not the best way to kickstart things here at Suzuka, but yeah, obviously, like I said, apart from the sprint weekends, I will try to show off most of the practice sessions, kind of how we're getting on, only as a small little segment at the start of the video. Of course, as always, there is timestamps linked down below if you just want to head to a certain part of the episode, but Yeah, early on though, I mean, we got tyre wear and we got qualifying sim run this weekend. Tyre wear, we should be able to get the purple. Qualifying sim run, we might struggle. Be quite funny then with how OP the battery mode is inside this game. You can be way down early on in a program, but just dump a bit of boost. And immediately you can claw back the delta, so you can really afford to underdrive the car, it feels like, in free practice programs, and still able to get the purple, as we've proven immediately, even with that terrible start. Literally, as we head out then to start our qualifying sim run, that's a little bit annoying. Rain has now started to fall here at Suzuka, so we're going to find out very, very quickly whether they're going to have the grip to try and get this program. Team wanted to do a 1:33. That might be doable. I'm really not sure. This practice run was either going to help or hinder us, but so far we're still way up or in the green. Just dip a wheel though onto the wet stuff there, and there's no grip as you try and get the power down on the exit. But yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like it kind of factors in the overtake boost as well around this circuit. It's 190 miles an hour on the way into the final few corners. Only 170 miles an hour though on the exit. So yeah, the engine really trying to recharge the pack in all the right places. But through the final corner though, we're going to smash that by 3/4 of a second as well. No, I'm not. Okay, maybe that's just a weird glitch. But either way, we'll head out into qualifying.
A warm welcome, everybody, from a venue that has seen plenty of sensational laps over the years. Remember, Verstappen in 23, Vettel in 2019, some phenomenal pole laps. But whose will it be today?
With a couple of little reliability issues, shall we say, at the start of qualifying then. We've been able to get out onto the circuit. But yeah, Nico Hulkenberg after the first runs are in. It's a great way to start, isn't it? Right, I'll go do myself a bit of an outlap, get my eye in. I've literally bottled a qualifying lap before I've even started it. That's impressive even by my standards. Verstappen's ran a 28.8, so the Hulk was about 2 seconds slower. But yeah, Suzuka's a lot more difficult track to overtake than Shanghai. So if we don't qualify well today, it might be a lot more difficult to carve our way through. Ensure that I've got the battery pack ready to go then this time round. Obviously, I'll put a little bit of wear through the tyres, but we should have enough time to get back to the pit lane and get another run a little bit later on if we need it. Through the final corner though, going to use some boost mode that time round. So Hajar all the way down in P18 at the moment as well. Of course, the goal though, first of all, is just to make sure we get ourselves into Q2. And then we can kind of worry about everything else if we make it. I've got to be really, really careful. Of course, much less grip. This is where you notice the big difference between the 25 and the 26 cars is through those S's here. That high-speed downforce is so dramatically reduced. So we're making our way through the first Degner. Again, obviously you'd be basically flat out in qualifying trim with last year's cars, but this Audi at the moment, well, certainly does not have the grip for that. They're a little bit wide into the hairpin. Might mean we can try and get a good run on the exit, but ideally we need to find about 3 seconds here. We're about 2 seconds up at the moment, so we're finding a bit more. Only problem is, yeah, there's so few opportunities to recharge the pack around this lap as well. Maybe I need to be a bit more aggressive with the Lyco or in certain places as well. Let's activate the straight line mode then. We're going to completely drain the battery down in towards the final couple of corners. 210 miles an hour on the way into 130R. That is huge speed through there, but again, you derate nearly 40 miles an hour by the time you head through the exit. 3.5 seconds up though on our Delta. Make sure I don't invalidate yet another lap down through the exit of the Casio Triangle. Dump the battery on the run to the line. 30.2 only puts us 18th. As we head back out then for our final run, provisionally we only need to find another 1/10 of a second if I want to get ahead of Fernando Alonso. And of course everybody else is going to look to improve as well then here through the final couple of corners, taking out a fresh set of the soft compound tyres, wind the car up and watch it go as we cross the start-finish line there. Of course we're going to be keeping one eye on that Delta as we make our way around the lap, but again just trying to see where we can gain a little bit of time there, coast the car into turn 1. It is still a rather weird feeling inside the game, but I do quite enjoy the strategy element behind it, where you can find a bit of time, where you might lose a bit of time as well. It's definitely getting a bit more hooked up through the S's this time around, already about 1/4 of a second up as we head through the exit. And again, just dump a little bit of battery there before we head out in towards the Degners. Charles Leclerc goes to the top of the pile, so he won't be at risk of dropping down in Q1. Not that I would really expect him to be at risk anyway there, as I just decided to try and sacrifice a little bit of time on the way through the Degners to hopefully save us a little bit later on in the lap, and a much tidier run through the hairpin. Obviously able to use that battery and immediately about a quarter second up, and we've got about an extra 5-6% in charge as well. So it's those little differences that really can add up over the course of a lap. Trying to roll out onto the back straight nice and tidily there, as Hulkenberg seems to have improved rather rapidly. We are a 10th up though on Arvid Lindblad at the moment as we make our way in towards the final corner, having a downshift that time round just to give us a little bit more on the exit. Nice and tidy through the first part of the Casio Triangle, nice and tidy through the second part as well. Going to be 4 tenths up by the time we get back round to the line. Will it be enough? 29.8. Oh, only 18th. That's gutting. Well, there we go. Charles Leclerc fastest in Q1, just ahead of Max Verstappen and Lando Norris there. So 3 cars from 3 different teams covered by less than a tenth of a second. Fernando Alonso goes P6, quicker than Lewis Hamilton. So no idea what wizardry the Aston Martin man's found at the moment. But we out-qualified, Nico Hulkenberg in the opening 2 Grand Prix. Sadly, that has not happened today, as again, only half a tenth away from making it into Q2. So it is fine margins early on this season there. I wonder if the AI just get a little bit more battery over qualifying, whether they don't have to worry about it as much as we do. But again, so far this season, we seem to have come alive come race day, so fingers crossed it happens again.
Suzuka in the springtime where the cherry blossom is in full bloom. But who's blooming out on our track and who's flourishing on this wonderful day at this magnificent track? Welcome along to Suzuka and the Japanese Grand Prix. A lap of this historic racetrack covers 3.6 miles. It's the only time during the season that we race on a figure-of-8 circuit. And the drivers can expect some intense G-forces through the 18 corners on offer here as they experience some of the highest average apex speeds on the Formula One calendar. Keep an eye out for overtakes into the final chicane. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. An immense lap from Lewis Hamilton yesterday puts him on pole position. And starting next to them is George Russell. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Norris, Oscar Piastri and Verstappen, Hadjar, Sainz, Lawson and Alex Albon, Colapinto, Alonso, Nico Hulkenberg and Antonelli, Bottas, Behrman, Lance Stroll and Mr. Monaco, Lindblad, Gasly, Perez and Esteban Ocon lines up at the back of the grid. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, in the last 3 qualifying sessions in a row, I've ended up finding myself P18 on the grid. So, yeah, I don't know how many times we're going to keep managing this early on this season, but I guess it could be worse. It could be better, but it could be worse. Nice and early on in this campaign. Once again, I'm going to underfuel the car. I'm going to go under by about 2.5 laps. There aren't as many fuel-saving opportunities here, but I think, yeah, once again, we should be able to try and get a little bit back in the car. Team don't believe the one-stop is going to be viable, though, today. So, yeah, I'm inclined to believe them. Season 1, the tyre wear can be quite high here at Suzuka as well. So we're going to start on a set of softs, then we're going to take a set of mediums, and then another set of mediums through to the end of the GP as well. I don't know why. I feel like there's going to be a safety car today. Whether it'll help or hinder us is a very, very different question then. But Lewis Hamilton, his first pole position for Ferrari, 6 thousandths of a second quicker than George Russell today. Will he hang on for a race victory though on Sunday afternoon? 5 red lights are on. 4 lights out, and away we go there. It's the first time this season we haven't started a race on the hard compound tyre. We actually get off to a pretty good one there on the run in towards turn 1 until Ollie Behrman just turns across me. Gasly and Lindblad able to get around the outside as well. And well, that's the 3rd weekend in a row then. I think I made contact with a Haas car nice and early on in this race, so not too sure. I'm not boxing this lap, I just keep pressing the wrong button, it would appear, on this game. But yeah, once again then, from looking like we could have had quite a good start, the AI is super aggressive in towards that first corner there, as we're going to try and get back underneath Sergio Perez as we climb up the hill. And look at the boost there. able to get right back to Arvid Lindblad and Pierre Gasly. Alpine, I feel like, have been a little bit unlucky so far with the performance inside this game. They've definitely been nerfed a bit. This looks like Russell. Oh, hello. Hi. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that one either. Everybody was just trying to look to the inside of each other. I tried to avoid Gasly, but wasn't quite able to avoid spinning in that moment. Yeah, that has really not been ideal then early on in this Grand Prix. So, yeah, down to last place then. I think, was that for the second time this season? I feel like, yeah, we had a bit of a stinker. No, it was early on, wasn't it? In Australia. It wasn't quite lap 1, but we've got to get our head down. There's only 2 straight line modes as well around this track, so not that many opportunities to use the lower aero. But, yeah, we've just got to get our head down and focus. Okay. Don't know how I've done that then. Clearly not squabbling with other drivers is the way to go early on in this race. I mean, we are on softs as well, but first ever fastest lap for ourselves and the Audi team. I'm sure it won't stay until the end of the Grand Prix, but wasn't expecting that one. It hasn't taken us long then to get back to the rear of the field here. There's a few squabbles going on just in front, but I tell you what, I'm already weighing up our options when it comes to tyre wear here. We're getting about 7% a lap, so we could in theory probably get these tyres to about lap 10, and then maybe, just maybe, we could get the hard compound tyres all the way through to the end of the Grand Prix. So you can see Arvid Lindblad there, side by side with Valtteri Bottas just up in front, but for the first time then today, we are now going to get the overtake mode. I was worried, and obviously we might not be able to stick with the rest of the runners here, but where is Perez going to start trying to charge his pack once again? There he is. Annoyingly, I've gone and done it at exactly the same time as well. Someone's ran wide down at turn 1. Fernando Alonso there, a bit of a dodgy rejoin as well, as just tries to get back on the road. I mean, Honda, they would have wanted a good result at their home Grand Prix early on this season. Haas as well, obviously a lot of Toyota backing, so they'll be looking for a big result today. But it seems like Hulkenberg has actually been able to get away from most of the back markers. For some reason... Okay, for some reason, yeah, the AI really don't tend to use much battery through that section of the lap then down in towards the hairpin, so just about getting around the outside of Ocon there. I did try and give him a little bit of a push, see if I could help him out, but clearly I didn't enjoy that one. But to quote James May, I'm not last. Perez there, got to be very, very careful that I don't crash into the back of the Cadillac. And then again, we'll try and dump some battery on the exit then. This seems to be, bizarrely, our best place to go for moves then around this lap, as past Sergio Perez to the inside of Alonso as well then. Obviously new Honda engine, new Audi engine in Formula 1, but we have made it work then up into P19 of this Grand Prix. I think if we can score points today, it's going to be a huge miracle. We are definitely saving a fair amount of fuel back in the car. We still need to save about another 2. Away we go, Gasly around the outside of Valtteri Bottas then as we make our way down in towards 130R. And again, you're just carrying such an insane amount of speed on the way into that corner that it's almost difficult to kind of process. Oh, there you go, that's going to be our first warning then of the afternoon. Can we get a run back on Valtteri though, in towards that first corner? Oh, when is he going to start charging up the pack? Bottas, there we go. Oh, but we're not going to get close enough there. Really don't want to send it in. It's all Gasly. Gets squeezed out a little bit wide, almost connects with Valtteri Bottas as he tries to rejoin the road. So these three just in front of me having an almighty scrap early on. How is the tyre wear looking still? Up to almost 50%, so can we stretch it? We'll keep trying, but the tyres really do hit a cliff and fall off. Ooh, Bottas. Oh, Valtteri Bottas has gone straight on there and just immediately comes straight back over the nose of Gasly. He wanted to try and give me a squeeze, but I won't be taking that one then. A little bit risky over the grass when we're trying to deploy, but yellow flag's now out. Who is going to be our first retirement of the day? It's Alexander Albon. So Williams then, their second mechanical failure of the year. See, Carlos Sainz went up in smoke back in Australia, didn't he, of course? And look at this now, Bottas having to recharge the pack. It's like he stood still down in towards 130R. We'll close in a bit more on Sir Lancelot as well. I know he won't have the overtake mode just yet. It definitely feels like tyres make less of a difference in this series until they start to reach a cliff edge. And then obviously you really want to go for the harder tyres. So loads of cars into the pit lane. And Stroll, we're going to relegate him out of the points as soon as he gets there. So up into 10th. Hulkenberg then is having a very, very good day at things early on this afternoon. Is just trying to dump a load of battery. Obviously, I've basically had overtake mode since about lap 4, so want to keep hold of that for as long as I possibly can. As Ollie Behrman, how far is he going to take that set of hards then? As obviously we can't peel in this time, otherwise we'd lose a bag of time behind Hulkenberg. So now it's Carlos Sainz then to the lead of this race. So Sainz on the medium, Behrman on the hard, and myself on the soft compound. Imagine if the race were to finish like this. Well, I'm going to try a roll of the dice then in this Grand Prix. We're going to try and move over to a set of hard compound tyres to the end of the afternoon, as here comes Oscar Piastri, wasting no time at all as he tries to get past us. We're going to be side by side into 130R. Oh, I was hoping to try and save a bit more battery there as hitting the bump on the outside. That is not a corner with these cars at those speeds that you want to be going 2 by 2. So, yeah, Oscar Piastri, I mean, I haven't got kids at home, but he knew I was going to lift out of that one then. Is into the pit lane. Nice and tidy on the way in. Don't want to risk anything there as Carlos Sainz also in from the temporary lead of this race. So where are we going to re-emerge? That's going to be the big question at the moment then, as Esteban Ocon also into the pits. So yeah, we've been able to take those soft tyres much, much further than I was expecting to, as Ocon's going to come out just ahead there of, I think, Sergio Perez in the pit lane as well. We're going to be right down towards the back of the pack, but I think this is my big thing here. Obviously, the only real opportunity we're going to have at scoring points is by trying to stretch this second stint. There's all Bottas there. Just tries to... Well, it's almost like he wanted to try and do a bump and run on me through that first corner. A little bit of contact, but we'll get away with it. And hopefully now, we can try and drive away. There we go, Ollie Behrman in and coming back out of the pit lane then. So we're just about going to get back ahead of the Haas man as well. There is definitely not an Audi stopping now, so nice to know that glitch on F125 is still here. Hulkenberg 4 seconds up the road, running P13 at the moment, but is he going to be able to get any more? Hasn't taken us long then to close up to Pierre Gasly, as it looks like, whoa, Hulkenberg has got the jump then on Franco Colapinto just in front. They are obviously just keeping one eye on the tyre wear though at this stage as well. We must have just missed out on the range from the Frenchman, so Alpine versus Audi on 2 fronts at the moment. It looks like Alpine at the moment have got the better of both Hulkenberg and myself. Mark's still trying to guide me through this at the moment. It's down the inside of Pierre Gasly we will go. AI definitely don't seem to use as much battery really around most of the lap, apart from the run in towards turn 1, but always again just had to be really, really careful with those rears down into the Casio triangle. So we'll try and give ourselves the shortest run, then try and break the toe from Pierre Gasly. Of course, he's now going to have the full boost just behind us. Can't get there, though. So, as Colapinto almost goes back across the nose of our teammate Hulkenberg. I mean, points are not that far in front either. Alexander Albon, obviously... No, it's Sainz, isn't it? In that final points-paying position, I believe, right now. Just ahead of one of the V-carbs. Oh, Arvid Lindblad. That took me by surprise. Lindblad, big lock up then down at the hairpin. Is he going to try and dump some battery as well? Oh, a pass on the grass around the outside of our teammate Nico Hulkenberg as well there. So it's all kicking off on lap 16, seemingly out of nowhere in this GP. But having to really send it then past our teammate. Can I close in the half a second we need? Back to Franco Colapinto to make sure that we keep this overtake mode enabled. You can see again the AI really do like to recharge on the way into 130R, so hopefully, yeah, that's not going to be a major issue on the game. It's kind of the first, I mean, in these opening 3 races, the first real bad decision the AI have made when it comes to their recharge. Other than that, they generally have made sense so far, as Norris and Hadj are peeling into the pit lane once again. They are going to be back to the top 10 for now. But of course we're going to have a lot of quick cars trying to find their way back through. Will I be able to get to the end of the Grand Prix on these tyres? It's going to be mighty close, but I think we're going to have to roll the dice. Oh, we've got more yellows. We've got more yellows then a little bit further behind. That, I believe, is Hadjar. Hadjar off in the wall. I don't know if he's out of spin or whether he's out of the Grand Prix. So there's obviously a replay up on your screens at the moment. I think he's been able to keep going. So, yeah, Isaac Hadjar there. Weird little moment, but... that, of course, helps me out, especially if he's lost the win, because it might be one less car that can get back past us. As gaining on Colapinto. Definitely not going to be able to do anything on the way into 130R. Are we going to be able to do anything on the exit? Oh, again, the Argentinian just tries to cover us off there, and I will keep the overtake mode for myself. As Liam Lawson into the pit lane, you can see Colapinto desperately trying to get the power down out of that final corner. Will we be able to do anything on the run into turn 1? Colapinto having to charge the pack. To the inside we will go. Lift off slightly on the way in there. Park it on the inside of the Argentinian. Again, run a little bit wide though through the exit. So we're going to be side by side into the S's. But we do make the position count now. And up then into 4th. Kimi Antonelli into the pit lane, as well as I believe one of the Ferraris there of Lewis Hamilton. So Carlos Sainz back to the point then in this Grand Prix. So I think it might only be myself and Carlos that are trying to make the one-stop happen here, at least in front of us. Oscar Piastri, could he be about to become our 3rd different winner in the opening 3 Grand Prix? I mean, on the one hand, it'd be so cool to see Williams win this race. On the other hand, I really don't want to help out one of our big constructors' rivals. So it might be worth it when Piastri and Russell get to me, just unleashing them and allowing them to go after the Spaniards. Oh no, Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz into the pit lane as well then, so we might be the only driver that is attempting the one-stop this afternoon. 2nd weekend in a row then that we have taken the lead of a Grand Prix. Russell though less than 2 seconds back now as he and Piastri continue to duke it out. Teams still want me to pit. Tyre wear is starting to creep up a little bit more. I really don't want to at the moment. But of course, the last thing I want to do is risk a spin and then potentially losing even more ground. Russell then closing in on us as we make our way down towards 130R. Is he going to have a look for it? Yes, he is. Oh, Russell just about gets by. And Mercedes then to the lead of the Japanese Grand Prix once more. Seems like Piastri's pace is also falling off quite a lot later on in the afternoon. I think we've just got to try and brave it right the way through to the end. Tyre wear is not going to be fun. We're already at over 40%, but I guess as long as we beat out those Williams, or that Williams, I should say, of Carlos Sainz, it'll probably be a pretty good result for us here. Well, I think the last few laps into this Grand Prix are going to be rather depressing for us. Oscar Piastri, again, there's no real point in trying to defend this at the moment. McLaren is just going to fly on by. So, yeah, I'm looking kind of at this train of cars. It goes all the way down to Antonelli, doesn't it? Of course, Isaac Hadjar, way down the order after having to make 2 pit stops in the space of 3 laps. You can just see there, we get the overtake, the boost mode, everything like that again. But by the time we get back in towards turn 1, we're already pretty much out of the range. Tyres are definitely starting to hit the cliff then. You can see the blistering on that front left. I guess the good thing is with Suzuka is because it's a figure of 8 circuit, generally speaking, the tyre wear is a bit more even across the fronts as well. But as we plunge back down the hill, I mean, look at that. Verstappen not wasting any time. Will clear us on the way in. Try and claim some slipstream off of the Dutchman as well. Let's look at that. If we can use the boost, I can actually pull back alongside the AI. I don't really know why. Obviously, yeah, again, we're not going to be able to keep up with the Dutchman towards the end, but it's fun to believe. The thing I have got to think about as well still, the fuel warning light is still on. With just 4 laps to go with this GP. We're only about under, I think by about 0.1 of a lap now. That time around, of course, we've lost the overtake mode now to Verstappen as well, but there's not even a chance that I could defend from these guys because I still need to Lyco. Goodbye, Lewis Hamilton. Moves up into P4. So yeah, both of our previous Grand Prix winners. It seems to be a bit of a curse. You win a Grand Prix so far this season. I mean, it's only happened twice so far, but your next race is pretty cursed, but George Russell looks dead set on making it 3 winners from 3 different teams in the opening 3 Grand Prix, unless Piastri can do something to deny him. Well, Charles Leclerc then, I'm going to try and be strategic with this again. I'm going to be tactical. I'm going to let Leclerc through before we get into 130R, just to make sure we're the one with the overtake mode yet again, but 3 laps to go with this Grand Prix. Antonelli still 4 seconds back. It's not guaranteed that he gets to us by the end of the afternoon, so yeah, I'm surprised that every single AI opted for a 2-stop strategy here. I really didn't think as many of them were going to go for it as have, but I thought about it on Leclerc, but again, it's just not worth it. We've just got to get to the checkered flag in the quickest time possible. Ferraris, McLarens, Mercedes, Red Bulls, they're not really our conscious threat early on. They are just too quick, as you can see through the S's, how much Leclerc immediately pulls away. We are about to start the last lap of this Grand Prix. Antonelli now making a power move past Lando Norris then, but we have just got to get the elbows out here. We've got to try and defend from these guys as best as possible towards the end of this race. Tyre wear warning light has flashed up. Still at the front of the order, though. It is George Russell leading the way there as we try and dump some battery out of the final corner. Will it be enough, though, to defend from Antonelli, who's going to try and have a look to the inside, in towards that first corner? Oh, we just were able to hang on there, but I thought Antonelli was keeping the nose in. Just run a little bit wide through turn 1 and turn 2 there, and unfortunately, we've let Lando Norris through as well, so there's something about having Antonelli in my mirrors early on this season that seems to be an absolute curse for us. Oh no, there you go. Just now, the tyres, the rears are absolutely cooked. Lucky to save that one then, and not lose another spot to Carlos Sainz, because of course, absolutely imperative that we keep outscoring the Williams man as well, but yeah, late on in the day, I absolutely firmly believe this was the right way to go with the strategy. We were way down the order before I opted to make that pit stop, but losing the spot to Antonelli, just get the tyres out of the right operating window, and unfortunately, yeah, we are dropping away on this last lap then. Would have been really satisfying if we could have tried to beat some of those cars in front, some of those big dogs early on this season. I guess we've got past Hajar again, but that's probably the one of those you would expect that you could get the better of anyway. Through the final corner, though, George Russell, he is going to make it 3 drivers from 3 different teams to win in the opening 3 Grand Prix this season. Mercedes are back on top of the Formula 1 world there. Oscar Piastri will follow him home in P2. Max Verstappen, another podium finish in P3 there. Through the final corner for us, though, for the 2nd weekend in a row, it's best of the rest. We are going to finish in P8. Happy with that.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
We've seen a brilliant display of the Russell hustle. It's George Russell who wins.
To witness such mastery of these conditions, these changeable conditions that we saw today, is very impressive indeed. So a huge congratulations to this driver for taking victory today.
Well, it's been a long wait for many of our drivers, but the wait is always worth it. Bring them out to the awaiting crowd. It's time for our podium celebrations. By George, he was good today. The top step awaits for George Russell.
Well, there we are then. We rolled the dice, and I think it's safe to say it absolutely paid off for us there. 4 more points on the board, and solid progress for the Audi team early on. Hulkenberg narrowly misses out on his first points of the season as Liam Lawson gets VCarb's tally rolling as well. But it's George Russell that claims the victory, 1.2 seconds clear of Oscar Piastri. Max Verstappen again makes it, I think for the first time this season, 3 different drivers from 3 different teams on the podium as well. Hamilton beats out Charles Leclerc, Antonelli ahead of Norris and myself, with, like I said, Sainz and Liam Lawson there, both inside the top 10. I believe it was just, Alexander Albon that failed to see the checkered flag this weekend, so Williams may be struggling a bit with reliability early on in this campaign. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it now means George Russell 11 points clear of Piastri and Verstappen, 12 points clear of Lando Norris, and, well, Charles Leclerc's early season, although it's still, definitely far too early to call anything guaranteed. Definitely seems like Ferrari have taken a bit of a step back since Albert Park as well. Andrea Kimi Antonelli in P7. We are now ahead of Isaac Hadjar in the championship standings, as he is tied with Carlos Sainz there, with Alexander Albon and Liam Lawson there with points on the board, and Hulkenberg now are the best record of anybody that has failed to score a point. Constructors-wise, McLaren 11 clear of Mercedes, who steadily are moving their way towards the front. Ferrari's still ahead of Red Bull there, and we are now just 3 points back behind Atlassian Williams F1 team as well. VCarb, like we said there, first point of the year, ahead of Aston Martin, Alpine, Haas, and Cadillac. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 4 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend for a Grand Prix, of course, that we didn't get IRL this year. We're back in Sakhir, ready for our first outing to the Middle East for the Bahrain GP. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Suzuka, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say we're learning a lot from the opening 3 races of this campaign, and I want to look to try and continue that momentum as we head into this weekend. However, we've got some big news as we head into this one as well. We've got a first secret meeting of the season. So, obviously, yeah, if you're new, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. But I am really interested then to see who is potentially looking to sign our services. And it's a completely plain suit. Alpine, apparently. that was a bit kind of a quiet build-up, wasn't it? But there we go. Alpine then are unable to score a point so far this season. Maybe looking to try and replace Franco Colapinto down the line. But honestly, I think straight off the bat, our Audi team is looking in much better shape than Alpine at the moment. So we are not going to accept those conversations. We are going to walk out of that room. And yeah, very clear that my allegiance is with Audi still early on this season, so we should hopefully have a few upgrades going on the car this weekend. Oh, we missed out on one of those.
Expecting some new developments to come through, but I'm afraid to say that some of them have failed quality control. We're going to need to tell the team what to redevelop via the R&D screen.
Well, there we go then. We got Mark and Eleanor there talking over each other, which is rather frustrating as we head into the weekend. Annoyingly, it looks like Alpine have only just overtaken us in terms of vehicle performance as well. So, progress-wise so far, most teams have stayed fairly level. A couple of little upgrades are being thrown in here and there as well. Taking a look, though, at the World Championship standings, George Russell now finally starting to get the hang of things with his first victory of the season last weekend out in Suzuka. He is now 11 points clear of Oscar Piastri, as he and Max Verstappen, they're tied in P2, despite the fact neither of them have actually won a race yet. Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc, after winning, both then finished 7th in the next Grand Prix. Maybe that means George Russell is going to finish 7th this weekend as well. Maybe, just maybe, we could be getting our 4th different winner from the opening 4 Grand Prix. We've scored points, though, every single weekend as well, so looking to try and maintain that momentum as we return here to the Middle East. So, yeah, without further ado, let's head out onto the track. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
The original desert destination, Bahrain, awaits us, as does a weekend of action. Plenty for the teams and drivers to get to grips with during practice.
Well, there are still rumours that are saying that maybe Bahrain, but more likely Jeddah, could come back right at the end of the 2026 Formula 1 season as well. So, yeah, I'm not going to say it's completely guaranteed that we won't see this track this year. But it was still a bit of a shame. Of course, I understand, you know, a lot bigger things going on in the world. Certainly, obviously, not worth the risk of trying to bring F1 to the venue, especially last month, obviously, when there was so much going on around the Middle East. But I think it's, yeah, a crying shame, because I genuinely think Bahrain is such a good track and would have worked so well with these cars. It's a perfect combination of kind of enough long straights that you've definitely got opportunities to kind of jockey for position, as Bahrain has proven for so many years now, but also enough big braking zones, enough slower areas as well on the lap, where I think you'd really be able to recharge the pack as well. So, yeah, like I said, I'm hoping, of course, even if we don't get Bahrain this year, that it should hopefully be back on the calendar, ready for 2027. But obviously, as we head out the winter-free practice, definitely feel like I'm making a lot of progress, a lot better understanding of the car we've got underneath us as well. So, yeah, we're making good progress with this Audi, and hopefully we're going to kick things off with a purple score. There we go then. As you can see, I think 3 greens and the rest purple there. Will that be purple to kick things off? Yes, it absolutely will. Well, I managed to lock in so hard then throughout the rest of practice that I completely forgot to do any more commentary, which isn't meaning very good, considering that's my job. But as we get ready then, the sun has obviously set here in Sakhir, and I must admit the grey now on this Audi car does look absolutely incredible. Definitely a bit more, almost seems more vibrant under the floodlights here as well. But on the brakes in towards turn 1 then. Of course, first of all, the real goal here is to try and make it into Q2. Missing out in both Shanghai and Suzuka. And well, if we make mistakes like that, then we're going to really struggle here as well. That turn 2, turn 3 transition, so aggressive. We'll go again, just to try and give myself a delta. Well, I'm not sure why I was trying to do my best Nikita Mazepin impression, but it could have been a whole lot worse. I could have properly put it in the wall there, so let's try and go for this one again then as we make our way out of that final corner. Top times probably looking to be aiming for the 128s as we head through this first qualifying session. Like I said, obviously, we made Q2 back in Australia, so again forgetting to Lyco in towards that first corner. So it really is something I've still got to consciously think about. I mean, it has completely rewritten the way you drive a Formula 1 car, doesn't it? As there we go, by the end of Sector 1, we're already almost 7 seconds in the green. Tip the car into the S's, definitely not flat out. But obviously the lack of high-end downforce on the car, and already a 10.5 down on Colapinto. Why do I suck so much in qualifying on this year's game? Well, I made sure I let Liam Lawson by when I was on... Sorry, when he was on his run. Is he going to do the same for me? No. I mean, he has given me a wonderful slipstream there, but I was really hoping he might make my life a little bit easier. Was really maximising the run in towards that final corner. Dump the battery, though, on the exit, on the short run back towards the line. 29.4. Only good enough for P19 side of the big hitters then. It is incredibly close between everybody else. Hulkenberg is currently, I believe, P13. He's less than 4/10 clear of myself. So one more improvement here. And hopefully we will get the car into Q2. It's rolling out of that final corner once again. Like I said, I've got to remember to Lyco a little bit in towards that first corner just to try and gain a little bit of time back. So I'm going to lift out about 200 metres out before we're on the anchors. Just at the start of the curve there, nice and tidy through turn 1. Really got to take a little bit less through turn 1 to maximise the run out of turn 2 and obviously carry the speed all the way back up the hill there. Is just lifting out slightly before we get on the anchors as well. Careful over the crest though, so much torque through the rear wheels. You've got to be really, really careful as the track falls away from you. And then down the hill as well, just leaving a little bit of time on the table. Never know whether to trust that inside curb then through that next corner. 2/10 up at the moment. There is still a lot of this lap yet to go. It's turn 9, turn 10. Actually a bit easier now because you want to lift out on the way in just to charge up the pack ready for the exit. So again, we will use that warp drive, I'm now calling it, down this back straight, approaching 200 miles an hour, brake at about 80 metres out. Nail the apex on the way in. Roll on that throttle on the way out there as we climb up the hill. Don't feel like we're seeing too many improvements from other drivers then, as everybody else seems to have made it to the end of their run. That was nice, though. Really got over the inside curve there and will carry the speed down towards the final corner. One more braking zone to try and nail then on the anchors at the 100 board. Attack the curb on the way in. Get the throttle down on the way out with 4/10 up at the moment, but we're going to run out of battery on the run to the line. Is that Q2? Come on, show me Q2. 16th, we've done it. Well, there we are. Charles Leclerc fastest by 0.2 of a second for the first runs there. Lando Norris in P2 ahead of George Russell and Max Verstappen there. So 4 drivers from 4 different teams inside your top 4. Gasly looking very, very good there up in P6. But we make it through. We've missed out by 0.5 a couple of times. This time, though, we get through by 0.5 there just ahead of Ollie Behrman. Both Cadillacs out. Colapinto out. Arvid Lindblad out alongside Lance Stroll, who finds himself right at the back of the pack. But we've only got 1 set of tyres for Q2, so I think our goal is maybe beat Ocon, maybe beat Alonso and Hulkenberg. Well, like I said, I'm certainly not expecting to suddenly make our way into Q3, but Hulkenberg, I believe, has done a 29.2, so I don't know if he's going to be able to go for another run as well. Let's just go out there and enjoy this then, making it back into Q2 for the first time since Australia. So, yeah, clearly, around tracks that maybe top-end speed is a bit more important. We seem to have the pace inside this game there as just breaking down in towards that first corner. Nice and tidy through the entry. And through the exit there, maybe activating the overtake just a little bit too early. But again, it will launch us back up the hill by the time we head in towards turn 4. It is super satisfying when you get the laps hooked up on this game. But obviously, yeah, we are still struggling to try and find the limit consistently with this car there. Don't run wide through the exit. Quite nice and tidy Through the hairpin there, the back end wants to break free, but we're just able to keep it underneath us. Like I said, flick steering seems to have less of an effect with the 26 update, but definitely there are still some, I'm not going to say exploits, but some tricks you can try and use, like we did with the F125 cars as well. Bit of Lyco as we head down in towards the final sector of the lap, as we'll try and roll on the throttle as we climb back up the hill through the other side there. Use a bit of battery. Oh, at the moment, running wide there. Luckily won't get away with that one. Sorry, will get away with that one. Is running wide again through the top of the circuit. So we're already half a second down against Esteban Ocon. So I think we've got to mess this one up. Will we be able to go quicker still than our teammate Hulkenberg? I mean, obviously that lap, I wouldn't count in real life. And it's going to count for naught here as well. Just got a bit too leery on the loud pedal. Up to the line, a 1:31.2. It's P16. Well, there we are then. Russell fastest this time round, just ahead of Oscar Piastri and Max Verstappen. Then Liam Lawson, though, and Pierre Gasly both squeezed through into Q3, as Isaac Hadjar really seemed to struggle as well. But, yeah, I think looking at the times there, we might have been able to beat out Hulkenberg, but ultimately now it's 2-2. In the qualifying head-to-head so far this season. So, again, both cars seem to be a little bit stronger here, but if I know anything about Bahrain, tyre wear is going to be lethal.
There was a race against time in 2004 to get Sakir ready for its Grand Prix debut. But today, the only race is where it matters, right on track. Welcome to the Bahrain Grand Prix. There's no shortage of passing opportunities around the 3.36 miles of the Bahrain International Circuit, with the best, of course, at turn 1, and then another soon after into turn 4. 15 corners here, 6 to the left and 9 to the right, and we could see 1 or 2 flat spots into that tight left-hander of turn 10. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Leclerc, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Antonelli, Verstappen, Albon, Gasly, and Liam Lawson, Sainz, Ocon, Fernando Alonso, and Hadjar, Hulkenberg, Mr. Monaco, Ollie Behrman, and Sergio Perez, Bottas, Colapinto, Lindblad, and Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, there we go then, the 2 British race winners so far of this season, George Russell and Lando Norris, lining up on the front row of the grid. But yeah, in terms of strategy today, team are suggesting a 2-stop. They actually think a 3-stop could be viable as well. Now, obviously, we've tried to do the 1-stop in the opening 3 Grand Prix. Bahrain, though, Season 1 in a lower car. It's going to be near impossible today. So we're going to opt, though, to start on the mediums, see if we can just take them a little bit further, and then we might be able to go kind of 9 laps, and then 11 laps on the hards to the end of the GP. I will be very, very intrigued to see what the AI are going to be able to do here. I'm also going to run a little bit more aggressive on the underfueling as well, just because obviously there are so many big braking zones around this lap. I reckon we can try and Lyco 3 laps out of the car as well. So, yeah, without further ado, though, the Bahrain Grand Prix about to kick off. Dare I believe we can get points 4 times in a row. Let's do this thing then. 5 red lights about to come on. Hulkenberg on the softs, Behrman on the softs around us. Oh, we can hear someone trying to rev the nuts off their car before we get going, but it is lights out and away we go there. And Isaac Hadjar, terrible qualifying yesterday, getting off like a scolded cat in towards turn 1. Both of the Cadillacs going to try and find a way around us into that first corner as well. Don't crash into Ollie Behrman. It'd be nice to get through the first corner without contact with one of those Haas cars for a change early on this season. And looks like we've done exactly that there, sadly losing a couple of spots off the exit of the corner, as those caddies are still going to go hammer and tong at each other up the hill in towards turn 4. And are they just going to trip each other over? Yes, they will. Oh, we're going to be 3 wide on the exit, though. Oh, who's going to make this one work? There was a little bit of contact with Perez, Bottas as well. Squeaks by there. It's back down the inside of the pair of them, perhaps, down at the hairpin. But this is great racing early on, then. It does definitely feel like, with these new battery management techniques and everything else, the AI, you can get some really, really entertaining battles early on. And it does seem like lap 1's it can be a little less predictable as well there, as getting the power down out onto the back straight as Valtteri Bottas there. Just again trying to recharge his pack a little bit more, but yeah, happy then. We've only lost one spot off the start. Looks like Hulkenberg as well, making swift progress past Fernando Alonso. So again, the Spaniard there absolutely flying along in that Aston Martin, but we'll wait and see as to how he's going to be able to deliver there. There's Ollie Behrman now immediately trying to hound him down in towards the final corner. You can see the Honda having to recharge his energy pack just a little bit there as all through the final corners. That was a little bit nip and tuck there, as now the overtake mode has been enabled, and Behrman, he's a sitting duck on the exit as he's going to try and cover me off to defend round the inside of one to the outside of the other, back in towards turn one. A little bit of Lyco on the way into that first corner, but again, we will roll it around the outside of Fernando Alonso, and by the time we navigate our way through turn two, slamming the door in the Spaniard's face. I'm sure he'll have choice words to say about that one. But there we go then, early on, I've actually made a place. That's rare for me. So Hulkenberg then trying to look down the inside of Pierre Gasly in towards that final corner. So Pierre, I think he's had quite a bad start in this race, but he is on the hard, so looking to try and take his strategy a little bit differently to most of the other runners. I mean, look at that, down into that final corner. If you lose the spot, pretty much guaranteed to immediately get back past the car again, as well, thought about it there, but didn't want to overcommit against Gasly. And our teammate there back in towards turn one, so we'll sit back for now, and I'll try and recharge the pack a little bit more to go full attack. Wouldn't surprise me if already Hulkenberg is beginning to struggle on those soft compound tyres to the outside of our teammate. Or we'll just lift out through the final couple of corners there, but Gasly now starting to look a bit more racy once again as Ocon and Isaac Hadjar. The three Frenchmen in this series seem to stick to each other like glue, as Liam Lawson now getting Ricardo zonted in towards turn one, as he will lose a place to both his former teammate and to Esteban Ocon. There was a little bit of wheel spin through turn two as Gasly just praying that they don't crash into his side pod on the exit. Hulkenberg not too far behind either. Can I have a look for a move on the Frenchman? We're going to try and slow it down. A little bit of a front lock up there. They kind of transfer the weight to the rear axle as someone's lost part of their end plate as well. Don't know if that was Liam Lawson just up in front, but we'll get a pretty good idea pretty quickly. Hopefully it's not Isaac Hadjar. Of course, he lost his wing last weekend. Yeah, I think I can see there's Esteban Ocon, sorry. That seems to have lost an end plate, so the Haasman really not having an ideal start to proceedings, and I'm sure now, immediately you can just see the Constantina effect as we head down through that turn 9, turn 10 complex. But yeah, he's still trying to go on the offensive though here, as Lawson coming under even more pressure then from Pierre Gasly. They really check up on the apex, don't they? AI love to go side by side with this all new update. Will Gasly be able to hang on around the outside? Who do I kind of bet on to get a better run off the top of the circuit? Lawson there gets the elbows out. Gasly again trying to go for it. This is a great battle at the moment, as we almost take it 3 wide down towards the final corner. Round the outside of one, round the outside of the other as well, perhaps. Will we get there? Yes, we just about will against Pierre, but I think he's going to have the speed back in towards turn one as we completely dump the battery this time around. You can see as we start recharging, Gasly there just able to start inching ahead once more. I mean, whilst all this is going on, we've still got Ocon and Hadjar side by side just in front. Come on. This is so entertaining. Bahrain would have worked so well with this new generation of car there, as Liam Lawson just having to try and cover him off there, as I'm really struggling with the rear lock-in right now, so I might have to move the bias just stay a little bit further forward. Good news is we are saving a fair amount of fuel. Once again then trying to get a run back on Liam Lawson, who clearly feels like he's under pressure back towards that first corner. It's quite funny, where I never really underfueled the car on F1 25, I didn't realise just how kind of fuel range anxiety our engineer Mark gets as well. It seems like every other lap he's trying to give me an update on the fuel mileage. I mean, we are just weaving and battling around with each other so much early on. Another mistake though up at turn 4, so really struggling with the balance of the car this weekend, as Gasly now has found his way back around Hadjar and Esteban Ocon. We're out of nowhere going to get to the inside of Liam Lawson as well, so we need to try and clear Ocon. Like I said, I think that damage on his front wing will certainly be making a difference, but whilst we've been having all these battles going on, I failed to mention the Mercedes definitely delivering a bit more what we were expecting of them so far in this race, 1 and 2, although I believe now Leclerc and Norris are trying to go with them. Let's see then, has Ocon got the deployment out of the final corner? The answer is no, as we will get alongside him. Hadjar's going to do the same thing to Pierre Gasly. Oh, Lawson again! Liam Lawson now trying to look back down the inside there. He's going to wallop himself over the curbs. So I make sure I give him plenty of room at Esteban Ocon's expense. But it's just 3 wide racing everywhere early on. This is incredible. Here we go. Getting a run on Isaac Hadjar, who I think now his soft compound tyres are surely reaching the cliff. Feels a little bit awkward when you go past the AI, because you still want a Lyco on the exit, but sometimes it can be really awkward to do so. As there we go, Verstappen in, Russell in, and one of the Ferraris as well. Oh, I mean, look at that, Hadjar! It's so entertaining. I know we've kind of moaned about it IRL, but in this game, it works so well in just creating absolute carnage. As here we go again. Whoa, is there a gap to the outside of Gasly? There was barely a wheel's width, never mind a car's width on the outside there, but I don't think I can really go anywhere else with it. That's up over the top of the hill. We'll try and stick it around the outside. Just about get it done. Up then into P8 of this race, but yeah, I believe, whoa, we're going to pit in at the end of this lap there, as that's not the line through the hairpin. To make our way then through the final corner, Isaac Hadjar still just in front of us. You can see swinging the rear end of that Red Bull around like a pendulum at the moment. As into the pit lane we will both go. Make sure we get the car slowed down, as I won't get my objective. That's a real shame there, as lots of cars into the pit lane, so can we potentially get a jump on the Red Bull man? Liam Lawson might hopefully hold him up just a little bit there through pit lane. This is going to be, a battle between Audi and Red Bull, and I think the team have messed that one up. Yes, they have. 5.2 seconds. Our first botched pit stop of the year then, so that is mighty frustrating. There we go, Hulkenberg, I believe, is going to come past us. Yeah, you don't say, Mark. Oh, that is so frustrating. Oh, hello. Liam Lawson as well there, fancying his chances in towards turn 1, but yeah, that has just lost us a huge amount of ground. Really not what we needed at this stage, but we've got to dig deep and focus. Oh, what on earth is going on here? We've got, I think, both Haas cars, both Audis, and the Cadillac now trying to duke it out for position as well. Just now watching on as, Esteban Ocon trying to have a look past Bottas. I mean, there's just corners where you would never expect to make a move prior to this season that suddenly now it almost becomes viable there. As we go past our teammate, Behrman goes past his teammate down in towards the final corner, and somehow Bottas is the one hanging on ahead of all of us at the moment. But getting the power down then off of that final turn. Are we going to be able to get a bit closer to Valtteri and Ollie Behrman once again? We're certainly going to get close to Valtteri by the time we get in towards turn 1, as he's going to try and cover off Esteban Ocon. I mean, he loses ground temporarily. They're still 3 wide back through turn 1. Can we go the long way around? Yes, we can. Up then, back into P15 of this race. But I'll say it before and I'll say it again. I have not smiled this much playing an F1 game in a very long time. Ollie Behrman next up on the old hit list. As you can see, we've got Hadjar and Sainz having a bit of a battle further up the road. Alonso. Okay, Alonso might be trying to one-stop then this afternoon, as he's bolted on a set of hard compound tyres. That is not going to be entertaining for the Aston Martin man, but I assume he's basically going, well, I'm not going to score points otherwise, so I may as well try and roll the dice. Maybe we get a well-timed safety car or something like that, but trying to close in then on Hadjar and Carlos just up in front. But yeah, Fernando Alonso might really throw a spanner in the works. But there we go. I think Pierre Gasly definitely isn't trying the same thing. There's not a chance. He gets a set of mediums to the end of the afternoon, as Oscar Piastri there coming out right into that Sainz and Hadjar battle just in front. A little bit weird after all the craziness so far. We've actually got a bit of a chance to breathe momentarily. So I'm just trying to kind of get in my rhythm and make sure, of course, that I feel happy with the Lyco points, everything like that. I know I keep banging on about it, but it is so important. I'm very, very confused by some people's strategies then in this race. Colapinto now has just appeared, so I think he's definitely trying to one-stop as well then, as he comes back out on a set of hards to go to the end. So, yeah, there is a fair amount of confusion at the moment. This might end up being one of those races where you only really know where you are with kind of 5 laps to go. But, yeah, we're kind of 2 seconds in front of the car behind, 2 seconds behind the car in front. I've done what I've always been able to do and put myself somehow in no man's land. Oh, here comes Gasly. Gasly to the inside. I was a bit too focused on Hadjar and Sainz's battle just in front of us. But Pierre Gasly, I think by going long on that first stint, the Alpine team are absolutely cooking. He does run the risk, of course, of getting undercut again before the final part of this race. But yeah, I think honestly, if he's got the pace he's got at the moment, he should still be a threat for points today. Maybe Alpine will finally get on the board. Oh, Isaac Hadjar. Isaac Hadjar, big moment there as well. Yeah, Gasly, I think he's going to say thank you very much then. Oh, that was close. Up over the top of the hill there, as we were very, very close to going outside track limits as well. But I think Hadjar is really, really struggling at this stage of the day. So once again, the Red Bull man, he had a nightmare in Shanghai. He had a nightmare out in Suzuka as well last weekend out. So, yeah, Isaac Hadjar really cannot let kind of that second Red Bull driver curse continue early on this season. Let's look at that Gasly now, moving by Carlos Sainz as well, so he could be a threat to Oscar Piastri in the next few laps there as around the outside of the Red Bull. Done this our fair share of times so far in this Grand Prix. He's been able to hang it around the outside there a bit better through turn 2, but will still complete the move on the exit. Carlos Sainz then has not been able to stay in the range of Pierre Gasly as well, so I'm hoping now out of the final corner he's going to be a sitting duck then. Verstappen into the pit lane. One of the Mercs as well, I think that's Antonelli into the pit lane. So there you go, Antonelli actually. Oh no, it's Russell, sorry, making his way out. Where's Hadjar come from? What on earth is that? Hadjar's completely cut turn 1. He's crashed into Carlos Sainz as well. As we will go around the outside of the pair of them both. But where on earth did Hadjar come from there? I was so focused on the cars in front. Hadjar's just kind of appeared and then sent it to the inside down in turn 1. Whoa, big snap of oversteer again up through the top of the circuit. But with just over 10 laps to go, we're going to peel in at the end of this lap. I'm getting a little bit nervous though. No one has retired yet from this Grand Prix. And I have a terrible reliability track record here in Bahrain. They're about to peel into the pit lane then for the second and hopefully final time today. But the real question is again, where is the likes of Franco Colapinto running in this GP? Because he might have really sprung a surprise here against a lot of different drivers. Alex Albon into the pit lane as well. Fernando Alonso, could he still get to the end of this race? What is the Spaniard's plan there? As there goes Colapinto then. So he is going to be a decent way ahead of us, but of course he's going to really struggle towards the end. Team have rectified the errors from the pit stops earlier on. Luckily that time round we stay ahead of Isaac Hadjar as we make our way back out onto the track. There goes the Bearman. There goes the Bottas as well. Yes, that kind of works. But let's get these hard tyres back up to temperature. Oh, back into the overtake range then. Oh, Bottas. I've got no battery. Well, I've got no battery making our way out the final corner. No idea what to make about that one. As we get back past a few guys through the pit lane there. Carlos Sainz, luckily, we've stayed ahead of him. But clearly I need to be a bit more careful there with the Lyco. As Sainz and Hadjar returning to their battle that we saw a little bit earlier on in this race. Can we clear Valtteri Bottas now then up the hill? Cadillac man will go defensive. Will we get it slowed down around the outside? Yes, we just about will. Will we get the grip though on the exit? We're going to be all over that outside curb. But luckily we've cleared him. Sure, this time around then I got plenty more charge as we rock up to the back of Ollie Bearman in towards the final corner. We've still not got a lot though as we cross the start-finish line. Luckily the slipstream will help us out as well. Around the outside of the Bearman. Are we going to be able to get it stopped in towards turn 1? No, I've gone straight on there. Just felt the front wheel under rotating, and well, I have got to be so careful with these hard compound tyres. I've got to get them to the end of the Grand Prix. But you look on the mini-map, if Alonso's staying out to the end, he's in a great spot. So is Colapinto. First you don't succeed, try again. It's all we've got yellows. I mean, I was planning on trying to go for the overtake there on Ollie Bearman, but it's not going to matter as who's out of the Grand Prix then? Can't see anybody. I think it might be a Williams again. Is that another Williams out of the Grand Prix there? Is Gasly just about able to hang on in front? It is Albon for the second time in 2 weekends. Alexander Albon will become our first retirement of the day. So Williams admittedly have got a very good car, very quick car I should say, in this series, but not a very reliable one. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep up with Gasly and Piastri to the end, so we're up into P11. But will there be any more freebies? Well, there we go. Alonso and Colapinto into the pit lane then. So we are going to get promoted into P9. Neither of those drivers believe they can get to the end of the Grand Prix. So Hadjar as well back into the points temporarily. But What is the gap going to be to Fernando Alonso then, with just a handful of laps to go? Carlos Sainz seems to have dropped back down the order. Hülkenberg as well. He's not having a bad time out of things as well at the moment. But yeah, we've got a bit of a gap over those cars. We're up into the points once again. I finished 10th and 8th twice this season. There I finished P9 for the first time. As we ran the final corner then to start the last lap of the Bahrain Grand Prix, I'll be honest, I've just been locked in towards the end of this race. They're building up the gap slowly ahead of Hadjar and Sainz, monitoring the gap to Gasly and obviously Fernando Alonso a little bit further back. I do feel sorry for the Spaniard. I really do feel like Aston Martin should have rolled the dice here, because I don't think we honestly would have caught him again had he been able to make that one stop happen. But clearly Aston Martin Honda didn't think it was going to be worth the risk here, and ultimately will once again walk away pointless from this weekend. But I tell you what, we came into this one and I said I reckon this would have been a great track for the 2026 cars. If the real race had been anything like this, it has absolutely proved it. Up at the front of the order though, Lando Norris. It was McLaren that were victorious here in 2025. It's going to be McLaren that go back to back. Last year it was Oscar. This year it's going to be Lando. Through the final corner, McLaren at what is one of their home Grand Prix. Lando Norris will win the Bahrain Grand Prix and become our first repeat winner of the season. Russell will hang on for P2. I believe it's Charles Leclerc in third as well. So all three of your previous winners sharing the podium this weekend. But as we round our way in towards the final couple of corners prior to this, including sprints, I'd only ever finished in even positions so far this season. Admittedly, it isn't a large data set, but an interesting fact nonetheless. Through the final corner though tonight, it's going to be 2 more valuable points for the team. P9 here in the Bahrain Grand Prix. Very happy with that.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
Checker flag, and our winner has landoed. It's Lando Norris for victory.
To overcome the difficult circumstances they face throughout this race today, Crofty, it's not easy, and it really shows a lot of maturity, and you can use this, you can draw on this as a driver moving forward and boost your confidence through the rest of the championship.
What a day it's been for Formula One, and what a day it's been for these three drivers. Time for the podium celebrations. Time for our drivers to celebrate. He holds the trophy aloft, and why shouldn't he? A richly deserved win today for Lando Norris.
There we are then. Lando Norris, he will be victorious there. 5.5 seconds clear of George Russell. And it really was a race of strategy tonight here in Bahrain. Charles Leclerc finishes P3. Antonelli, after a strong start, just couldn't match the pace of our previous race winners this season. I'm still waiting for the Italian to bag his first win on F1 26. Max Verstappen there ahead of Lewis Hamilton and Oscar Piastri. Gasly, a great haul of points for the Alpine team as well, ahead of myself and Isaac Hadjar. So I think for the first time this season, Williams didn't score a point, so maybe that lack of reliability is really starting to get to them there. Isaac Hadjar, though, final point scorer, like I said. Alexander Albon, the only driver that failed to see the checkered flag, and a bit of a disappointing one from Hülkenberg as well. Just looked like a few of those guys that pit late on were able to pip him before we got to the checkered flag there. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means now Russell and Norris a little way away ahead of Max Verstappen, who is still hanging on to P3. Charles Leclerc there, 1 point back ahead of Oscar Piastri, as Hamilton just ahead of Antonelli. We are still best of the rest ahead of Isaac Hadjar, so I'll look to stay there for as long as I possibly can. Sainz still ahead of Albon. Gasly now just ahead of Liam Lawson as well, as Fernando Alonso jumps back up to best of the non-scorers. Constructors-wise, McLaren 12 clear of Mercedes. Ferrari still in third there ahead of Red Bull, and we are now 1 point back behind Lassie and Williams' F1 team as well, so I'd love to get the jump on them as this season continues. Alpine and VCarb, of course, now both at the starting block, so it's just Aston Martin, Aramco, Haas, and a Cadillac that are yet to score a point. Thank you all, as always, so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back tomorrow out on the Jeddah Corniche. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 5 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend back on the Jeddah Corniche for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday, obviously from Bahrain, go back, check it out. It was an absolute banger. Bahrain, obviously we didn't get to see it IRL, but it absolutely delivers with these F126 cars as well. But yeah, obviously returning to Jeddah though this weekend, we've been on a good run of form since the start of the campaign. In fact, in all 4 races to kickstart the season, we have scored points, and obviously that means so far that obviously, you know, getting that momentum rolling, keeping those points coming in has been working really, really well for us. Taking a look at the Drivers' Championship standings, George Russell 5 points clear of Lando Norris at the top of the table, as we are still waiting on Max Verstappen to bag his first win of the campaign. But yeah, after a shaky start, George Russell looks to be doing a lot better over the last couple of weekends. Lando is our only multi-time winner though, so clearly when the McLaren is good, it is damn good. But yeah, Lando definitely still has struggled with some inconsistency early on. We are down in P8, just ahead of Isaac Hadjar and then both of the Williams cars as well, but I think 8th, sensibly looking at it at the moment, would probably be the best we could try and achieve this season. Atlassian Williams 1 point ahead of us in the Constructors' Championship. Of course, last weekend, I got our first secret meeting through from Alpine. I swiftly declined that, and then Pierre Gasly scored them their first points of the year, so don't know whether that was a mistake. I guess only time will tell as the World Championship goes on. Of course, if you're new, like I said, leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 160k here on the channel as well at the moment. Formula 1 content, especially this career mode, is going to be coming thick and fast over the coming days and weeks as well. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Hopefully you guys are as well. But without further ado, let's return here to the Jeddah Corniche. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to practice. There is plenty to get to grips with here at the fastest street circuit of them all. There's no margin for error here at the Jeddah Corniche.
Well, returning then here to the Jeddah Corniche. I feel like, obviously, Bahrain last weekend, we talked about that, you know, would have been a really, really good track for these cars. I feel like this place would have really, really exposed the bad part of the F126 machines, with obviously the Lyco and everything like that. There are not that many places where you need to do kind of hard, heavy braking around this Saudi Arabian circuit. Now, on the other hand, it's also the first time ever we've come here in cars that feel a bit kind of lower downforce, lower high-speed grip as well. So it is going to be a very, very different experience, really trying to handle these beasts around this circuit. But yeah, as we head out into our first practice runs, of course, we are steadily bringing more and more upgrades in. I believe Alpine have just jumped us in terms of performance as well. So yeah, maybe declining those Alpine talks so early on wasn't the wisest choice, but we should be able to dump some battery in the second half of the lap and hopefully get a little bit closer to that target. Next up then, the qualifying sim run. This should give us a really good idea and a good indicator. A, can we make it back into Q2 again? Because this Audi over 1 lap definitely kind of seems to sit right on the cusp. And B, really going to help us learn where we can Lyco, how much I need to Lyco, and kind of where a lot of time can be gained as well. So yeah, I would say free practice programs probably a little bit more useful with the 26 cars than they were back on F125. It's already making our way through the S's. We are 3/4 of a second up on the Delta, so surely that's a good omen. Jeddah historically hasn't been the best track for the AI on the F1 games, and 1.2 seconds up then on our qualifying Delta, but obviously losing a lot of time now. Down in towards the final few turns. See, it is one of the longest laps as well on the calendar, so we might use a bit more of our maximum allowance each and every lap. But out of the final corner, 1.1 seconds up. That's a good couple of purple scores, so that gives me confidence as we head into qualifying.
Welcome to the Jeddah Corniche, one of the fastest circuits on the calendar. But let's see who'll be fastest of them all. We're about to set the grid for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Yes, it's qualifying.
Well, this is a circuit where great drivers can really prove their worth, and I'm sure by saying that now, I'm probably going to mess up this first run and put it in the barrier and qualify last on the grid. Turn 3. Turn 3 is always my lethal corner around this circuit. There is getting out the way of Isaac Hadjar as he makes his way around to finish off his qualifying lap. Hopefully he's going to return the favour to me as a 28.8 coming out immediately from the Frenchman, so a very good job done by him. Down in towards Mondo George Russell immediately goes 0.7 of a second clear, so Mercedes clearly once again on some of the circuits that maybe are less power limited. They are looking very, very good. Big Lyco in towards turn 3 there. I guess it hopefully takes some of the risk out of that quick flick through the left-hander, but as we wind our way through the rest of the S's, you've got to be really nailed on with it. Make sure you're getting the car slowed down exactly in the right place as Isaac Hadjar lifts out on the outside and then in towards the banking of turn 12 there. We're a 10th up at the moment on Arvid Lindblad. Hulkenberg again, only down in P19. So we've been right on the cusp so many times so far this season. Half a tenth either into Q2 or half a tenth from missing out on it. Seems to have been the theme. But yeah, by the time we get out onto this back straight that isn't straight at all, we seem to have drained all of our batteries, so I don't know if I'm leaving time on the table there, or whether obviously we effectively gain more than I'm losing a bit later on in the lap. 0.7 up now on Arvid Lindblad, but I expect to lose a lot of that in this final sector of the lap then, as, I mean, only approaching 190 miles an hour as we make our way in towards the final corner. 26 turns navigated, one more to go. Don't do a Max Verstappen then, so try and get right up against the wall on the inside, dump the battery on the exit. On the run back towards the line, it is going to be a 1:30.9. We go 17th there, and again, we're about half a tenth out of making Q2. Well, making sure then we've got even more track space this time round, as of course it's all the back markers that are head back out then. Everybody that doesn't feel like they're going to safely make it into Q2 then. Is the track going to be ramping up? That is the ultimate question as well. There is activating the straight line mode, dumping some battery on the run out of that final corner. But then I'm not going to use any until we get back round onto the back straight there. 100-meter board. See a little bit of Lyco a bit earlier on. But that is where we want to be hitting the marks there, as immediately finding quarter of a second through the first couple of turns. But I expect everybody else's pace to try and ramp up a bit more as well. I can just see immediately a couple of other drivers slotting up a little bit in front of us. So yeah, really important, of course, that we don't spend too much time staring at the delta. Well, this corner, you've got to handle it so differently to how we used to with the 25 cars. There was just use a splash of battery. I know I lied. And then immediately back on the Lyco as we make our way down in towards the banking of turn 12. We know that we lose a lot of time in the second half of the lap. So it's about trying to hang on to it as best as we possibly can there, as now a little bit of that time beginning to evaporate as we try to make our way out onto this next straight. And again, I mean, look at that, all the time it's just bled away. We're going to find a bit more, though, as we make our way down this straight there. So finding about another 10th back in our favour. But are we going to be able to gain back those 0.3 of a second? We're down to P21. Hulkenberg's done a 30.2. So the AI finding lots of speed here, as we are still up in the green at the moment. They're going to need a big send in towards the final corner of the lap, of course. We want to make sure we charge the pack on the way in there and then dump the battery on the way out. A little bit of hesitation on the throttle. I think we've missed out on Q2. We've run out of battery on the run to the line. 30.5. We're starting like P20. There we go then. That just was a dominant lap by George Russell here in Q1. 0.7 clear of Isaac Hadjar with Charles Leclerc. 1/1000th of a second clear of Pierre Gasly. Why, since I rejected Alpine, suddenly they absolutely goated inside this game. P4 and P5 in Q1. Perez goes inside the top 10, quicker than Lando Norris's McLaren as well. Valtteri Bottas as well into Q2, alongside Fernando Alonso. And Verstappen has barely squeezed by there by a 10th ahead of Ollie Behrman. But yeah, really feel like we're kind of struggling with qualifying at the moment. Maybe I'm not Lycoing enough into some of the corners, but both Haas, both Audis, Arvid Lindblad and Lance Stroll out in Q1. Have I seen Stroll qualify any better than last this season? I don't know, but we'll wait and see what happens in the race.
We're here today on the shores of the Red Sea in the Lower Hijaz Mountains to visit one of the newest circuits on the Formula One calendar. We're in Jeddah, home to what we all hope is going to be a thrilling Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So let's take a look at the topographical map of the Jeddah Street Circuit. As you can see, a number of challenging corners for the drivers to master here. We'll see just how much the teams have benefited from their time spent in practice this weekend. And like many street circuits, this track has the potential to punish drivers that get it wrong. Let's hope we avoid any safety cars today. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Kimi Antonelli completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Norris, Max Verstappen and Hamilton, Albon, Piastri, Sainz and Isaac Hadjar, Gasly, Colapinto, Liam Lawson and Alonso, Bottas, Behrman, Nico Hülkenberg and Esteban Ocon, Mr. Monaco, Lindblad, Stroll and Sergio Perez completes our grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, there we go then. After we saw loads of those cars, the Alpines, the Cadillacs, absolutely fly in Q1. Seems like they went back to normal again in Q2. So I don't know if there's a little bit of pace discrepancy inside the game as well. We might be getting a little bit screwed over by that if everybody's able to go quicker when I'm there than rather when I'm not. I don't know. Maybe I'm making excuses for myself before we head into this GP today. It is Jeddah though, so it should be a one-stop strategy. And, well, a bit like Australia then. The team thinking if we go long on the hard tyre earlier on, we can potentially bring that then back into kind of our wheelhouse a bit later on in the afternoon. I don't think we're going to be able to LICO as much here. I'm going to play it fairly safe. I'm only going to go 2 laps under on the fuel. Of course, it is a long lap, so 2 laps is more fuel than it might be at other venues as well. But yeah, let's wait and see then what we can do here. Starting right behind our teammate Nico Hülkenberg. The Saudi Arabian Grand Prix up next then. Hulk's also opted for the hards. It's 5 red lights. Oh, a mighty long hole, but it is lights out, and away we go there. It's just trying to avoid the wheel spin, and actually one of my better starts on this game. Only going to potentially lose, well, 1 spot in towards turn 1. No, Arvid Lindblad is going to squeeze me out there, or through that first corner as we just swing into the side of Lance Stroll a little bit off of turn 1, turn 2. Hulkenberg as well. Doesn't seem like he's had a particularly good getaway as Perez there with some fresh engine components. Trying to make light work early on there. Lance Stroll is not the man I want to go side by side through these S's, but unfortunately it's the man I was side by side with until he decided to understeer there. As the checking up is so lethal on lap 1. Can't we try and do the old up and under to the outside of the Aston Martin? And while everybody else used their battery a little bit earlier on, we will use it then on the run in towards turn 12, weaving in and out as some of the other cars. That's just become the norm now, hasn't it? With F126, and well, I absolutely love it early on here. Winding our way, though, out through these next couple of corners. Like I said, I definitely felt like we lacked a lot of speed yesterday. The Audi isn't the best car when it comes to straight-line performance, so we'll have to wait and see. I say that, and look at the run we've suddenly got there around the outside of not 1 but 2. Oh, it's Hulkenberg. That was a bit sketchy. Didn't know if he was going to try and keep the nose on the inside, so we had to give our teammate room, but get around him nice and cleanly. And, well, after a bit of a terrible start, down in through the first couple of corners, we've been able to make it work again as Sergio Perez trying to have a look past both of the Audis. We'll box him in. Bit of a kind of police, you know, we've all seen it, like police interceptors, that kind of thing. A boxing in manoeuvre. As once again, then annoyingly, everybody else dumping their battery back in towards turn 1. So, Perez trying to have a look for the run on his former teammate Hulkenberg. We will go back around the outside though. Through that first corner. Can't get the power down though on the exit. And there we go. After all of that, we are still P20. We go Perez. Perez now trying to look around the outside of Hulkenberg. And I can't help but feel this race is going to be absolutely relentless tonight there. As you can see, we put about 40% charge back through the pack down towards that final corner as the Mercedes cars have absolutely scampered away from everybody else. So maybe now Mercedes getting more into the swing of things early on this season as Perez, that's brave in towards turn 1. We'll lock the rear slightly, or light up the rears on the exit for good measure as well there, but just not quite able to stick with Sergio again. Of course, we have got to play the long game here. I probably should be a bit more patient on the hard compound tyres, but when has patience ever been my driving style? Apart from maybe Creator Series. Lance Stroll as well, mate, trying to find a way through it, and it really does feel like, yeah, early on, we're just unable to make any progress here. I mean, Jeddah used to feel, you know, it was very much just a track you could kind of carve your way through the AI, and, well, I certainly feel like, you know, as we are learning more and more, we might still be able to do that as this race goes on, as Limblad's going to try and put me down towards the inside wall, but, I mean, how much fuel have I saved so far? We've already saved 0.6 laps worth, so we're definitely going to save enough by the end of the afternoon if we keep going like this. I think the problem is I'm actually underdriving too much. I'm maybe thinking about Lycoing too much, but of course you are so power limited. Lance Stroll now trying to find a way around our teammate Hulkenberg as well. We will try and follow him through. I mean, this is just ridiculous at the moment. 2 by 2 they go down in towards the final couple of corners, but have we got enough battery to try and deploy on the exit as well? Then we're going to try and dump it on the run back in towards turn 1, 214 miles an hour. Well, Stroll adamant he wants to try and have a look and go defensive there around the outside of the Canadian, back down through turn 1, but yeah, like I said, we need to start getting the elbows out a little bit more. We really need to start trying to push forward here, so I still want to believe there's a chance for points today, but you can see already there's some gaps opening up just in front. I don't know whether you're better off kind of being in a gaggle of cars here or trying to push on kind of by yourself. I don't really think I'm going to be able to find that out this early on in the race. Can I get a bit of a run down in towards turn 12? No, the AI seem to be very, very good with their management around this circuit. Oh, we're yellows. Who is that? Oh, I think that's Arvid Lindblad that's gone round at the back of the pack, so not too sure if that's a mechanical failure or he's just gone for a spin. I think he has just span in this race. So, just trying to get the power back down there on the exit, but yeah, Lindblad then could be a rather lonely rest of the afternoon for him as Perez now. Oh, you can see Behrman trying to have a look. We're going to be 3 wide. Oh, that's brave in towards there. We get it slowed down on the apex and a cheeky double overtake pulled off. That one could have gone really badly. Oh, this won't end well, surely Alonso. Oh, I knew I just had to back out of that one early there as Fernando Alonso and Valtteri Bottas, to be fair to them, 2 of the most experienced drivers on the F1 grid. As that's definitely not the line through there. Maybe hoping that I had the 2025 levels of ground effect still on this car, as once again then 3 wide seems to be the theme over these last couple of laps as Bottas gets Ricardo zonted there down in towards the hairpin. He will once again find his way back around the Aston Martin, but yeah, we are now making some good progress, so yeah, clearly getting the elbows out is the way to go. Esteban Ocon and Liam Lawson then really been putting on a show, just kind of chopping and changing about 3 times in the last lap or so, but I haven't got all day. Try and wait around behind these guys. There was Ocon, bit of a sitting duck. Liam Lawson as well, just like gives me the avenue around the outside as Esteban decides he wants to go for the move as well then. Oh, not quite going to get in the range of Colapinto, so I believe for the first time then since the start, we have lost that boost mode. We'll just try and get away though from Esty Bestie. I think, yeah, we should cover him off back in towards turn 1. So Gasly and those Williams looking very, very confident this weekend as Isaac Hadjar once again currently outside the top 10. He needs to try and get his act together if he wants to keep hold of that second Red Bull seat. But yeah, the Mercedes though, a little bit further up, they are still controlling things. We saw that last weekend though, and still Antonelli ended up falling back.
It looks like we might have an issue. Hang in there, we're attempting to manage it.
Surely not. We went so far on our F125 career mode without a mechanical failure. We can't seriously go 4 races on F126 and already suffer our first DNF. Colapinto, desperately trying to recharge the pack in towards the final corner. Oh, what does that mean? There's no DRS anymore.
Okay, so that's boost mode available if you need it.
Wait, so does that mean... I can't remember what the button is to look behind me. That one. So, yeah, we've lost straight line mode then. It's not a mechanical failure, but we have lost straight line mode here. So clearly now, Mark obviously doesn't have a dialogue for that inside the game. But yeah, that's going to make life a lot more awkward. Of course, you effectively get that straight line mode in a lot more places around the lap. As well, a few cars have already pit then. We have bigger things to worry about temporarily. But now, just sticking with Colapinto is going to be quite the achievement.
Okay, we're down to 15 laps of fuel left now.
There's nothing more we can really do against Valtteri Bottas then. We've just got no straight line speed. We've got no battery at the moment. And suddenly, I mean, you know it's bad when you've been overtaken by one of those Aston Martin Hondas in a straight line. But a couple more cars then into the pit lane. Bottas and Alonso both peeling in. So I don't know if they're going to be 1 or 2 stopping in this Grand Prix. Colapinto's in. Carlos Sainz is in as well. So at least I guess we're kind of by ourselves for a little while here. But yeah, especially obviously because you've not got the straight line mode, you effectively lose a lot of the efficiency in a straight line as well. So we are really on the back foot as Albon already is pit and he's right out behind us. Well, I said Albon was right behind us. Yeah, that hasn't lasted very long there. Again, we've just got nothing in a straight line compared to the AI. And obviously Jeddah is such a straight line orientated circuit. Max Verstappen as well. I can't see him wanting to waste too much time behind us over these next few corners either, but again, obviously, I'd love to try and stay in the overtake mode, but I don't really think it makes much difference, does it? Obviously, because we're just so far down on straight line performance that obviously we're probably not even carrying as much speed using the boost as we would do in overtake mode normally. So, obviously, an overtake mode failure, clearly, or straight line mode, sorry, I should say, is clearly way more detrimental than the DRS failure used to be, as Max Verstappen sails off by as well. And there goes Gasly then, relegating us out of the top 10. Of course our lap times are all over the place right now. I've got a wing, or wings I should say, that won't even open or close. So yeah, it's stability in the car. It's a bit more frustrating. And say, one lap we're able to use a bit more battery. The next lap we aren't, as well, both Hulkenberg and myself then, I think, are both trying to roll the dice on this one-stop strategy, as there goes Carlos Sainz. I mean, look at that. He's recharging, and he's still just flying by us here, so I'm not going to try and hold up my teammate either. No, we have got the better of Hulkenberg, I believe it. Well, yeah, we must have done. We've scored points in every race so far, haven't we? But, yeah, I don't think at the moment, at least, we're going to be able to do anything against the Hulkmeister at the moment. Colapinto's already come back out, and he's 6 seconds behind as well, so this is just painful. Yellows. We've got yellows. A safety car now would certainly help me out, as that's either a Haas or a Cadillac. I think that might be a Cadillac breaking down then in this Grand Prix. Seen that, I think, once before, haven't we? Sergio Perez, I feel like, has retired from a Grand Prix earlier on this season, but Ollie Behrman, sorry, no, it is a Haas car. You can't tell the difference on the mini-map early on this season, but yeah, Colapinto is going probably about 2.5 seconds a lap faster than me right now, so we are just a sitting duck, as I want to try and take these tyres at least to the end of lap 14. But we're going to need a safety car or a red flag or something today if I want to try and score points. I knew our point streak couldn't last forever, but it is annoying when it's completely out of my control. And there we go, Franco Colapinto then. Again, they're in a completely different league, aren't they? I know I keep talking about it. I'm getting more worried now. Because, I mean, look at that. We're doing 180 miles an hour in towards turn 1. Everybody else is probably doing well in excess of 200, but I mean, this or Monza have probably got to be the worst tracks to get this issue on this game. So clearly, you know, Match 2 and 2 luck is here to stay. There you go. There goes Hadjar. There goes Ocon. I mean, it's like we're in a F2 car at the moment, isn't it? Oh, Lawson. Thanks for that, buddy. Just put me in the inside wall for whatever reason. But I mean, like I said, there's just no point us doing anything here. Can't even try to hold up anybody to help our teammate out, because we just know that effectively I give them more of a chance to recharge, and then they can just fly by me anyway. So we make our way out to the back straight. There goes Alonso. When we are deploying battery, there goes Bottas. And Perez as well now. How? How am I meant to get those places back, Mark? We'll dive into the pit lane at the end of this lap. I guess the good news is I might give Arvid Lindblad even someone to battle with late on in the day. So here goes Sergio Perez as well then around the outside, and Lance Stroll and Arvid Lindblad then, the only 2 drivers still behind us in the running. But yeah, we'll peel into the pit lane then. Maybe now the team can try and get this wing sorted as well there, as Hulkenberg having to try and fly the Audi flag. Obviously has gone quicker than me more often than not now in qualifying, I guess, this season. But yeah, just coasted into the pit lane. There you go, Stroll's going to go past us as well. We should be out ahead still of Arvid Lindblad. I hope we're still out ahead of Arvid Lindblad in this Grand Prix. Is nice and tidy on the pit lane entry. We've done a pretty good job looking after those hard tyres as well, factoring everything in. There we go. team have now sorted out the wing, so maybe that's been fixed for F126, that if you pit, the team will sort out the wing. But I'm hopefully, in the nice way possible, I hope I don't find that out, because yellow flag's out now. That'd be typical if we got a safety car. As soon as I pit, it's going to be Colapinto then, our second driver out of the Grand Prix. Yeah, not an ideal end to the day for the Alpine. It's his teammate Gasly again. Could be on for points for the second time in a row. Nico Hülkenberg then into the pit lane as well. I think we should still be seeing a few other guys diving in before the end of the GP there, but unfortunately, yeah, not quite able to undercut our teammate again. Would love to get back past him by the end of the race, but yeah, that straight line mode then gives you at least an extra 10 miles an hour, so that really adds up around a track like this. Hence why we lost just so much time. Lindblad into the pit lane as well, just behind us. So there is a real possibility that unless we see more cars pit, I might not see anybody between now and the end. Well, clearly, I was a bit too pessimistic then in that moment. Esteban Ocon, Sergio Perez, and Lance Stroll all peeling back into the pit lane. And they're actually going hard to the end then. So clearly, yeah, Audi, our tyre wear has hung on pretty nicely over the course of the afternoon. I'm back ahead of Stroll once more, so that saves us one huge embarrassment. But how many more of these guys are going to pit? I don't think it'll open up an opportunity for points for either Audi. So it's probably going to be the Williams and maybe a Gasly that's going to be able to score. So once again, the likes of Aston, the likes of Cadillac, Haas as well, just don't really get an opportunity early on. Here we go. We're going to get the jump on Bottas and Alonso as well. It would be quite nice to get back past a few of these guys. Or late on, as that is optimistic in towards turn 1. Just about, though. Get the nose ahead of Fernando. Is he immediately going to try and have a look for it in towards that next corner? No, he won't. Sometimes, because of the way the AI work, you're kind of put in a horrible position where you've got to guess where they're going to give up on trying to look for a move, and that's then when you can Lyco. Otherwise, you think you're clear, you try and Lyco a little bit, and then suddenly they have a sneak to the inside anyway. But I'm going to be strategic then. I'm going to give Fernando Alonso the spot, try and recharge the pack a little bit as well. So I didn't actually want to let Bottas by, but we might end up doing so anyway. Oh, a little bit of understeer there through the final corner as Bottas... Whoa! Yep, that was on me. Apologies, Valtteri. Didn't want to kind of squeeze you out there, but we accidentally did. Luckily, I'm able to get straight back around him anyway there as Liam Lawson into the pit lane as well as Fernando. Late defensive maneuver there. Locks up his front tyres slightly as well. But where's Hülkenberg then? So Hülkenberg must be running, what, P12? It's not a bad run for Hulk at the moment. But yeah, just a shame that kind of the cars that DNF'd were two that he probably would have beaten anyway. Or at least one that he would have beaten. Well, normally the one stop has been the way to go for us so far this season. But it does just seem that it has not paid off tonight there. Maybe, obviously, we'd still be quite far ahead of these guys towards the end of the afternoon, and whether they get to us or not by the end would be a very different question, but I think I just want to try and recharge the pack behind Valtteri Bottas at the moment. Look at that. Putting about 50% charge back into it by the time we get down towards turn 1, but yeah, we're not going to score points today. I think ultimately we're just going to be dropping back towards the end of the afternoon. I don't want to lose to Stroll. That's where I draw the line. But with just one lap to go then here from the Jeddah Corniche. We've been trying to keep up with Valtteri Bottas as best as I possibly can, but we're able to stick with him. I'm just not really sensing any opportunity to try and find a way around him here. But honestly, I think as we get towards the end of this race with a bit of a chance to reflect, I think that mechanical issue probably saved us from the fact I likely wasn't going to score points here anyway. Just have not had the speed this weekend. This Audi definitely seems to struggle a bit more on the energy-starved circuit, so something to keep in mind as we head into future races as well. Luckily, we've been able to hold off Liam Lawson and Lance Stroll towards the end. Once again, just trying to half-throttle back in towards turn 1, just to recharge the pack a little bit more. But how close can we stick to Valtteri this time round? Lance Stroll has really fallen away towards the end, and of course, yeah, Arvid Lindblad, after that mistake early on, I don't believe he has seen anybody else throughout the course of this Grand Prix. Up at the front of the order, though, Mercedes definitely now starting to showcase the performance we would be expecting from them early on this season. I don't know whether it's Antonelli, though, or George Russell there at the front. It all looks like one of the Ferraris literally down towards the final corner, has been able to stop them from bagging a 1-2 here. Across the checkered flag, though. Who is it? Is it George Russell? Yes, it is. Win number 2 of the year for the Mercedes man there, who further extends his World Championship lead. I assume it was Leclerc in P2 ahead of Kimi Antonelli when all is said and done. But as we make our way down the back straight then one final time, you can see Bottas now just dumping the battery, getting away from us, really denying any possible chance we're going to have. Will our teammate Hülkenberg be able to hold off ahead of Ocon and Sergio Perez as well in towards those final couple of corners? I don't think he will. Nico Hülkenberg losing out at least one of those spots down towards the final turn, so a bit of disappointment for him as well. A tough weekend all round for Audi, our first race where we haven't scored points, but out of the final quarter, I still feel like we learnt a lot, and I did still gain spots from where I started.
And that's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
Here's the checkered flag. Here's our winner. By George, he's done it. Russell wins.
I mean, it looked like they were in a different category at points during the race, led every lap. I mean, what more can we say?
It's been a hard afternoon of brilliant racing, but now it's time for some proper celebrations. The podium awaits. And taking his place on the top step of the podium, he gave it some hustle. Well done to George Russell.
Well, there we are then. George Russell able to control things up at the front of the order there. 9/10 clear of Charles Leclerc come the checkered flag. And once again, Ferrari definitely feel like on these high-powered circuits, you know, Australia and Jeddah, high-power, low downforce requirements does seem to be Ferrari's strong suit as well, as the Monegasque man able to deny Kimi Antonelli best result of the season so far. McLaren's Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri a little bit off the pace today, down in P4 and P5 ahead of Hamilton and the Max Verstappen there, just ahead of Sainz, Albon and Isaac Hadjar. So yeah, it was kind of the big 5 teams, I like to call it in this game, that picked up all of the spoils from this weekend there. Gasly narrowly missed out by just a second behind Isaac Hadjar. I mean, considering he was on a 2-stop strategy, that almost worked out very well for Pierre, but there was clearly then a step back, 18 seconds worth of steps back between Gasly and Esteban Ocon. Perez, though, a great drive to finish in P13, just getting the jump on Hülkenberg right towards the end of the afternoon. P17 for us ahead of Lawson, Stroll and Arvid Lindblad, with Colapinto and Ollie Behrman, the 2 drivers that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means now George Russell, first driver to cross over 100 points this season, 18 clear of Norris, as Leclerc jumps back up to P3 ahead of Piastri and Max Verstappen there. So clearly the consistency man, Max Verstappen, as other teams figuring things out, he's dropping back just a little bit more. Antonelli ahead of Hamilton. We are still somehow best of the rest there, as once again Hadjar, Albon and Carlos Sainz all tied on 9 points apiece, but no other movement a bit further down the roster. Constructors-wise, Mercedes 6 points clear of McLaren, so they are finally up on the top step of the Constructors' Championship. Ferrari still only 29 back ahead of Red Bull there, and Atlassian Williams pull away from Audi Revolut F1 team as well. Alpine and VCarb, of course, just ahead of Aston Martin, Haas and Cadillac, yet to score a point. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. A painful race for us today, but hopefully still an entertaining one. We'll be back tomorrow out for the Miami Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 6 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend back for the Miami Grand Prix out in the US, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from the Jeddah Corniche, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. A bit of a disappointing one, though, for us. We got very, very unlucky as the race went on, unfortunately suffering our first mechanical issues of the season. Not a mechanical failure. We did still get to the checkered flag. But yeah, mechanical issues last weekend. And, well, we very quickly learned Jeddah is probably one of, if not the worst track on F126 to suffer a mechanical issue as well, because of course it basically meant that I couldn't use overtake mode or straight line mode, and therefore we were just a sitting duck against everybody else. So we're still sat in P8 overall in the Drivers' Championship, but as you can see, there is already a 42-point gap to Lewis Hamilton and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Luckily, the gap behind us is a lot closer. Isaac Hadjar, Alexander Albon, and Carlos Sainz all tied, just 2 points behind as well. Mercedes, though, after George Russell bagged his second win of the campaign last weekend, Mercedes now have taken control of both World Championships, courtesy of George, and then they've got a 6-point lead over McLaren in the Constructors as well. Ferrari still in P3, ahead of Red Bull there, with Williams ahead of ourselves and Alpine. Now, of course, obviously, a couple of episodes ago, we got a secret meeting through from Alpine about potentially signing us for next season. I declined that. They immediately scored some very good points, so I'm intrigued. Who is going to be offering us a potential move this time round then? For some reason, it builds up a lot of tension now with someone just in a black polo shirt, so you don't actually know what team it is. Interesting. There we go. So Red Bull. Apparently, I would assume they potentially want us in to replace Isaac Hadjar at some point this campaign. Now, yeah, that could be quite an interesting opportunity down the line, but do I really want to go into the Lion's Den against Max Verstappen this early on in my F1 career? I don't think I do. I'm going to decline those talks with Red Bull as well. I like where I'm at with Audi at the moment, and I look to want to continue with them. Of course, it is a sprint weekend here from Miami, so let's head out then, straight into sprint quali. Quickly, before we get into that though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or of course any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
It's a sprint weekend here at the track, and before we can go racing, we need to go qualifying. Who will be on pole for the sprint to come? We're about to find out.
I've literally just come out onto the circuit ready for qualifying, and it started raining here. I was just about to start talking about the weather for the sprint race is meant to rain, and that could be changeable conditions, but apparently now, heading towards the end of qualifying, it has begun to rain here in Miami. I thought we'll save the tyres for the end of the session. The team had never mentioned anything about a chance of rain throughout any of the sprint session, but apparently it is. I mean, this might be about to be a very, very painful qualifying session then. Of course, you guys know me. I don't kind of restart, I don't use rewinds or anything like that. What happens, happens. And there you go, that might well sum it up for us. We might be starting right at the back of the pack. A terrible, terrible start to the weekend here on what is a circuit that is normally brutal anyway, but I think had I even kept it clean and tidy, we were going to struggle to match a 30-second time by Hulkenberg. Conditions have fallen away. I did think it was odd that everybody else was out on the circuit much earlier, but clearly for good reason. You guys know me, even though this qualifying session has completely gone down the toilet, I'm still going to try and learn as much as I can. Well, even if we hadn't messed it up already up to this point, we're going to mess it up there then. Down at the final couple of corners then, might allow us to start our next lap in a bit of a quicker fashion, but of course that is completely irrelevant as making my own version of the final few corners here in Miami. 14 seconds off the pace of our teammate. I think we're out in Q1. Well, there we go then. Ferrari once again seem to be the team to be early on this session. They're 3/10 clear for Carlos Sainz and Alexander Albon. So, yeah, both Ferraris, both Williams in your top 4. Any other major surprises? George Russell all the way down in P13. But yeah, both Audis, both Cadillacs, Lance Stroll and Liam Lawson out in Q1. So, Arvid Lindblad going quicker than his teammate. But yeah, if it's going to be changeable conditions, that could have been a great opportunity. But I guess we've got to head straight into the sprint.
Well, the weather is not looking good today. We're expecting the downpours to continue into today's sprint, and this will make for some very tricky conditions for all the teams. Well, it's certainly not sunny here in the Sunshine State. A lap of the Miami Grand Prix features 19 corners and 3.36 miles of track around the Hard Rock Stadium. But these conditions should prove especially difficult for all of our drivers today. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Leclerc, Max Verstappen, and Piastri, Antonelli, Hadjar, Albon, and Carlos Sainz, Alonso, Gasly, Franco Colapinto, and Ocon, Behrman, Lindblad, Liam Lawson, and Nico Hülkenberg, Perez, Stroll, Bottas, and Mr. Monaco. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We'll soon find out.
Staggeringly then, despite the fact it is still raining here in Miami, everybody is on the dry compounded tyre, and normally on these games I don't believe it'll allow me to kind of force it over to a set of the intermediates or anything like that. So yeah, we're stuck on mediums then, ready for this sprint race, and well, it kind of depends on when the rain is going to stop, because, you know, it could be well worth pitting on lap 1, moving over to a set of intermediates, and then hoping that we can make up a pit stop again. Seems kind of crazy, but anything is possible here with changeable conditions for the Miami Grand Prix. 5 red lights are coming on though, ready for our sprint. It's lights out, and away we go there, immediately activating the straight line mode, and well, we'll get a good launch then, past a couple of cars in towards turn 1, down the inside of our teammate Nico Hülkenberg there, and yeah, that was certainly a great launch. I think a lot of the guys on the hard compound tyre are really struggling through that first corner, as Lawson and Lindblad are still side by side just in front of us. One of the McLarens there looks to have taken the lead away from the Mercedes, as well as Hülkenberg just thinking for a look to the inside as we make our way through the S's. But actually, to be fair, on the dry tyres, the team maybe were onto something here. The grip doesn't feel too bad. Let's have a look to the inside of Liam Lawson there, and well, we'll get him on the exit then. As where is the straight line mode? There it is. I could tell that was going to happen. Arvid Lindblad there, maybe with his Lance Stroll awareness early on, as you can see, an absolute gaggle of cars trying to close in, a little bit further behind there, as Lindblad again very, very early on the brakes. So the AI seem to be very unconfident early on here, as you can see Behrman and Esti Besti going side by side just in front. Don't really want to have a look for a move in towards the chicane there, but we might be able to do something on the exit, as Franco Colapinto staying line astern. We will get to his inside then, and look at that, 7 places gained on the opening lap of this sprint race then, so that's worked out wonderfully, and it's not over yet, as we will try and get a good run down the inside of Esteban Ocon, down the back straight, and luckily, of course, with the all-new ERS and, well, battery management system in this game, suddenly now we're actually able to keep up with the AI in a straight line here. Maybe it's helped again by the wet weather, but Lando Norris leading the way come the end of lap 1. We've now got overtake boost enabled as well, so that's going to be tricky to get the power down over these next couple of laps there. Was Ollie Behrman, I apologise, just got a little bit too leery out of that first corner there, as I don't know how many collisions I've had with a hat so far this year. It feels like every other Grand Prix I seem to make contact with one of them, but up to P14 then by the end of lap 1. Dare I believe points are doable in this sprint? They are going to waste no time then. It's going to try and get a run on Ollie Behrman down the back straight, and look at that, he's a sitting duck out of Sector 1 there, so we will fly past him. He will try and return the favour though. Back to the inside, in towards the hairpin. A little bit nip and tuck there, but we drift it around the outside of our fellow Brit then. So up at a P13 now, unlucky 13th, as Fernando Alonso once again. Anybody that told you that Aston Martin Honda is a terrible car clearly hasn't seen Alonso in this game so far. He is pulling off miracle after miracle early on this season. When will he get a point in that car? That's surely got to be the real question on everybody's lips at the moment. Because yeah, Fernando Alonso is continuing to drive like a man possessed early on this season, as well down at the hairpin. But yellow flags out. Isaac Hadjar in the inside wall, so that's going to hand us another freebie. And red flag! Okay. Our first red flag then in this series on F126, so I assume the procedure is exactly the same as it was on F125, but Isaac Hadjar in the wall then. And is that going to mean the rain's dried up?
Okay, we've done all right so far, but this is a chance to take a breath.
Yes.
We've got another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
But annoyingly, I've only got a set of the old soft compound tyres, so the team actually reckon the medium would still be quicker. I don't know. I think the medium's going to be more stable. But I think, yeah, the soft compound tyre might provide us with some peak grip. That's exactly what we're going to need for these final few laps then. I mean, it's already quite a short race. And it's been cut even shorter than basically a half distance. As for some reason I can activate straight line mode already. 5 red lights are on. It's lights out. Oh, and away we go there as straight line mode has been restored. At that time around we have had a terrible getaway. Oh, in towards turn 1. Not going to stop me trying to send it there, but Colapinto clearly with similar aspirations through those first couple of corners. As well around the outside of Fernando Alonso then, and immediately getting back that 12th spot that I initially lost. Gasly and Franco side by side as they head down in towards the S's. And it looks like, I think, oh, Pierre Gasly just has got to back out of that one. I will kind of try and go slow in, fast out. Down the inside, oh, in towards that next corner there. But again, Pierre able to get the power down. How much down? Oh, still a lap down on fuel. That might be a bit awkward towards the end of this sprint race there. As you can see, Isaac Hadjar, after that mistake earlier on, oh, trying to recover somewhat to the inside though of Gasly. Oh, who's going to try and open up the door for me on the way in. Very, very firm move there. But Pierre knew there was going to be a car on his inside. It's Alexander Albon relegating Andrea Kimi Antonelli out of the top 10. We will try and... sorry, out of the points even, I should say. Is down the inside of Colapinto. And we've got more yellows out. One of the Ferraris now seems to be slowing down, so not too sure which one that is. Is it Hamilton? Is it Leclerc? It is Leclerc, as I will rather bravely try and gain a slipstream from him as well. But making our way, though, down in towards the hairpin. Up to P9 then. One spot outside of the points. Let's not forget we started this race right at the back of the pack. But, yeah, I'm still a little bit nervous about that fuel. We're going to have to try and save a lot in the second half and try and beat out Antonelli, which in that Mercedes is going to be no easy feat. The circuit has dried up. It still seems like the AI have very, very good traction out on some of the longer straights here as well. Colapinto wanted to have a look for exactly the same real estate as what I was going for there. Around the outside of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. A little bit of wheel banging through the exit of the corner there, but there we go, up then into the points. So putting that sprint qualifying disaster behind us nice and early on. So once again, both Williams in the point scoring positions as well, so they're having a very, very good time out of things. But I think Antonelli might have an issue on that Mercedes because he is losing a lot of ground early on then off of this restart. But again, we've got to take the opportunity to Lyco as best as we possibly can. I need 0.2 worth of fuel a lap, and at the moment that lap was about 0.15 as there is Leclerc's stricken car. So clearly some of the marshals need to, you know, sort that out. More yellows at the back of the pack. Who is that? Oh no, it's Hulkenberg. Our teammate Nico Hulkenberg looks to be joining Charles Leclerc on the wayside then. So bitter disappointment for the Hulk, and that will of course raise more questions about the reliability of this Audi. He obviously retired back in Shanghai, didn't he? Was that, I can't remember, was that also in the sprint race? I think it might have been. So Hulkenberg clearly just hates sprints on side this game. We are still running in that ultimate P8 spot at the moment, though, as Antonelli seems to just be leaking places like a sieve in the second half. But we're still half a lap under on fuel with 2.5 laps to go. I am not optimistic we're going to be able to save all this, and we might have to do something very aggressive towards the end of the race. Oh, here comes Isaac Hadjar then, trying to have a look to the inside as well. We'll keep him pinned right down towards that inside wall. And, oh, the Frenchman there, super late on the brakes, but able to get it to work in that Red Bull. Luckily for him, gets ahead of us, obviously, before we get back round to those yellow flags as well. But see, now we're in the boost mode once again. Of course, it's largely irrelevant if I finish 9th or 10th. As long as I can try and get back ahead of Hadjar, there's something to play for here. Oh, it's already then those soft compound tyres beginning to struggle. Antonelli trying to have a look down the inside as well. Won't make it happen, but as soon as I wanted to believe points were going to be doable in this sprint race, Isaac Hadjar, despite bringing out the red flag, he is flown on by there as Antonelli trying to have a look back down the inside, so maybe has got the issue sorted on that Mercedes car as well, as Colapinto now trying to have a look, but clearly when the track has dried up, as 3 wide we go. Oh, we're 4 wide. I didn't even realise there was, I think it was Esteban Ocon, wasn't it? Oh, trying to look around the outside as well there. So 4 wide down the back straight. That was a bit mental. As luckily somehow we're all still racing. I've held on to all the spots as well. But I tell you what, F126 so far, the AI can go absolutely mental on this game. There's one more lap to go then after this one. We are still 0.3 under on fuel. This is about to get painful. Just trying to limp around, saving as much fuel as I possibly can through the more technical parts of the circuit. And then trying just to dump as much of everything as we possibly can. By the time we head out onto the straight, here comes Pierre Gasly once again. Antonelli, is he going to be able to try and have a look for something as well there, as we might go 3 wide? Esteban Ocon, I can see him a little bit further back as well, hoping that maybe he can get involved there, as don't miss the corner entirely. Luckily, we'll just about get it slowed down on the way in, but through here, this is where we've really just got to try and save the fuel as best as possible. Coast through the chicane, but you can see it's just not enough at the moment. Lyco maybe has gone one step too far for us this weekend. Lando Norris, though, I believe, out of the final corner, is going to take the sprint victory here in Miami. A huge result for him, and keeps the pressure on George Russell. Low fuel mode has been enabled. Antonelli goes by, as Gasly as well, trying to look by. We'll have to dump battery out of the final corner, but she's limping. Oh, she's completely out of fuel. Everybody's going to go by. And after the highs of lap 1, after everything we did, it's still going to be last place. That is gutting.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
There we are then. Lando Norris there follows up with a British 1-2 between him and Lewis Hamilton, as Max Verstappen back to the podium as well. Alexander Albon, a great drive to P4. Once again, bagging big points for Williams there ahead of Russell, Piastri, Sainz, and Isaac Hadjar inside the top 8 as well. So good points for Isaac Hadjar, especially after the mistake he made earlier on. He absolutely needed that one. But I tell you what, so far this weekend then, Miami has been an absolute disaster for us and for the whole Audi team. Hulkenberg out alongside Charles Leclerc, and after the heroics earlier on, we ended up finishing down in last place as well. What does that do to the championship? Well, it means now Russell only 14 back ahead of Norris. Albon now jumps past us as well, up into P8, as we are now tied with Carlos Sainz and 1 point ahead of Isaac Hadjar. No other new scorers though, and constructors-wise, we just seem to be slipping further and further away from Atlassian and Williams. McLaren, 1 point ahead of Mercedes as well, so let's see how that hangs on then, as we head into real qualifying. Well, bizarrely then, after all the changeable conditions yesterday in sprint qualifying, actually looks like we could see changeable conditions again in real qualifying, although admittedly that risk is a whole lot lower this time around. It is going to mean, though, that track conditions are going to be evolving ever so slightly as we make our way through this session. But ultimately, I'd like to actually just get some laps in and make sure I don't qualify last here. But it just does not feel like this is a track that is suiting the Audi car all too well. I mean, Hulkenberg, yeah, clearly didn't fancy doing yet another sprint race yesterday afternoon, as Piastri immediately slots in on a 26 flat. But I think we're aiming for like a mid to low, 28 there, hoping not to understeer through that corner. Luckily, the game deems that I lost enough time that I didn't gain an advantage. But yeah, it's just really struggling for bite around here. I don't know whether I'm running too much downforce, not enough downforce. I might have to go back to the drawing board on the 2-1-2 setups for this one. A little bit of time there as we make our way through the chicane, but 3/10 down on Arvid Lindblad, 6/10 down on Hulkenberg at the moment, and he's done a 27.9, so it's a pretty good run actually by our teammate. It's down in towards the final corner. I think ultimately I just haven't used enough battery on this lap, still most of a charge by the time we get down towards that final turn, so we'll try and use our load more on the run back towards the line. 28.6. No surprise there we're last, but Hulkenberg's a long way off the Cadillacs. Well, the Miami Autodrome then once again beginning to look rather overcast here as we head back out onto the track, but we need to find 2 seconds if I want to make it into Q2. Most of the field very, very tightly bunched here. I mean, even a second just to kind of save ourselves from some embarrassment. Opening few Grand Prix qualifying was really good for us, and then since then, we seem to have taken a giant leap backwards there, as I was hoping we'd carry a bit more speed down in towards turn 1, but clearly not. Through over the curbing of turn 2, turn 3, there is again getting a little swapper on the exit there. It's just trying to keep this Audi underneath us. It really feels like it doesn't like quick changes of direction at the moment. That seems to be one of its greatest weaknesses. It's also one of the things that I think is obviously similar between Jeddah and this circuit today. There is, I mean, we're 6/10 up by the time we head out onto the back straight, and I know I can basically dump the battery down here because we'll be able to recharge the pack through the middle sector. I mean, we're now almost a second up though, so we are definitely finding a lot of speed. I mean, this is the other thing as well, just sometimes you just don't take the battery management the right way in a session there. Kind of get locked down one idea and kind of realise actually that it probably wasn't the way to go there, as that was very close to the inside wall. But by the time we head out then onto the second straight there, 1.4 seconds up, purple through the middle sector, so we're still clearly very good through the high downforce stuff. That is obviously where we end up gaining a fair bit of time over that curbing anyway there, just like before the 100-meter ball. Tip the nose in, actually getting good response that time round then. As I said, we needed to find 2 seconds. We're going to find 1.7 seconds. That's not bad, but I don't think it'll be enough to see us into Q2 again. P19 for the second weekend in a row. There we are, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, their fastest so far in qualifying. But again, the Williams, at least in Q1, looking very, very competitive as well. Sainz just ahead of Isaac Hadjar with Piastri and Albon inside the top 5. Both Alpines in the top 10. Hamilton and Lando Norris a little bit further down the order. But we end up going 4/10 clear of Hulkenberg. But it's both Astons, both Audis, Bottas and Lindblad out this time round. So Sergio Perez only 8/10 away from fastest there. Why is Miami suddenly a really even track?
Formula One has arrived in the Sunshine State for spectacular sunsets, gentle breezes, warm waters, and for what will be a fantastic race day here at the Miami International Autodrome. Sitting at the southeastern coast of Florida, the Miami International Autodrome has 19 corners and 3.36 miles of racing. It's a circuit designed to encourage close racing while meeting the highest safety standards. Either way, I'm sure it's one that will please the fans. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Piastri, Max Verstappen, and Antonelli, Hadjar, Albon, Sainz, and Pierre Gasly, Colapinto, Behrman, Esteban Ocon, and Lawson, Perez, Alonso, Lance Stroll, and Mr. Monaco, Bottas, Lindblad, Leclerc, and Nico Hulkenberg rounds off the grid. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, already then down on the grid for the Miami Grand Prix. Obviously, I said that Hulkenberg retired from both sprints so far this season. I had forgot Leclerc did as well. So maybe, obviously, as we head to Montreal next weekend, we'll have to wait and see whether it's just a common occurrence for Leclerc and Hulkenberg. Every sprint race, it's just those two that seem to retire. But team are saying a 2-stop is going to be the way to go. We don't have another set of mediums, though. That's the only problem. So I think if I tell the team I want to start on the hards, a bit like we did in Shanghai, we'll try and take them as far as we possibly can, and then see if we can get the mediums to the end of the afternoon. Team believe it could be viable, so I think we're aiming for 17 laps on the hards, and then the final kind of 12 laps or so on the medium tyre. It's going to be a big gamble. It is definitely going to be a big gamble here. Of course, we also learned we can't LICO anywhere near as much as I was hoping to either. So I'm going to put 27 and a half laps in. That should keep us going as well. So 1.5 laps under on fuel. Way less aggressive than what we've done a lot of times so far this season. Ready, though, on the grid. Everybody around me is on the softs. It's 5 red lights. Lights out, and away we go there. A little bit of wheel spin off the launch as Bottas and Arvid Lindblad there. No real surprise. Immediately going to fly past us on the run in towards turn 1. In fact, even Hulkenberg, a bit of a maniac launch in towards that first corner, but does get it stopped. We will try and do the odd up and under on the exit there as Esteban Ocon checking up a bunch of cars further back in the pack there, as immediately then everybody just trying to take it nice and easy or in towards these next few corners, we can just see these hard tyres. We just don't have the grip there as Hülkenberg slotting through. Charles Leclerc remaining rather measured and reserved. Nope, there goes the Ferrari man as well, so he won't waste too much time on his bid to obviously try and get back up towards the front of the order. But Lando Norris then, I think, still leading the way. It's Hamilton moving up to P2 there, as there is just a mad dash for position just in front of us. We'll kind of watch the chaos unfold. Of course, yesterday in the sprint, we really kind of dived into the thick of it. Grand Prix Sunday, though, like I said, on a very different strategy to everybody else. We'll have to wait and see if we can make the one-stop happen this afternoon. There is just making our way through this game for the first time. Hülkenberg trying to look around the outside of Alonso. Definitely feels like Aston Martin, well, at least Fernando anyway, hasn't been able to maintain his momentum over the last couple of weekends. But as we make our way then down the back straight, here goes Charlie to the inside of Arvid Lindblad there. Of course, yeah, one of Formula One already, one of Formula One's more experienced drivers, going up against one of its two rookies. And, well, now your rookie class of 2026 are right at the back of the pack then. So, like I said, our goal early on, take it nice and easy, just try and stick with everybody else, because we are fully focused on looking after the tyres. What on earth is going on in front there? I can see Leclerc, Hülkenberg and Alonso still jockeying for position. You can already see kind of the 5 cars at the back of the pack then getting a little bit disconnected here. So maybe Alonso just kind of putting his pride before his brain at the moment. Too much of aggressive defence. Trying to defend from everybody there. It's 3 wide again as they make their way down the back straight. Arvid Lindblad watching on as he will even get alongside the Aston Martin undercar by the time they head down in towards the next couple of corners. Can I try and follow him by? As well, Fernando Alonso down 1-2, and I assume, yeah, he's going to lose the third as well. Of course, the AI will not go side by side through that chicane, but genuinely probably will only take about 5 laps, I reckon, before we've got the tyre advantage over the soft compound rubber. It just got obliterated yesterday. There's obviously Miami as well, quite a bad track for managing tyre temperature. 240 miles an hour as we make our way down the strip. But, yeah, not quite able to move on by that time around as Hülkenberg now still trying to defend from Leclerc. Why don't we just let Leclerc through and try and get him to drag us along, lads? I feel like nobody else has thought about that. It's already then. You can see Alonso and I losing a bit of ground even to Lindblad. But then Alonso, this time round, I think he's going to have to accept defeat here, down to last place. This will not be what Fernando Alonso wants at this stage of the Grand Prix. But yeah, those soft compound tyres just not working for him. So Leclerc having a big lock up there as Arvid Lindblad now moves past Hulk. But as long as we stay close to these guys, there seems to be a big train of cars a little bit further up as well. That might be one of the Alpines holding up a lot of cars. So, again, we've just got to play the patience game. We've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone's breaking down a little bit further up in front, I believe. No idea who it is, though, at the moment. This could be... I mean, this is a bad place to have a breakdown. There you go, Pierre Gasly. Out of the Grand Prix, as we'll just trim that apex a little bit more. The annoying bit was actually that Alonso was out of the range as well, so he was going to be kind of no longer a factor against us in this Grand Prix. But yeah, Gasly, first retirement and then the afternoon at a really awkward spot for the outside of our teammate Hülkenberg. We'll put alongside him. We might even wave to him as we try and go around the outside there. But I said about lap 5 would be where the tyres now kind of reach the crossover point. And there you go, Hülkenberg not able to do anything out of that final turn. So we're up ahead of our teammate once more. Well, there we go. First car into the pit lane then. That is going to be Lance Stroll in the other Aston Martin. So I was just beginning to think, and Albon. Alexander Albon also into the pit lane. So this is where we need to be starting to make a bit of an impact then against these AI, because their tyres are very, very much reaching the cliff there. Arvid Lindblad already trying to find a way through, but Leclerc really just has not made the progress he would have wanted to. I mean, it's Ferrari, isn't it? Of course they wouldn't try to do anything good, but I'm surprised he didn't try and, go long on a set of hards or something like that early on in exactly the way we have done. That was on me. Sorry, Leclerc. I think he's got away with that one. No harm, no foul there done to the monogasque man.
Somewhere on the internal combustion engine. Be aware that we're going to start to see a loss of power.
Yeah, 55% on the ICE, so I might need to swap that one out. Ready for Montreal next weekend as well. But yeah, that was not the kind of impact I wanted. Oh, Esteban Ocon's gone round. Immediately, that almost gave me a heart attack. Esteban Ocon just suddenly see him in the way through the next corner. But, right, that might mean, again, we can try and find a way around Leclerc, but it's just not working out for him at the moment. As annoyingly, yeah, a little bit of a traffic jam down through the hairpin. So, yeah, the Frenchman not having a particularly fun time with things at the moment. Gasly already out of this Grand Prix. And Ocon now going for a spin as well. But you just see we've got nothing against Leclerc's Ferrari. But as more cars start to trickle into the pit lane then, will the Monegasque man be doing that? Yes, he will. So Lewis Hamilton, I don't know if he's on softs or mediums, but he's staying out a bit longer. So Leclerc gets first call. We're up to 12th though. So, yeah, maybe this can still work. I guess the question is, what's the gap to Albon? It's going to be less now if I keep driving like that there, as you cannot attack those curbs in the same way you used to in the ground effect cars. Gap to Albon is about 5 seconds. There we go. Valtteri Bottas and Colapinto have been running up inside the top 10 as well. So 8 laps on a set of soft compound tyres. That's actually quite good going inside this game. But from the back of the pack then, we have been able to move ourselves up into the points temporarily. Just ahead of Lewis Hamilton. But maybe I can use him to drag us along. I'm intrigued though, what are the V-Cubs got planned today? Because they're looking very good. Oh, hello, Lewis Hamilton? He just drove into the side of me. He might have picked up damage there, Lewis Hamilton, because he definitely drove into us with a fair amount of velocity and anger, I almost want to say. But yeah, looks like the McLarens and the Mercedes both trying to stay out as well a bit longer, so it would be a typical Ferrari thing, would it? For them to two-stop when all their big rivals are on a one-stop today. Of course, that might open up opportunities. But as we come towards the end then of lap 12, we've been able to rock up to the back of Arvid Lindblad and Liam Lawson here, are both definitely beginning to struggle on their tyres. Talking of struggling on our tyres, little front lock up there as well for me. There we go, Lindblad in. So I think everybody that hasn't pit yet obviously is trying to do a one-stop then in this Grand Prix, although that is quite early still. From Arvid there, but yeah, we've got Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen then right up my trumpet as well now, so we'll have to wait and see how quickly they can find a way through. I guess it's in my best interest to try and hold them up a little bit longer, just in case we could still be a threat to them by the end of the afternoon. But yeah, I'm going to be intrigued what tyres Lindblad's gone on, because you'd hope he's one-stopping. He's done most of the hard work there to try and make a one-stop viable. Ready for the rest of the afternoon, but here comes Carlos Sainz then. Try and just give him a little bit of a pinch as we make our way down the back straight that isn't very straight. Max Verstappen as well, waiting in the wings, and I think even Alexander Albon then has tried to join us in the party. So again, just car on the inside there, able to squeeze the other car out quite aggressively. Through that corner, as you can see, Arvid Lindblad, Liam Lawson even, his tyres seem to be really struggling towards the end of his stint there. Big kick of oversteer as Hamilton has just been able to drive away from the pair of us. You can see though through that technical section though, just like every year on the F1 games, we do still seem to gain a fair amount of ground on the AI. As I'm not going to go for it on Lawson this time round. I'd rather lock in the extra battery use and obviously hope that he dives into the pit lane anyway, which he will do. So we're going to be up there maybe, P4 now? As Russell and Piastri also in. Piastri's gone to softs, though. What on earth are the AI doing here? Well, I think now we're going to let the floodgates open, aren't we? Everybody, I mean, look at this. Sainz and Albon both trying to have a bit of a look. But again, we just seem to have enough charge down the straight that they're not actually able to find a way around us. But tyre wear warning light, that is early. A tyre wear warning light flashing on before we even reach lap 14. So not even half distance here. The one stop was definitely a brave choice around a track that does burn up tyres. Here we go, Carlos Sainz then. I don't think there's going to be a lot we can do this time round. I don't think there's a lot I want to do this time round either. I wasn't actually trying to outbrake him there. We just don't have the performance through the fronts anymore. Luckily it'll help us square off the exit then, as Hamilton back to the lead of this Miami Grand Prix. So Antonelli then is on... Norris is on softs. So I think the AI might still have another pit stop to go then, even if they have tried to stretch it as far as we have. So I don't really want to pit late on in the day there, as Norris has already got a pit stop over me. But we might be the only driver attempting a one-stop here. I'm still not convinced it's going to work that well. Next up then, Oscar Piastri on a set of soft compound tyres. I don't think, again, we're going to be able to do much against the McLaren here, as we're both trying to close up on Carlos Sainz just a little bit more. Yep, we've had boost mode for quite a while, Mark. Welcome to the Miami Grand Prix, sir. Must be said, but just see how much ground we're losing off of that final real corner there, trying to get the powers down, trying to keep up with the AI. I mean, I'm trying this strategy. I've gone too far now to really give up on it. Maybe a well-timed safety car or something like that a little bit later on, but yeah, we're kind of committed to the cause. Verstappen potentially forcing a wedge just alongside us there. It's going to be on the outside line, down in towards this next corner, and again, I'm not actually trying to get around the outside there, but if the AI hesitate, certainly going to try and stick with them as, oh, who's that? George Russell as well. Wanted to try and do the same there around the outside, not able to though, as again, we are really getting close to that inside wall. I think had that been the older, wider ground effect cars, that could have been the wheel gone in that moment, but now this is what we're really struggling with, especially towards the end of our tyre life. We just don't have the traction off the corners. What is the tyre up to? 71% on that rear as well. Russell practically pushing Verstappen down in towards the final corner. Who's that now as well? Antonelli joins the party in the other Mercedes. So, yeah, strategy here is really, really mixed up. Miami is delivering quite an entertaining race, at least on the surface, but I said the real question is still, is it going to pay dividends for us? Team want us to dive in this lap. I'm hoping just to go one lap further. But yeah, those rears are now screaming. I do feel a little bit sorry for Alexander Albon here, because no matter how many cars have gone by, the Williams man is still just stuck behind us right now. Now he might try and have a look down the inside at the hairpin again, though. Oh no, that turn around not able to maintain the grip. There you go, Albon gets through, and Isaac Hadjar, I'm sure, we'll try and find a way by as well pretty quickly here. So, oh no, that's a penalty. Didn't realise I was already on 2 warnings then, so no idea where I picked that one up, but there we go. That's made our day even more worrying. As Isaac Hadjar, will he get a run as well up this back straight? Obviously a bit of a nightmare in the sprint yesterday, but he was able to recover quite well. Oh no, Isaac. How on earth is that not damaged? The front wings definitely seem to be made of strong stuff with this update as well, because the AI, I've noticed them do it a few times as well and completely get away scot-free, but Albon then back into the pit lane, so clearly decided he was wanting to get by me, and then is immediately going to peel in. So now we're starting to lock the rears. Leclerc now? No. He's not going to have a look for it. No idea what... Oh, Leclerc's pitting in as well then, interestingly. So Leclerc then diving in to the pit lane at the same time as we are. So effectively we are racing with the Ferrari towards the end of the Grand Prix. Verstappen's also in, so... And annoyingly so is Hulkenberg. Hopefully we're not going to hold up our teammate too badly either there, as we will get out of the box long before he gets into it. But back out then in, what, P16 then of this Grand Prix, as everybody seems to have taken the chance to peel into the pit lane. I think Perez has jumped Leclerc as well, so that's rather interesting behind, but they've both lost out on a fair amount of ground, so maybe a point. A point could still be possible here, but it's difficult to tell. We got a handful more cars into the pit lane as Fernando Alonso is the first of those. So what position are we going to be back up to then in this race? We are into the top 10 again. Look at that then. So Sergio Perez, he could still be a threat for points this afternoon. It's just like getting out ahead of Hadjar, as I think both Ferraris have had nightmare pit stops then over these last couple of laps. Hamilton just coming out a little bit further behind, but yeah, with the AI now on a set of hards, they're trying to take the hards less distance than I'm planning on taking a set of mediums. And they're in quicker cars than me. I think we're still being very, very optimistic if I want to score a point, but you never know. Ooh, yellows. Someone maybe has had a spin down at the final corner. Safety car now would spice things up. No, I think it's a car behind us, actually. So, not too sure who that is then. Definitely someone's meant to be retiring from this Grand Prix. Is it the other Alpine? Don't say it's Colapinto. Are Alpine going to suffer a double DNF here? I think they are. Franco Colapinto pulling over to the wayside then. And Alpine, that is a painful end to the Miami Grand Prix weekend for them. Both cars out of this race. Hamilton back past Checo Perez, as I'm up to 5 warnings now I cannot get, another pen. Just there to try and make sure that Hajar isn't just invited straight by me, but I think he'll get the run off of the corner. So track limits violations have definitely put pay to a good afternoon for us. But once again then, it looks like if we lose a couple more spots here, it's going to be the big 5 teams for the second weekend in a row are hoarding all the points. Maybe, I got to try and help Perez, or could try and pit late on and see if I can get a bit of a kind of switch back on the AI. I think that's optimistic. I'm trying to be very, very careful with the battery management at the moment. I also don't want to get locked into a battle with Charles Leclerc right now, because the gap to Perez and Hamilton is still going up late on in this Grand Prix there. Not going to fight Leclerc with it as we head down into the hairpin, but if we can just stick with these two towards the end of the afternoon and don't do things like that, especially if Hamilton and Perez a bit further behind continue to go side by side in places. Hajar as well now, kicking out the back end on his Red Bull, but there is still an opportunity. We could snatch the final point away. Like I said, I think Hamilton has definitely got an issue on that Ferrari because he's losing loads of time as Leclerc now immediately goes past Hajar as well. What I don't want is these two squabbling and then potentially holding us up there as Leclerc really gives Isaac a big old squeeze, but makes the move happen. They've come out ahead of us, so it doesn't really matter. I think, is that Antonelli? Yeah, I think it's Antonelli then. Let's pit again then in this Grand Prix, so I've really got no idea what's going on with the AI strategy right now. What I do know is that it's working wonders for us, because yeah, Hamilton now 4 seconds back here, desperately trying to hang in the range of Hajar and Leclerc, just because obviously having that extra battery management each lap is super useful. But when I do things like that, it really doesn't help us out there. Get way too bogged down on that inside curb, but Hamilton maybe now is just scampered away from Sergio Perez. Like I said, I think I kind of need those two to keep squabbling here, but yeah, let's not forget, Hamilton was leading this race a little while ago, so he's in real trouble. As Alexander Albon now seemingly losing a bit of ground as... they are going to go side by side through the scheme. No, they're not. Albon thinks better of that one right at the last moment. I said the AI will do everything they possibly can to avoid it. Through there, through the castle section at Baku is another one. And then weirdly, you know the fast chicane at the end of, the start of Sector 3 in Jeddah. They also won't go side by side through there at any cost. Tyre wear warning light popping up then with just over 1 lap to go, but I tell you what, we've just been managing everything in the second half of this race, and honestly, the first time all weekend here in Miami, the Audi car has actually felt really, really nice to drive there. Weirdly, yeah, on dying medium tyres, so I don't think we can run that as a strategy option regularly, but yeah, we've kind of been able to keep up with Hajar and Albon. Not a chance we've been able to have a look past them at any point, but able to kind of keep them in sight and obviously keep getting the boost mode as well on occasions there. I must admit, do feel a little bit sorry for Sergio Perez. I really wanted to believe that maybe, just maybe, there was an opportunity for he and Cadillac to bag their first points of the campaign as well, but it definitely feels like early on in this game. I think the big one is just Williams are too OP. Williams, constantly hassling it with the big boys. We've certainly not seen that IRL yet, and it's kind of just not really allowing any of the other backmarket teams to score points. So yeah, I feel like there should be a bigger margin from kind of like the big 4 ahead of everybody else there, and I definitely feel like Williams need to be pegged back a bit inside the game as well. But making our way then out towards the back straight then one final time. We're dropping back now from Isaac Hajar, but the gap to Lewis Hamilton up to almost 8 seconds here, so it's not even going to be close with this penalty either. Up at the front of the order though, again, seems like McLaren, of course, this was a weekend where McLaren could have won IRL, but ultimately just weren't quite able to keep up with Mercedes there. So Lando Norris, I believe, of course, he won his first ever Formula 1 Grand Prix here back in 2024. Is he going to become a repeat winner? Well, through the final couple of corners, it is definitely McLaren that is going to bag the win. It is Lando Norris, win number 3 of the season then. Heads home a McLaren 1-2, so a great weekend for them. A big bounce-back performance after what we saw last time out on the Jeddah Corniche, but after a tough time out in Jeddah, after a tough time out in the sprint race as well, through the final corner, the one stop yet again has paid dividends for us today. It is going to be P10 here in Miami.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
Here's the checkered flag, and our winner has Landoed. It's Lando Norris for victory.
Well, it all came good in the end for them, but it wasn't an easy start. Not the most straightforward of days, but I think it shows great strength in an athlete as a driver when you can overcome a day like this and walk away still with a victory.
Well, it's been a long wait for many of our drivers, but the wait is always worth it. Bring them out to the awaiting crowd. It's time for our podium celebrations. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris, full haul of points this weekend, the full 33 here from the Miami Gardens there, and what a weekend it has been for him and McLaren. What's that, 54 points between their both cars, so yeah, they have absolutely extended that gap back at the top of the Constructors' table as well. Russell brings home another podium there, just ahead of Kimi Antonelli, who does seem to be making a bit of a resurgence of form more recently. Carlos Sainz ahead of Verstappen, Leclerc from the back of the pack to P7, ahead of Albon, Hadjar, and myself there. So yeah, we were the only driver, I believe, on the one-stop strategy today, so very, very happy that we were able to pull that off, and honestly, the second stint was actually not half bad either. Both Alpines, though, failing to reach the checkered flag, so a very, very disappointing weekend for them. What does that do, though, to our World Championship? Well, it means now 4 points in it between Russell and Norris, who are just scampering away up at the top of the order. Oscar Piastri still ahead of Leclerc after a good recovery keeps him ahead of Verstappen. Antonelli now ahead of Hamilton, Sainz and Albon, as well as Hadjar, all jumping us as well. So back down to P11 then, ahead of Gasly and Liam Lawson. And Constructors-wise then, McLaren 17 clear of Mercedes. Ferrari now in a bit of no man's land in P3 ahead of ahead of Red Bull even, and Atlassian and Williams as well. Like I said, gutted that we didn't see Cadillac move themselves off the bottom of the table. Thank you all, though, so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon for our second sprint weekend in a row. We'll return for the Canadian Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 7 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Miami, I would highly, highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say, for our Miami Grand Prix, it actually delivered, well, 2 entertaining races, of course, with it being a sprint weekend as well. We got some 4-wide action, we got some changeable weather. Like I said, it really did just have a lot going on. So yeah, go back, check it out, because of course we got another sprint weekend coming right at you, of course, the very first sprint weekend in Montreal. So yeah, I'm excited for this one. I'm really, really intrigued to see how we're going to get on here. Of course, before we get into it though, I just want to say a massive thank you to everybody for the support so far on this series. You know, you guys every year, when the new games come out or when the new updates come out, really, you know, it is great fun, obviously, doing these daily uploads, and obviously doing everything with that as well. Taking a quick look, though, at the Drivers' Championship standings, then George Russell 4 points clear of Lando Norris after the McLaren man bagged his 3rd race victory of the season. Oscar Piastri in P3 ahead of Charles Leclerc, Verstappen, Antonelli and Lewis Hamilton. Of course, yeah, we were able to return to the points as well with our 2nd P10 finish of the year as well. So tied still with Isaac Hadjar, as both of us have scored points in every Grand Prix minus 1. And then obviously, yeah, the Williams, they decided they were going to cook last weekend as well. That means constructors-wise, obviously, we're still a little way ahead of Alpine. We've got, well, less than 1/3 of the points of Williams, but 3 times the points of Alpine behind us. So we are very quickly funneling ourselves in towards no man's land as well. But I think, yeah, heading into this weekend, we're going to have to try and put a few new engine components into the car as well. So obviously got to try and manage that as best as we possibly can. So can we do any more upgrades onto the car? That was the only other question I had. Annoyingly, yeah, we had a couple of part failures more recently, so should be able to get at least one of those back on the car ready for this weekend. I'm just intrigued, obviously, where there is a bit of a gap between Miami and Montreal there.
Okay,
Just
mate,
wanted to
I
kind
know
of
we're
see
expecting some
how
new
many
developments to
upgrades we
come
can get
through,
on the
but
car.
I'm afraid to say that some of them have failed quality control. We're going to need to tell the team what to redevelop via the R&D screen.
Well, rather annoyingly then, every single chassis upgrade we try to bring doesn't seem to be working. There we go, second time round, a couple of them beginning to work as they should. Can I get that last chassis upgrade on? No, I can't, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't think we've got the R&D to do any more there, but there you go, quite a few upgrades coming in then, ready for this weekend. I believe that was 4 overall, and that's going to mean that now Alpine best of the rest, Mercedes still ahead of Ferrari and McLaren as well. But yeah, we're kind of hanging on in there. Williams seem to be taking a bit of a step forward. That's probably quite dangerous, considering how good they've already proven to be so far this season, but yeah, like I said, it's a sprint weekend though. We've done a lot of talking first of all. Let's head straight into sprint quali. Quickly, before we get into that though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or of course any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
It's a sprint weekend here at the track, and before we can go racing, we need to go qualifying. Who will be on pole for the sprint to come? We're about to find out.
Well, once again then, we seem to have been put into a qualifying session that is just starting to dry up as it reaches its conclusion here. So I've opted to head out straight on the intermediates, and luckily it looks like everybody else then has tried to go the same way. Will there be a big enough delta though? Of course, as always, I try and gear up this car to be kind of more race pace orientated than qualifying. But that being said though, yeah, it's a real step into the unknown as we try and tip the car in to find some grip through the first couple of corners there. Through the quick changes of direction, yeah, this Audi is not that responsive I've found so far this season. So I don't think Montreal is going to be the best circuit for us this weekend. But you never know, we've surprised ourselves a few times. I certainly wouldn't have expected Miami to be rather good in this car either there. And as we dance our way out of the first sector, we're a 10th up already on Esteban Ocon, although I might just have immediately gone and lost that time again. Are we going to see some of the AI going quicker than what they were previously able to do? Doesn't really feel like the track is ramping up that much then, maybe as kind of everybody was hoping for here. Looks like, I think Esteban Ocon has moved up the order then. Alexander Albon down into the drop zone. Kimi Antonelli down into the drop zone. So that'd be huge then for the Mercedes, man, as we're 2 tenths up at the moment on some of these guys. I think Antonelli has just gone and put himself up into safety. But as we activate the straight line mode then, as we make our way down this back straight, of course we've got the wall of champion chicane. The last thing we need to deal with on this run there. Nice and tidy on the brakes on the way in. I mean, apart from that one mistake at the start of Sector 2, it hasn't felt like a bad lap. Is it going to be a good lap, though? It's going to be a 1:24.1. Is that Q2? P10, we'll take it. Well, there we go, a big mix-up then between a few drivers on the wets and most people on the intermediate. So Hamilton, Leclerc, so both Ferrari drivers and their former driver in Carlos Sainz able to set some very good lap times on the wet tyre there. But we make it into Q2 then. That doesn't happen all too often inside this series. Lance Stroll, of course, home Grand Prix for him. Hulkenberg, both at caddies. Arvid Lindblad and Ollie Behrman then all out in Q1. But yeah, if we could make Q3, that would be a huge achievement. Well, if our strategy worked out so well for us in Q1, why not try it again here in Q2? Once again, trying to make sure that we are the last car to kickstart our qualifying runners. Again, track just steadily getting better and better. Antonelli again in the drop zone at the moment, but clearly likes the pressure on his shoulders of trying to get that one really good lap in right towards the end there. I mean, I could have tried to go out a bit earlier on, give myself a delta time, but I always feel like you don't want to waste tyres or risk doing any damage to the car there. As you can see now, Russell 1:19.6, so much quicker than what we were able to do in Q1. And although obviously this circuit, it is still raining, it is so important that you try and stay on that drier groove here, otherwise even the intermediates will really begin to struggle. activate the straight line mode as we make our way down the back straight. Leclerc now into the drop zone as well, so could still get some upsets here as we make our way through Q2. Let's see how we're stacking up then against the Delta so far. Leclerc, we are a second up on Charlie Boy then. So, yeah, look at that. A lot of drivers didn't come back out. So, I think Antonelli's going to be out then. So is Charles Leclerc. So is obviously Gasly and Fernando Alonso. The real question is, will we be able to try and get this Audi into Q3 for the very first time this season? One more chicane to navigate yet again. Of course, we learnt you can take a fair bit on the way in on our first run. There you go, exactly that. Activate the straight line mode on the exit. It's going to be a 120.2. I think that's Q3. I think it's P3. Look at that. Well, Lewis Hamilton then, that has always gone super well around this venue. We have knocked him out. We have made it into Q3. Admittedly, it is only a sprint, but it is still Q3 there. Liam Lawson, Esteban Ocon, Franco Colapinto, all will be very, very happy with that. It's Carlos Sainz, quickest in Q1, out in Q2. So it's chopping and changing a lot. Well, the circuit has now fully dried up then as we head out into SQ3. And, well, luckily, despite the fact that obviously we haven't used any dry tyres so far, we are still only limited to the one single set of the soft compound rubber here. So this is going to be a real tough test then of just trying to work out everything. I don't even know exactly where to use what battery mode around this lap. So it's going to be a bit of a trial by fire. We'll wait and see if we can go any higher than 10th place. But honestly, the fact we're as high up the order as we already are, I will be very, very happy with that. Nice and tidy. Perfect traction out of the first couple of corners. And then just tip the car in over the curbs as we make our way towards the end of Sector 1 there. Green. Oh, nice and tidy. Of course, we have to be green. This is my first run. In the session there, as you can just see the back end getting rather squirrely as we try and put 1,000 horsepower down out in towards the end of Sector 2, under the bridge. Again, try to really be careful of that second curve, but now, of course, we get straight line mode even around this part of the lap as well, so obviously finding more and more time. Oh, a little kick of oversteer there down into the hairpin. Knew the back end was going to break free. Luckily able to kind of gather up the car there, just dipped it slightly on the wet stuff. Lando Norris goes to the top of the pile on a 109.3. Don't think we're going to be able to go quicker than that, but hopefully it does go to show that the track was still ramping up right at the very end there. No! Oh, the very last corner. What was the lap time going to be? A 10.3. Where would that have put us? There we are, McLaren locking out the front row then ahead of Red Bull. Alexander Albon in P5 quicker than George Russell. But yeah, ultimately then that mistake only cost us P9. So not the end of the world there. Liam Lawson would have been nice to get the jump on him. But there's going to be a lot of drivers then sensing an opportunity to score points in this sprint. Lando Norris has got a huge chance to try and get back ahead of George in the title race as well. So let's get into it.
So it's all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? We'll be seeing top speeds of around 210 miles per hour here at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve, with around 2/3 of the lap taken at full throttle. High-speed chicanes spell potential danger, especially at the infamous Wall of Champions, and watch out for overtaking into the hairpin and that final chicane. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And Oscar Piastri completes the front row. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Verstappen, Hadjar, Alex Albon, and Russell, Colapinto, Ocon, Lawson, and Mr. Monaco, Hamilton, Sainz, Charles Leclerc, and Antonelli, Gasly, Alonso, Lance Stroll, and Nico Hülkenberg, Perez, Bottas, Lindblad, and Ollie Behrman rounds off the grid. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We'll soon find out.
I'm a little bit worried then as we head into this sprint race Saturday. I might get a nosebleed running this high up after qualifying, but starts have normally been pretty good for us this season, so we'll wait and see as to how we get on. Of course, a lot of big braking zones around this lap, so we should hopefully be able to Lyco a little bit as well. I don't want to take too much risk, though, with it like we did in Miami, especially if there is a, realistic shot at trying to get some points as well. So, ready on the grid then. 5 red lights about to come on. Lawson's gone to hards. That's very brave. 5 red lights. It's lights out, and away we go then, as I'd love to try and get a jump on the V-carb down in towards that first corner, but I don't think, not able to on the short run in towards turn 1. There was all 3 wide temporarily between myself, Hamilton, and Carlos Sainz there. Luckily, we'll squeeze out Carlos on the exit of turn 1. We should be able to out-traction Lewis as well up the hill in towards turn 3. There is Ocon making light work of Franco Colapinto through those first few corners as well then. McLaren still line astern up at the front of the order there. Alexander Albon, of course, would love to try and outscore him in the sprint race today, at least take a couple of points out of Williams. But I'm already worried that they might be pulling away from us in the championship battle there, as all awesome. Just forcing him defensive as Colapinto and Ocon still haven't decided who's keeping P7 early on in this race. There is Ocon again, just trying to have a look to the inside. Lawson again trying to cover us off there, and we got more Mario Kart going on then early on in this race, weaving left and right as we try and get the power down against the Kiwi, and there we go, up into P9 as again Ocon trying to find a way around Franco Colapinto as well, who I think down in towards the final chicane will just think better of that one. They're 3 wide in front. I think, who was that? Having to back out of that one. Isaac Hadjar there. Couldn't do anything against, I believe it was Verstappen and George Russell as well. Whoa, easy does it through the first corner as Hamilton trying to send it on me there. Mark trying to yak in my ear, but yeah, Hadjar, Albon and George Russell taking it 3 wide down at the final turn. It's the Frenchman that loses out, but well, we've just got to settle in. It's like a lot of cars then, very, very competitive in a straight line. I don't believe this Audi is particularly good down the straights either. There is, again, really struggling with rear locking down at the final couple of corners. But again, Ocon and Colapinto going to go side by side as annoyingly. I think that's already my second warning for track limits then in this race. There was to the outside of Esteban Ocon through turn 2. Just try and get in his way there. We'll try and get a run off the exit there as, well, again, actually using a bit more deploy than I'd ever intended, but we get down the inside of the Frenchman up into the final points paying position. Now we've got to try and work with Colapinto to run away. So I get what is going on with the rear braking. I've never had anything like this so far this season. It is just all over the show. There's obviously tweaked around the bias and everything like that, but it's just not working for us. In towards that next corner again, having to really send it in, but I've got to try and calm it down. Well, here comes Lewis Hamilton then. I don't think there's going to be a lot I can do against the Ferrari man down in towards those final couple of corners, as yeah, Lewis really getting those hard tyres fired up very, very early on in this GP, or this sprint race, sorry, I should say, but I'm holding out hope that maybe Albon, Hadjar and Colapinto can hold each other up. I've tried to move the brake bias even further forward, and it seems to be working a bit better. It's still not perfect. The rear end is just sliding all over the place. Well, as we get over half distance then, we've managed to do what I always manage to do on any racing game, and I've just put myself into a bit of no man's land at the moment. We are steadily now beginning to close in the gap on Colapinto just in front. Rather more annoyingly though, Antonelli seems to be on a bit of a march through the order just behind us as well, so it's going to be a question of whether I can get to Colapinto before Antonelli can get to me, and that might obviously just allow us a bit more breathing room there. But 5 laps to go of this sprint race, gap down to 1.7 seconds, so yeah, the rate we're going, Colapinto is catchable. Slightly concerned then, it's only taken 8 laps before the tyre wear warning light has flashed up, so clearly, yeah, we are really, really struggling with the rear tyres here. One thing I hadn't thought to check was actually the tyre temperature. Yes, there we go. Just slightly overheating that rear left tyre, so luckily, of course, we can make some tweaks after the sprint race before we head into real qualifying to hopefully look after the tyres a bit more. But I think it just provided us with a bit of extra grip in the qualifying sessions, especially obviously in the wet as well. But you can see now Antonelli trying to hound us down the back straight. We're taking a fair old chunk out of Colapinto, but immediately losing some of that ground again. And of course, just like with the F125 cars, if you start to overheat the rubber, obviously it just means it's more and more wheel spinny And obviously that just overheats the rubber even more there as well. Antonelli gets down the inside, down at the hairpin. I'm sure we're about to see him drive away from me on the exit of the corner. But will he be able to get to Colapinto then by the end of the afternoon? Can't help but feel that we're in a bit of trouble here. It's just as I was getting close to Franco, it has all gone pear-shaped. Just undrivable at the moment then. 75% wear on the rears. We're only on lap 10 of this sprint race. So yeah, really gonna have to try and, say, tweak the setup a lot more. Ready for the Grand Prix proper there. Because I think the hard tyres, they might be able to hang on quite nicely. Obviously, they do take a little bit more to obviously overheat the hards. But yeah, I just tried to risk it a bit, like I said, because it was raining for sprint qualifying. There is all, someone's been hit. What's happened? Antonelli in the outside wall. Has he got a mechanical failure or is he still going? Must have had a big old moment there from Kimi Antonelli. Don't know if he's damaged that car as well. But Carlos Sainz then moving up to P9. And Colapinto now might be safe for that final point. We've got yellows. We've got yellows. One of the Ferraris behind seems to have ran into issues as well. That's got to be Leclerc then. So I think everybody is really struggling with their tyres then. Maybe the hards were the way to go on Sprint Race Saturday. As, yeah, one of those Ferraris then, I believe, is still running. But it's definitely running to their fair share of issues here as Liam Lawson now has moved on by us. Will we be able to have a look to the inside, in towards the final corner? I'll have a look to the outside through the final corner, as that was incredibly nip and tuck between myself and Liam Lawson. Gasly now fast as a piece of the action, as one more lap to go then. I mean, yeah, like I said, we lowered the pressures down to hopefully give us a bit more grip in the rain, but ultimately I didn't actually expect the tyre wear to be this bad, so I will switch back up to a much, much higher PSI. Oh, there you go, there's a penalty. That's not ideal, is it? 90% on the rears as well. I think we're at risk of getting a puncture pretty soon. Is everybody going by us now? I think we have got a puncture on the rear tyre as well, so that has been an absolute disaster then. Yeah, you can see it's completely gone. It's completely delaminated on us, so I think that was what caused the spin in the first place as well. But a sprint race that looked like it could have been our first sprint points of the year has absolutely come apart. Just like our tyre has done. Lando Norris is going to claim the victory here on Sprint Race Saturday. We're going to go pirouetting towards the end of this one. But staggeringly, Leclerc and Hülkenberg, admittedly they are second to last and third last now, they're going to get to the finish line for a change, which is the first time either of them have got to the end of a sprint. Yeah, well, welcome to about 30 seconds ago, Mark, but I just want to try and limp it home to the finish line here. I want to try and keep my 100% record so far this season, but that is an absolute disaster then. Our first puncture on F1 26, and like I said, it's going to make the Grand Prix as well even more interesting. It's definitely going to be at least a two-stop. Here is 200 miles an hour in towards the final corner. Surprised the car's got the stability, but making our way through the final chicane, absolutely nail both the apexes that time round. On the run back to the line, it is P22.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris able to hang on ahead of George Russell. It is only a 1-point swing, but of course it's 1 point closer rather than 1 point further away. Oscar Piastri there in P3 ahead of both the Red Bull drivers, so Isaac Hadjar, a good return to form for him ahead of Hamilton, Albon, and Franco Colapinto bagging that final point as well in the sprint, so a good job done by him as well. But yeah, brutal. Absolutely brutal for us then late on. Like I said, seems like a few drivers were really, really struggling. But I thought we were going to have some good pace today. But I'd rather make that error in the sprint than in the real Grand Prix. Championship-wise, George, of course, still 3 ahead of Lando. Oscar still in 3rd ahead of Max and Charles Leclerc there, with Antonelli and Hamilton just a little bit further behind. Hadjar, though, back ahead of me quite comfortably now, so we're going to have to work hard as we head into the Grand Prix. And McLaren, again, further extending that gap over Mercedes. Sprint race done and dusted though. I'm going to forget about that one. Let's head into real qualifying. We had pace here on Friday night in Brazil. Will we have pace on Saturday afternoon as well? That is the... sorry, in Canada even, I should say. Clearly getting way ahead of myself this season. Already my head is in Brazil. But yeah, making our way then to start our first run. Max Verstappen just behind us has done a 109.3. Now, I have compromised the setup a lot more to hopefully try and fix it ready for the, obviously, dry conditions for the race as well, so obviously that change will already be on the map 2 and 2 setup stock. I basically reset it back to kind of more normal, where I would expect it to be. So if we're still struggling with tyres then, I think it's an issue with the Audi car rather than anything else. But making our way out to the back straight for the first time, obviously we made it all the way to Q3 in the sprint. I will be happy again just to make it out of Q1. I'll make it our way then down in towards the final chicane then. So far this first lap has felt okay. Oh, but nothing special there, as again, almost getting done for cutting the final corner. Quick run back towards the checkered flag though. 1:13! We're 2 seconds slower than Stroll. Where on earth did all the time go? Well, I know I've said I set the car up to be even more kind of race-focused, but we're 1.7 seconds slower than anybody. Right now, I need to find over 2 seconds if I want to try and get back towards our teammate Hulkenberg, so both of us currently in the drop zone. This team now apparently saying, yeah, both qualifying sessions this weekend are meant to be changeable weather. It looks like this one is going the other way to Sprint Race Saturday then, but just making our way out of the first corners. A little bit of slip sliding there as we try and tip the car in towards that second chicane, get right up against the wall on the exit, and then again, just try and make sure we keep it cool, calm and composed as we head in towards Sector 2. They're already 6 cents up then, so I just think the first lap was quite bad, and I just wasn't pushing the car anywhere near enough as we tip it in towards the next chicane there. Nice and tidy, don't run too wide on the exit, and there we go. We are already a second up then before we even head in towards Sector 3, and I know there's some time to find, especially down at that final chicane then. 1.5 seconds up at the moment. This is a real evolution of pace as we get towards the end of qualifying then. Just got to try and navigate that final chicane. Need to brake a little bit earlier here. We just don't have the front end in the car that you remember from F1 25. Tip it in nice and tidy on the way in. Get the throttle down on the way out. We are going to find 2 seconds then. A worthy improvement, but not enough to get us into Q2. There we are, Max Verstappen, that 109.3. A great effort by the Dutchman to go fastest here in Q1. Hulkenberg squeaks by then by just 1/10 of a second over Lance Stroll, but we were still 7/10 away from our teammate then, so everybody finding a lot more right towards the end of the session. Both Cadillacs out, myself out, Esteban Ocon, Alexander Albon, that's a big surprise down at Williams, and then once again the homeboy Lance Stroll all out, so maybe it's going to be up to Hulkenberg to try and fly the flag this weekend.
Here in Montreal, lights out is quickly approaching on this artificial island originally built for the World Fair in 1967. Now it's used for a World's Fair of a different kind, ever since Formula One first arrived here. We're back in Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. If you want flat-out racing, you've come to the right place this weekend, as it's full throttle for 59% of this 2.7-mile circuit, peaking at around 210 miles per hour going into the final chicane. But that speed requires discipline, and there are more than a few close walls here just waiting to punish drivers with a heavy right foot. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, and starting next to them is George Russell. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Piastri, Verstappen, Isaac Hadjar and Antonelli, Gasly, Sainz, Hamilton and Franco Colapinto, Lawson, Norris, Fernando Alonso and Hulkenberg, Lindblad, Behrman, Lance Stroll and Esteban Ocon, Perez, Mr. Monaco, Bottas and Alex Albon picks up the last spot on the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
We have been boosted up then into 20th spot there. Alexander Albon, terrible qualifying yesterday. Clearly just thought, you know what, I may as well start from the back and try to avoid some chaos early on then. It is absolutely, though, going to be a 2-stop strategy today. I'm hoping... Oh, no, we don't have another set of mediums it might genuinely be a 3-stop here. That's how bad I think the tyre wear is going to be throughout the course of the afternoon. So I'm going to start on the hards. My plan is basically take them as far as we possibly can, and then we'll wait and see as to how they hang on a little bit later on in the afternoon as well. So we might then try and go mediums, and then obviously softs towards the end. And with safety cars, everything like that, this could be a really, really crazy race on our hands today. Waiting on the grid, though, for those 5 red lights to come on. A nightmare yesterday, put it behind us. 5 red lights. Oh, lights out, and away we go then. A little bit of wheel spin off the launch, but hopefully these hard compound tyres, like I said, my plan is literally take them as far as I can. There's Albon and Bottas there, just using a bit of battery in turn 1 to get by me. But I will sit back and then try and gain some progress off the exit of turn 2 there, around the outside of Sergio Perez, and immediately going wheel to wheel with the homeboy there, as that's our first warning of the day. That was completely unnecessary through the opening couple of corners, but then, whoa, down in towards the next turn. Lance Stroll thought about being the hero. I would already committed to trying to be the hero early on then here, as we make our way out onto the back straight. I mean, we're up 2 places then, I can't complain too much here off the start, but I guess the other big thing as well is just don't overdrive the car early on. Allow the tyres to steadily work up, as Hülkenberg, doing a good job early on as well. Seemingly just trying to get away from this Behrman and Fernando Alonso squabble going on just behind him then, but out of the hairpin. Are we going to try and take it 3 wide with Esteban Ocon and Arvid Lindblad? Oh, a fellow rookie there trying to squeeze us right up towards the grass, and then Ocon is a complete sitting duck as we make our way down the back straight. Fernando Alonso just decides he wants to go a bit defensive as well through the final couple of corners. Prevent us from trying to have a look for any kind of move there, but can we have a look to the outside back in towards turn 1? Fernando tries to charge up the pack, and a similar move to the one that Hamilton pulled off against Verstappen IRL a couple of weekends ago. But up to P15 by the end of the opening lap, that has been a very good start. Well, I've often said it here, the AI could be very, very good over 1 lap here in Montreal. But yeah, the fact that immediately we were so far behind Hülkenberg in qualifying, but get to the race now, and we seem to be settling down into a rhythm quite nicely early on in the race. I'm just trying to make sure, like I said, that I'm not overdriving the car, really rolling it into the corners, using the battery on the exit there as well. Alonso thinks about a move to the inside there. We just get him on the brakes, though, and deny him that chance. But Hülkenberg as well, he's running very, very well up in that 12th spot right now. Dare I believe our teammate could bag his first points of the year? I think it's still unlikely, but not impossible. And then I think a few cars right up towards the very front. It feels like pretty much everybody is just stuck in a big train at this stage of the afternoon. It's actually the Alpines, I believe, holding everybody up there as Hülkenberg has found his way around Franco Colapinto. I can only assume that maybe Behrman's mediums already are just beginning to struggle a little bit then, as we are drag racing down the back straight. Liam Lawson trying to charge up the pack as well, as we would just slot in ahead of Ollie Behrman there. Lawson, though, has really tripped himself over as we make our way out of the final corner. Can we have a look to the outside of the Kiwi as well? Down the outside in towards turn 1, and that's the first real oversteer moment I've had in this Grand Prix, but 2 cars in 2 corners then. Very, very happy with that. Well, there you go, Hülkenberg. Hülkenberg now around the outside of Gasly, so up into the top 10. Our teammate will go at the moment there, as Gasly immediately trying to go back for it. Colapinto thought about making it 3 wide, and well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The AI in this updated F126 cars, they go absolutely mental on this game, as both the Alpines then have opted to start this race on the mediums. As here we go, Colapinto now. Is he going to try and get back past our teammate there? I've got to try and help him out as best as I can. A second warning of the day. So I think there's a fair chance we pick up a penalty later on then. But Hülkenberg forcing his way to the inside back at turn 1. And up then into the top 10 he goes. I'm going to absolutely send it around the outside of Colapinto through those first couple of corners. Can I use some battery up the hill? Yes, we can there. The Alpine just doesn't have the traction right now. And Audi are on a bit of a fight back. But let's see if I can try and get a run on Pierre Gasly then. Hopefully help out Hülkenberg just a little bit more. See the Alpine as well. They just don't have the grip at the moment as down the outside. Just being really careful. What? What on earth is Gasly doing? Oh, no, we picked up a tiny bit of front wing damage. I don't know how much difference that'll make, but that's terrible. That's really bad. That works out so well for those Alpines as well. I can't stay on the hards, can I? I might have to try and take like a set of softs or mediums a few laps here and then go back to the hard compound tyres, but yeah, that's really screwed us over there quite badly.
We can get a nice advantage here. Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
Well, team reckon then we could go soft, and then medium to the end of the afternoon. So 7 laps on each set there would be rather brave, but I guess at the moment it doesn't hurt to at least try it. I guess, yeah, because we probably only take the hards about another 8 or 9 laps anyway, so might have to be the play at the moment then. We'll give it a whirl. We'll see how the soft tyres feel after a few laps here as Hulkenberg over to mediums. 5 red lights are back on though. It's lights out. Oh, and away we go then once more. Definitely can't quite get the starts against the AI at the moment. Of course, luckily that front wing damage will have been sorted there as well. I was hoping Hulkenberg wouldn't put up too much of a fight through the first couple of corners. Yeah, it seems like a lot of drivers, of course, that maybe kept a set of the mediums yesterday, used the hards in the sprint. They are now really coming alive as we head into the rest of the afternoon. Oh, I have still got a fresh set of hard compound tyres as well. So I guess if I could get these to about lap 19, I probably then could go hards to the end. So why weren't we given the option just to restart this race on another set of hards? That seems rather odd. I know I would have to pit again, but yeah, maybe the goal is to take these, like I said, end of 18, end of 19, and then try to go hards to the end of the race. Trying to close in then on Carlos Sainz, down in towards the final couple of corners. Or we'll just see if I can bait him into a little error on the way in. That's exactly what he's done. Not able to get the power down on the exit, but again, that Williams is so quick in a straight line there. Big dive at the first corner. I mean, that is a proper F1 26 racing maneuver there. I'm ahead at the apex, therefore it's my corner, and well, clearly the FIA agree with that. Didn't even get a warning for a collision there against Carlos, but again, it's going to be so difficult to try and push these tyres, but keep hold of them as well. But that is part of the fun of the challenge there, is immediately locking the rears. Didn't have any issues with that on the set of hards, so I just think the softer tyre balance here isn't that great. And here we go, Hulkenberg as well then, trying to have a look down the inside. You know what, I'm going to let him through. I was planning on letting him through there as Nico ran the outside down at the hairpin. Then had a contact with his diffuser, but I want to try and work with him today, as immediately then Carlos Sainz going to try and look back around the outside. Can we get Hulkenberg? Oh, just to squeeze him. No, we can't. Hulkenberg there will lose 2 places at the same time. Oh, Sainz has absolutely mugged me off by the time we get into that final corner as well. So I feel like, again, Hulkenberg might just be able to go back past us. So that's been a disaster. Liam Lawson as well. Trying to have a look back down the inside then. But this is going to be frantic racing for this restart. I just want to try and help our teammate at the moment, because I feel like right now he has got a much better chance than I do. Oh, here we go, Hulkenberg. Hulkenberg then back to the outside of Carlos Sainz again, in towards turn 1, and all I'm hoping for is that I can get close enough to our teammate to potentially, like I said, get between them again and try and help him out there. You can already feel or see, I can feel the rears already beginning to go, so yeah, the softer tyres have never really worked that well here in Montreal, and that seems to be continuing. We're not dropping away too far, though, from a lot of cars just in front. But, yeah, I'm just cheering Hulkenberg on. But here we go, then. Hulkenberg, that is a brave maneuver down in towards the final couple of corners. Not going to put it off, though, as he's going to completely cut the final corner. Surely that's a warning for our teammate as well there, but apparently I've got to just try and get the jump on him. There you go, we'll get that objective sorted. I mean, like I was genuinely about to say, I really want to get the objective, but not actually keep the spot over him. Wasn't quite the way I planned on doing it, but I guess it worked out quite well for us there. So hopefully, Hulkenberg still within the range of Sainz, so can stick with him. I already don't feel happy on this set of the soft compound tyres. I'm going to bolt on a set of hards, and we're just going to try and take him as far as we can then. You can already see they're beginning to overheat here, so even if the AI are only planning on making one more stop to the end, I don't believe this set of tyres will go right the way through to the checkered flag, but I just don't care. to be honest. The mediums, the softs, just generally the softer compounds don't work around this Montreal circuit, and especially kind of on a, you know, not very upgraded car. You just overheat them awfully. So my plan now, if I can get these to the end, if I can really nurse them, then I will. But otherwise, I'll aim to dive in probably about lap 27 or so, and then go back to mediums through to the checkered flag. But yeah, we've just got to keep doing what we're doing. And again, get the car back in a happy medium and hope that we can undercut. Then already we've inspired a couple of other drivers to have the same idea then. Arvid Lindblad and Valtteri Bottas into the pit lane. Although they're both bolting on a set of medium tyres by the looks of things, so... Actually, Bottas has gone back to softs. What on earth are Cadillac attempting here? If the softs don't work anyway, why is he going to another set? Oh, there we go. Stroll and Ocon into the pit lane as well, so... Yeah, I think this is working quite nicely for us at the moment, as Russell and Verstappen just heading back out into the circuit, so... I reckon... I mean, could they go 16 laps to the end? It's not impossible for the AI, but it also won't be easy for them, so... Yeah, strategy today has really kind of been thrown out the window. Nobody knows what's going on. Got more cars storming into the pit lane as well, so I think it's just going to be every single lap right now. More and more cars are mixing it up there, as almost now into the top 10 of this race is Isaac Hadjar coming out alongside his teammate Max Verstappen then. Not quite able to get around him, I don't believe, off the exit of the pit lane. But if any other car pits, we'll be up into the top 10 temporarily. And we have undercut Norris and Antonelli. Norris, though, will be going to the end. Antonelli, I don't know. Oh, there we go. Hulkenberg into the pit lane then. So, yeah, our teammate could be on for a big result this afternoon. He's seen us score points on quite a few occasions, but it just has never quite clicked for the German so far this season. But he has been comfortably quicker than me, at least in one lap pace yesterday afternoon. He has seemingly had the edge over me. Feels like most of the weekend. Obviously, the sprint was a bit hard to tell with all the changeable conditions mixing up the grid, but again, we've just got to try and manage our own race at the moment. Lando Norris now right up behind us then to make our way through that chicane there. Look at how much the car's trying to dance around underneath us, but yeah, we're only at 20% wear so far then, so tyres hanging on quite nicely. I reckon we could look to go to the end of the afternoon, but it's whether it's worth it. The pit lane here takes so little time to navigate that it might be worth just trying to, you know, dive in and get a bit of an undercut on the AI. I just don't know. There we go, Carlos Sainz in, Lewis Hamilton also in then. So, oh, that is a proper Ferrari strat, isn't it? Hamilton now going over to a set of the soft compound tyres. So, despite the fact he's pit later than some people, he's going to need to pit again, and the likes of Lando Norris won't. I hadn't even noticed Colapinto was still kind of stuck. I mean, I guess he can't complain, but yeah, he was mixing it up with all of the front runners then, so I don't believe he's pit again in this Grand Prix thus far, and you can see now everybody desperately trying to scramble around in there. It's to the outside of Lando Norris in towards the final couple of corners. Colapinto still not peeling into the pit lane then, so we'll try and get a run on him out of the final corner there, but getting the jump on the McLaren, certainly not something I expected to do. It's how much downforce you lose in the dirty air as well against the AI, but second time today then I've had to try and get a run up the short chute. Second time today I've pulled it off. Oh, we got yellows. That might be a red flag again. Someone span down at the first couple of corners. No idea what's gone on. That's going to absolutely screw over those cars. We're not going to get a safety car or a red flag from it. That must have been either one of the Haas or the Cadillac. I'm sure a replay has already flashed up, but just over 10 laps to go then. There's a little bit of overcast around the circuit again. I don't believe we're meant to see any rain. Just go in. Yeah, no chance of rain.
Okay, dry seem like the best tyre for now.
So, yeah, effectively, we've got these tyres to about half their wear. But this would only take us to about the end of lap 32 then. I reckon could still be worth a gamble, a reshuffle back over to mediums, like end of 28, because then we should be very quick towards the end then of lap 27. These tyres are actually still feeling very good at the moment, but I've done the maths. By the end of the Grand Prix, they would be at about 85%. I don't fancy risking that. at this stage of the Grand Prix. So although I'm going to get the move done on George Russell, battle of the German teams there, we will make it through. But Hadjar and Verstappen, I tell you what, they have been going hammer and tong since the Frenchman came back out of the pit lane. Would love to see him bag his first podium of the season. Of course, wouldn't do us any favours in terms of our championship battle. But, you know, sometimes I just want to see good things happen for other drivers as well there. As Medium's going back on the wagon then. Colapinto has also peeled into the pit lane. So Hulkenberg now is going to be back up into 11th place then. Don't think he's really running with an opportunity of points though at this stage. So strategy has really got away from the German. But I tell you what, opting to pit early off of those soft compound tyres has really, really worked. Someone else heading out the pit lane then. That's one of the Ferraris, is around the outside of Alexander Albon through turn 1. So which Ferrari is that then? Well, at this stage of the Grand Prix, as I probably could have had a look to the inside of Gasly there. You can see just how much the Alpine man's struggling. So that's not where you see overtakes very often inside this game, but Charles Leclerc then is just about come out still ahead of us as Liam Lawson really beginning to struggle as well. So I'm pretty certain, yeah, Hamilton has definitely got to make another pit stop before the end of the afternoon. Could I dare beat the Ferrari today, as look at how much ground are made up on Lawson then almost immediately here. So he's going to try and go defensive. We will have a look to the outside. Late on the brakes. Lawson can't do anything to defend it. But could still score some points today. There we go then, George Russell, one of the Red Bulls, and Hamilton then all into the pit lane there. So are we going to potentially be up the order? Oh, someone's binned it. Yellow flag's out way further back. Safety car now would certainly spice things up, as we are now up then into a P6 spot. So, yeah, no idea who span at the back of the pack there, but see again, hopefully I'll remember to put a replay in. But how many of these spots can we hang on to between now and the end? We've got a 4-second gap to Verstappen, but he is in a quicker car on softer tyres. But there we go, Antonelli into the pit lane. Isaac Hadjar also into the pit lane then, as I've still not got a penalty in this Grand Prix. I'm desperately trying to hang on, as we are now up to P4 in this race. So I said this one was going to be wild here in Montreal. Verstappen's already taken 1.6 seconds out of me, so we might struggle to keep him at bay, but any spots we can hang on to late on this afternoon are going to be huge for us. But what a difference just a small setup tweak makes. I think the softs work for anybody here, because we're pulling away from Verstappen again. I think he's instantly cooked his rubber, and we're actually taking time out of Charles Leclerc. I don't want to believe, I don't want to get optimistic here, but we are very, very close to a podium. What a story that would be. Starting then the final lap of the Canadian Grand Prix. We are 1.2 seconds behind Charles Leclerc. We have still been closing in on him rapidly towards the end. But are we going to be able to find a way around him? Catching is one thing. Overtaking is very much another in the world of Formula 1. But you can see how much he's having to lift out now on that set of soft compound tyres. Montreal has often delivered interesting races, but we had no pace yesterday. I took everything out of the one-lap speed of the car to hopefully carry us come Grand Prix Sunday. It just wasn't working on the soft compound tyres, but everything else this weekend, it has been absolutely fantastic once the races come around there. It's been a nightmare weekend in places, but a podium would certainly more than cover all the pain of the puncture yesterday. In through the hairpin though, one final time. Oscar Piastri up at the front of the order. He is going to win the Grand Prix, becoming our 4th different winner from the opening 7 races. Oscar Piastri will head home, a McLaren 1-2. Unfortunately, we just don't quite have enough in the end. Leclerc saving his battery, dumping it down the back straight, but nice and easy through the final corner. P4 though, what a result for Audi.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
And it's the checkered flag for your Grand Prix race winner, Oscar Piastri. We had drama from start to finish, but in the end, there was only ever one that could take that top spot. And your winner today, the man from down under, congratulations, Oscar Piastri.
Well then, Oscar Piastri. It's been a tough start to the season for him. Hasn't quite gelled with that all-new McLaren car in the same way Lando Norris has. But everything clicked today, including the strategy, and he will be victorious there. McLaren, the only team outside of Alpine, I believe, that were able to make the two-stop happen. Oh, and Ollie Behrman apparently as well, able to make it work there. But Piastri, that's got to be one of the more dominant wins we've seen this season. 9 seconds clear of his teammate come the checkered flag. Charles Leclerc, though, in P3, but from 20th on the grid to P4, I can certainly not complain about that. Like I said, just the difference that setup tweak made worked out so well. As always, about 2 and 2 setups. There's a link in the description as well. Max Verstappen there just hangs on ahead of George Russell. Isaac Hadjar at one point, it looked like he could have been a threat for the podium, but ultimately didn't come off for him. Just ahead of Hamilton, Antonelli, and Pierre Gasly rounding out your top 10. I believe everybody made it to the end of both the sprint and the main GP this weekend, so hats off there. Great reliability across the board. Valtteri Bottas, the only driver to get lapped. Drivers' Championship then. Norris now 7 points clear of George Russell at the top of the table, and maybe, just maybe, Oscar Piastri is going to become a threat now. Charles Leclerc 1 point back ahead of Max Verstappen. Antonelli and Hamilton still tied on 67 points apiece, but yeah, with those huge points doubling our tally for the campaign, we have re-jumped Hadjar, Sainz and Alexander Albon then, as still only 4 points covering the 4 cars as well. Gasly, another point for him, moves him further away from Liam Lawson and Franco Colapinto as well. And constructors-wise, McLaren 57 clear of Mercedes now. Ferrari still in a pretty distant P3 ahead of Red Bull. We take some good points out of Williams as well. Now just 17 away once more. So closer to Williams than Alpine are to us. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out for the Monaco Grand Prix, the jewel in the crown. I'm excited for that one. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 8 of our F1 26 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend back in Monte Carlo for the Monaco Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Montreal, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Of course, if you missed the race here from CS as well that went live yesterday, also of course from Monaco, yeah, go back, check it out. It was a rather interesting one to kick off the campaign as well. But 39 laps then around the Monaco Grand Prix this weekend. And we're going to do things a little bit differently. Now, last week I made a video racing as Lewis Hamilton. I started at the back of the field. I did a 100% event here. And it's still quite clear that the AI aren't great at Monte Carlo. They're better than they were on F1 25, but ultimately, if I qualified, if I race, as long as nothing bizarre happens, we'd start on the pole and I'd basically just be able to drive away from the rest of the field. That's not really my idea of fun. It also wouldn't make for a very long video either, of just 39 laps of just driving away from everybody else. So we are going to be kind of bringing back the Monaco Super Prix, what I used to do on F1 25. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start at the back of the field. We're going to leave it as a 50% race though for this first campaign, because ultimately this Audi car still isn't that great in terms of the grand scheme of things. But it's basically going to be a last question mark challenge here from Monaco. So I'm really looking forward to it. Hopefully you guys are as well. Of course, a massive thank you to everybody for their continued support on the channel. Obviously, we are getting closer and closer to 160,000 subs at the moment. So if you are enjoying all the content, make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well. Quick look at the World Championship table then. Lando Norris 7 points clear of George Russell at the top. Oscar Piastri still in P3 ahead of Leclerc and Verstappen. Constructors-wise, McLaren looking pretty comfortable. 57 points clear of Mercedes. Ferrari still in third ahead of Red Bull there. Of course, we got some big points last weekend in Montreal. The race really did go our way in the end. So we are back up to P8 in the Drivers' Championship. Very much looks like it's going to be us versus Hadjar and the Williams as this campaign goes on as well. But yeah, like I said, leave a like, get yourself subscribed. I'm going to put a whole new engine in the back of the car as well this weekend, because we're starting at the back anyway. So let's see how we get on.
It's the jewel in the crown. Simply put, there is nowhere quite like Monaco, and it's all about finding your groove from the beginning of the very first practice session here at the tightest and twistiest circuit of them all.
One thing I hadn't factored in then, ready for Monaco this weekend, was actually going to be changeable weather, but it looks like that could be happening as we head into the race. It looks like it could be a dry to wet race, so who knows what on earth is going to happen. Luckily, of course, it is Monte Carlo. You're going to crank up all the downforce you possibly can onto the car anyway. Yes, we just head out then onto the circuit. Of course, obviously still got to go through free practice. Still got to try and earn all our R&D around this venue. I would argue practice, yeah, here, even more important than most venues on this game for me. Even if, you know, we're not going to qualify, it is just about trying to make sure I've got my eye in a little bit more ready for race day Sunday as well. But I love Monte Carlo, such a great circuit. Obviously, you know, the race at the weekend as well. Kimi Antonelli, of course, victorious once more in 2026. I mean, I've said it. I'm going to say it again. I think the kid is going to be world champion by the end of the season as well. But as we dance our way then in towards the final couple of corners, pretty much all been purple scores with a couple of greens being thrown in down at Sandoval and at Las Casas. But out of the final corner, that should be a purple score. I'm going to get a few more laps in though, but let's head into race day Sunday. Quickly before we get into that though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or of course any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Formula One returns to Monte Carlo once again today, home to the world-famous Monte Carlo Casino that first opened in 1863. And of course, a certain road race first held in 1929. There's no greater an occasion, no more valuable a win than the Monaco Grand Prix. We're on the French Riviera once more this weekend at the 2-mile-long Circuit de Monaco. The cars will climb around 40 metres up the hill, past the casino, and then descend towards the harbour through Sector 2. It's a very short run from pole position to the first of 19 corners, and don't expect to see much overtaking here today. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, just edging out Alex Albon, who'll start from P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Sainz, Verstappen, Charles Leclerc and Hamilton, Russell, Antonelli, Piastri and Isaac Hadjar, Gasly, Alonso, Esteban Ocon and Behrman, Colapinto, Perez, Lance Stroll and Nico Hülkenberg, Bottas, Lawson, Lindblad and Mr. Monaco. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Well, Lando Norris then starting on the pole, of course, World Championship leader. Great effort yesterday, but Williams, they just seem to be really competitive in Monte Carlo inside this game as well. Like I said, though, in practice, rain is on the horizon a bit later on this afternoon, so I think we're going to roll the dice. I'm going to start on a set of the hards and just kind of see as to when the weather's going to arrive. Of course, there's no mandatory two-stop strategy or anything like that this season, so we can afford just to try and look after these tyres as best as we can. Hope that we can move our way up the order and work our way from there as the afternoon goes on. I must admit, I'm quite excited for this one. I always look forward to a Grand Prix here in Monte Carlo as well. But without further ado then, let's get on with it. The 5 red lights are coming on from 22nd on the grid. The Monaco Grand Prix. A mighty long hole, but it is go, go, go then. A lot of drivers on soft tyres around us, so I'm not expecting to get a good start on the run in towards turn 1. In fact, you know what? We'll sit back, just kind of wait and see what the AI do there. As you can see, Colapinto, I think, might have temporarily been 3 wide with the Haas cars. There was Bottas in his Cadillac, also on the hard tyres. He's looking to just try and extend that stint as best as he possibly can as well. But look at that then. Looks like Albon, I believe, has taken the lead of the Grand Prix off the start then. So Williams to the front here in Monte Carlo as well. Bottas just couldn't quite work out there whether he was going to try and cut off Manot's, but with 22 cars trying to navigate their way through the hairpin first time round. Perez and Esteban Ocon side by side just a little bit further up. Of course, Carlos Sainz led this race in the Lewis Hamilton last question mark video that we did, and I did mess up in that one. I couldn't remember the last time Williams won the Monaco Grand Prix. As soon as I finished recording, I then immediately remembered that Juan Pablo Montoya achieved it, didn't he, in 2003 here for the team. One of just 3 Grand Prix victories on these streets that Williams have ever taken. The other two, of course, I believe coming back in the early 1980s, but as we make our way then through towards the end of lap 1. Haven't made any progress just yet then, as all talking of, down the inside of Bottas, who checks up a little bit more than I was expecting there, so a nice little move down at Las Casas, but already then, yeah, our top two drivers beginning to scamper away. I've clicked the wrong button. That is so annoying. I don't know why I keep doing it. I haven't changed my binds for F1 26 or anything like that. I wanted to actually get a weather report.
Okay, expect to see some rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now. Okay,
well,
dry seem like the best tyre for now.
Rocking up fairly early this afternoon, but set it up then for a set of intermediates, because I got no plans on pitting before then. But there's definitely areas around this track where the AI are very good, and definitely areas where they very much aren't still. Feel like the first half of the lap, oh, they're okay there, as Arvid Lindblad just lycoing as he makes his way through the in towards the back there, I should say. But yeah, right up against the barriers, and well, this normally wasn't a place I like to go for moves with the F125 cars, but down in towards the Las Casas, where these F126 cars sit over those curbs through the exit and swimming pool so nicely, really just feel like now we can actually get a bit of a better run on the AI. But of course, yeah, but there not being that many laps here, we have really got to try and get on with it. Obviously, you know, that pit stop, that changeable weather could really help or could really hinder us this afternoon. I guess it just depends on how far the soft compound tyres are going to be able to go. But Liam Lawson just in front of us up next. Nico Hülkenberg, our teammate, or just in front of him, as in towards the hairpin. The AI do seem to break very early on the way in there. Can we get a run down through the tunnel? That was always one of the better places as well. With the F125 cars, I assume, yeah, on soft compound tyres, it's going to be a bit more tricky to try and get a run against the AI on two-stage harder rubber. So, yeah, might have to be that we wait towards the end of the lap, but our engineer are already just trying to keep us informed when it comes to the ring. There's a little bit of a wobble there through the inside of Tabac, just turned the car in a little bit too early. So you just lose a bit of momentum there, have to gather up the car. So we have a look towards the outside. Oh, through the Las Casas there as Liam Lawson rather kindly gives me a lot of room. I'll back out of it on the way in towards the final corner. Can I get a run though on the way out without any straight line mode? I think that's going to be very difficult. So Lawson just started to lift out in towards turn 1. We weren't able to find anything, especially with no qualifying here. It does take me a little bit longer to really get our eye in, but now we are starting to get somewhere with it. To the inside of Liam Lawson, and there you go. Time around, just getting a much better run down through the hotel, through the tunnel, and just again, Tabac seems to be our real danger corner. It's one of the only corners around here that really does feel quite high downforce, so you notice that lack of grip with these next generation of cars. But Hülkenberg up next then. Will the team just tell him to get out of the way? See, I guess in this timeline, we don't know how good I'm going to be at Monte Carlo yet on F1 26, but already starting to make a bit of an impact there, as I would assume. I mean, the tyres, the soft tyres, really don't last that well around this circuit. It's thinking about a look to the inside, up in towards Massenet and Casino Square, but not able to find anything on the way in. Can we potentially try and find something on the way out? Oh, that was a bit aggressive there against our teammate Hülkenberg. We get the car down the inside though, we get it stopped, and we're up another one. The other weird thing, of course, with Monte Carlo, you just don't have to struggle with energy at all. You can pretty much always get a run and use the battery where you need to there, as you can see the Cadillac. Oh, very much struggling in towards turn 1. Perez defends it, tries to save a little bit of battery as well, as I actually get a warning for contact there, and suddenly now we've got a huge run up the hill there, around the outside into Massenet, and oh, Perez just understeered a little bit on the way in. Kind of get a little bit locked together there, and that gives us just the tiniest bit of front wing damage, so not a big fan of that one from Checo. Obviously, it's Monaco. You're always in a position where you can try and defend from the car behind, but already maybe just working these tyres a little bit too hard too early on. It's still quite easy to just start cooking them a bit earlier than you'd ever really want to here, but we know that Cadillac is not a particularly strong car in a straight line on this game. Well, this Audi particularly is either, but of course running a 50-50 wing here. You want all the downforce while you possibly can. Of course, Perez as well missed out on scoring Cadillac their first points over at the weekend as well, which obviously was a huge shame for him and the Cadillac team, but I don't know why this is my favourite move, but it's working, and we're up another one. Esteban Ocon. I just seen there bobble over that inside curbing down towards the back, and well, I wasn't actually planning on making a move there, but I guess we'll take it if we possibly can. Up into 16th place then of this Grand Prix as Lance Stroll trying to obviously, well, he did attempt to make the real-life Grand Prix exciting, didn't he, by crashing fairly late on in the afternoon. I'm still not entirely sure how much that was Lance's fault, and how much it was obviously the track degrading as well. In Monte Carlo was we just skim the outside wall there. Don't want to do a Felipe Massa as we head in towards turn 1, but Stroll, interestingly then, is I think the first driver I've seen on the mediums in this Grand Prix. I think everybody else has either been on soft or on hard, so not quite sure what his game plan is, but of course everybody is waiting for the weather. I'm not waiting though behind Lance Stroll for all too long, as we're still wheel to wheel as we head in towards the hairpin. Oh, Stroll! What is that? Lance Stroll there just trying to turn me through the exit of the hairpin there. I almost ended up on top of him. That was a very weird moment. As somehow we've got away with no damage. I don't know if the Canadian's done the same. So, to the inside of Esteban Ocon through the tunnel. A moment of madness early on here in Monte Carlo. But yeah, Stroll I think just pitched the rear wheel there and tipped us into the side of him. Somehow we've survived and we're even up another place. It's a very, very early stop by Nico Hülkenberg, but he's not the only one in. One of the V-carbs, I would assume that's Lindblad, also pitting into the pit lane. So are we already beginning to see the soft compound tyres begin to struggle? I mean, again, when we know the rain is imminent, it seems like a very, very bold choice to hope that everybody else is going to have to pit as well. Maybe the team, though, feel that rain isn't going to rock them until a little while later. And Hülkenberg could be on for a big undercut. Seen a fair amount happening here in Monte Carlo so far, but trying to close up then on Colapinto. Probably haven't made as quick progress as I was really hoping we would around this circuit, but, you know, still, it's a long old race, and this Audi, isn't the best car on the grid there, as Colapinto just broke late enough that I kind of question whether I could have a look to the inside, but again, we'll try and play it safer rather than a bit more risky. He is also on the hard tyres, though, so he should be able to go until the wet period. So there is definitely a bit of a strategy mix-up from a lot of drivers there as making our way through the tunnel. Colapinto, I just see they're trying to use a little bit more battery a bit later on. We'll roll very, very late onto the brakes, though. He's still there. I think he did cut the chicane to try and hang on to it, but down the inside we'll go. Just squeeze by through the exit of Tabac. And another forceful move has been made, but we were ahead of the apex, so therefore it was my corner. Go, Charles Leclerc. Leclerc into the pit lane as well then, so we are now starting to see some people pit. Team also believe the rain is going to rock up, pretty quickly, as that's going to be our first warning of the day. I don't want 3 of those. Ollie Behrman, big moment, big moment down. In towards the exit of the swimming pool chicane there, just got way up on the outside curb. Tried to have a bit of a look for it, a little bit of contact there. I'm not going to try and force the issue too much as Albert into the pit lane then, so starting to see a lot of cars then peeling in. So we can end up with a very, very mixed up grid here as Lando Norris then back to the lead of the Grand Prix, but yeah, Behrman that time around just able to stay ahead of us. But you can see how much he's struggling for rhythm in that Haas car, kicking out the back end. All over the show, was down in towards Upper Mirabo. Again, you can get such a good launch towards the hairpin, but it's just not really the corner. You can try and go for it. Definitely struggling a little bit with oversteer. I think we have just, been sat in the dirty air of so many cars for so long. Can we get a run though on Ollie Behrman as we make our way through the tunnel? Audi power versus Ferrari power. I don't think, that time round we're not going to quite get there. I think that, Haas has got a fair amount of ponies. So we've got yellows. Someone else maybe behind struggling there as we'll go for the move as soon as the green flag's been reactivated. That is the other Haas of Esteban Ocon that is going to be out of this Grand Prix. So, bit of disappointment for him. He's not actually stopped though yet, so I don't know what's going on for Esteban Ocon, but a safety car now would be disastrous for a few drivers because it would promote other people with a free stop. There we go, Ocon is gone. But the car's stranded on track. How has this not been a safety car? there we go. Almost immediately as well. The rain has now begun, so now everybody that's still out here on the hard tyres is in a pretty good spot. Gasly and Hadjar, see two Frenchmen who are battling it out for a podium IRL. But how long will it take before intermediates are the tyre you want? Oh, we got another one. We got another spinner. That'll be a red flag. That'll be a red flag immediately. Colapinto's gone round. Safety car's out. Is that not going? There you go. I was going to say, that's got to be a red flag, surely. As race then is going to be halted. Well, that annoyingly kind of eliminates any opportunity for anybody to do anything special with the tyres here, because I assume it'll now just be intermediates. As it is, so everybody then is going to be on intermediates to the end of the afternoon.
Got another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
But yeah, with Colapinto going around and Ocon's car still stranded on the circuit, can't really say I'm surprised that we've seen a red flag. It could dry up again, though. That would be rather fascinating if it does dry up again here on these Monaco streets. But restarting the race then up in P6, Sainz on the pole. Lights out, one away we go there, as looks like Hadjar and Gasly both struggling. So with Antonelli, look at that launch around the outside in towards turn one there. We're 3 wide with Hadjar and Antonelli, who just like give us the room. I was prepared to back out of that one if I needed to, but almost immediately threatening for the podium here. Hadjar's going to try and do the same against Kimi as well, as we make our way down through Casino Square, but everybody's just got to figure out where the grip is. Sainz is held on from his former teammate in Max Verstappen, but Hadjar and Antonelli still wheel to wheel as we make our way through the hairpin. Who's going to come out on top in this scenario there? Antonelli surely around the outside, and we will try and follow him by a big manoeuvre there down the inside of Isaac Hadjar. A lot of Constantina and up a bit further behind, but chaos unfolding then here in Monaco off the restart. Can we get a run on Antonelli as we make our way down in towards the chicane? Oh no, I'm going to get a big double front lock-up anyway, but of course now overtaking is going to be even harder to come by. I say that immediately. Oh, able to get the traction on Antonelli there. I think what I'm going to do from now on is in the intermediate conditions, I'm going to ban myself from using hot lap mode, because it's definitely OP against the AI. So Team EA are adamant that this rain is going to stop again before the end of the afternoon, so yeah, very, very rare that we just get a small shower here in Monte Carlo, but I'm going to schedule it to go back to a set of softs towards the end. You want that extra grip. Despite the fact the tyres don't seem to hang on too well, you want that extra grip here in Monte Carlo. But yeah, we've just got to try and close in on Verstappen and Sainz now. But those two are just trying to scamper away from everybody. One way to make the Monaco Grand Prix a bit more exciting then. Changeable weather, dry to wet to dry. And we have rocked up to the back then of Verstappen and Carlos Sainz. I would be intrigued to know just how much quicker the Dutchman could go if he wasn't kind of behind Carlos. But that being said, he's not really pushing the Spaniard along either, is he, at the moment? But this could be a huge, huge day for Audi. Obviously, we narrowly missed out on a podium last weekend in Montreal. Imagine if we're able to bag a podium here on these Monaco streets today. Is plunging down the hill, getting ever closer to the Dutchman's diffuser, of course. I'd love to be out in front by the time the track does dry up, but I think, well, that's optimistic there. He's got to be really careful through the hairpin now. It kind of almost feels like you trigger anti-stall as you make your way through, and then down through Portier, kind of the inside tyre finds grip as you go under that little dry patch as well. But you can see now, with the boost mode being disabled for everybody, we really can't do anything into one of my favourite overtaking places on the lap. We certainly can try, though. Oh, if Verstappen gets a wobble on the exit, immediately having a look to the inside. The Dutchman, though, not giving up on it as we make our way down and through the swimming pool. And we know what Max Verstappen is like. It's going to take a lot to make him move as Sainz has binned it. Carlos Sainz for the lead of the Grand Prix has bottled it by himself. Could that be a safety car again this afternoon? It might be another red flag here. And that could immediately bring back the dry weather. Sainz is still in that inside wall. But I don't think we're going to see anything for it there, because he's off the racing line enough. But Sainz has been disqualified. Carlos Sainz from the lead of the Grand Prix. Williams hoping for their first victory here in almost 25 years. But it's not going to happen today. Literally just said this is Max Verstappen's time to prove what speed he's got. And now he's been gifted clear air this afternoon. He will try and scamper away as best as he possibly can. These are conditions where the Dutchman absolutely thrives behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car. Audi is still telling me I need to try and find a way around in there as we rattle up against the barrier on the outside through turn 1. But again, we've got to keep one eye on the sky as well, but I just want to keep pressure in the Dutchman, because it is clear the AI can make mistakes. No, when Max Verstappen is confident behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car, it is very, very difficult to try and force an error out of him, and it's even more difficult to try and get an overtake done on him as well here. But we are feeling like I'm pushing him around this track right now. He's trying to dictate the pace as best as he can, but the Dutchman knows he has to keep trying to push, otherwise we will force an error. Like I said, he's very, very confident, or when he is confident, it's very hard to kind of force an error out of him or really even kind of get near him in a Grand Prix. So I'm trying to keep him under pressure so that he isn't confident. Tabak, the run into Tabak is one of the only places on this lap where he seems to be just struggling to get the power down somewhat here, but you can see now the rain is beginning to stop. So as we just keep trying to make this circuit, I mean, it feels like Senna versus Mansell back in the early 90s at this stage of the afternoon, but as we just keep trying to fill his mirrors then with 15 laps to go, if there's a switch back to the dries, it could be absolutely pivotal. So a little bit of a wide line through that first corner, but again, we gather it up. Well, Max and I are still pulling away from the rest of the field at this stage, but the rain now has pretty much stopped here, so when are you going to make that switch back to the dries? Are you going to make the switch back to the dries? You know, this is Monaco. Not everything works normally as you would expect around other racing venues. You could, in theory, if you wanted to, just try and stay out to the end and just see if you can hang on ahead of the other cars there. As again, like I said, Tabak is where Max is vulnerable, but I just can't get far enough alongside that I can really warrant the space there. And obviously don't want to get put in an inside wall. Let's not forget, this is still a big day for Audi. We'll be hoping to obviously bring home some big points there, especially early on, when it looked like Williams could be getting a lion's share of the haul. It has been an absolute nightmare for the Grove-based team, but Antonelli, Hadjar, Gasly, all still looking for a good race. Yeah, Hulkenberg, on the other hand, has not had a particularly fun afternoon. Yeah, our German teammate there made that pit stop early on, and then the red flag ultimately completely ruined his chances, but it would not surprise me if the AI don't go back to dries.
Okay, looks like some of those puddles are clearing. We're still definitely on the right tyre for the time being, but we're probably not a million miles away from slick conditions.
Well, there you go, team now are really starting to think we're getting close then. 10 laps remaining of this Monaco Grand Prix, and now the team are beginning to and ah. This could be do or die between myself and Verstappen late on in the day. Definitely still some puddles around, and of course you don't want to make the call too early and risk getting overcut and ending up, you know, behind an Antonelli or an Isaac Hadjar towards the end of the afternoon. But on the other hand, you don't want to risk staying out too long and worry about getting undercut, sorry, I should say, in this Grand Prix. To his credit, Antonelli has been able to stay fairly close as this race has worn on. He's still only 4 seconds back. There you go. So yeah, he's not losing anywhere near as much ground as everybody else. Gasly already over 10 seconds further behind, but as we just try and keep pace with Verstappen then, I mean, we're getting to the point where I've just got to basically do whatever he doesn't do. There we go. So team now suggesting that maybe the dries are going to be the way to go. I'm going to I don't want to go on to mediums. I want soft compound tyres if that's what we're doing. But like I said, we've got to do whatever Max doesn't do this lap, because I doubt I'll be able to jump him in the pit lane. Well, we have seen it a few times on this game before. Shanghai in the Aston Martin career mode, the AI actually pit back to dries much, much earlier than they really should have. But like I said, we've got to do whatever Max doesn't do at this stage of the race. Do you risk getting undercut? Do you risk getting overcut? Verstappen's in, but of course he might now get caught up in traffic by the time he heads back out onto the circuit. For the first time today, though, we lead the Monaco Grand Prix with just 9 laps remaining. But now, we've just got to see what the AI are going to do, what their pace is going to be like, because every single AI car seems to be into the pit lane then, so we're not going to run the risk of Verstappen getting caught up behind any traffic or anything like that. In fact, he's actually still come out in P2. Hamilton's up to 3rd, though, so he's trying to brave it out a little bit longer as Hulkenberg diving into the pit lane as well. But Verstappen then 20 seconds behind us. Hamilton is still trying to apply pressure to him But this lap is going to be critical then for us in this Grand Prix. We've just got to try and see if they can take a little bit more time out of the Dutchman. The gap is still going up over 21 seconds now, so I don't think he's made the right call just yet then. Does dip back down slightly, of course. It's kind of dependent on where I make a mistake around the lap as well, but yeah, I think we've got to call it now though. Verstappen isn't losing much ground, and especially as he gets the tyres up to temperature, I think he would be able to close back in on us by the end, and the last thing I want to do is be a complete sitting duck, but we've gained about a second on him. This in-lap could be critical in this Grand Prix there, as making our way into the pit lane. Make sure I don't get done, like so many of the other drivers were as well over the course of the weekend. But you can see now Verstappen beginning to inch away from Hamilton, so I reckon one extra lap here won't have done us any damage. I certainly don't think we're going to be a threat from Kimi Antonelli. Great stop by the team as well, and we might be out then to the lead of the Grand Prix here. So we make our way back out the pit lane. Verstappen is nowhere. Max Verstappen is absolutely nowhere here. So 7 laps to go. We've held on to the lead of the Grand Prix, and we've overcut him by a good 3 seconds as well. So a critical in-lap, a critical push, and Audi now for the first time ever to the lead of a Formula 1 Grand Prix. Surely all we've got to try and do is get these tyres up to temperature, which shouldn't be too difficult, and just get this car home to the checkered flag as well. Whacking on the crank lock as we make our way through the hairpin. But Verstappen, he will be livid with that. And once again, a Red Bull here in Monte Carlo, pitting over to dry compound tyres, gets jumped by a silver German car. A little bit of nuance to that one as well, but like I said, yeah, 7 laps to go. We've got the fuel, we've got the tyres, we've got everything we possibly need. Let's get this thing to the flag for our first ever F1 victory. Without running qualifying then, this is the first time all weekend I've really been able to try and push this Audi car to the limit. No one in front of us. Clear real estate here in Monte Carlo at a 1:13.2. That's not a bad lap later on in the afternoon. 5 laps to go though. Verstappen will be absolutely gutted, but it is clear though that once we've got ahead, we've still got the pace over the Dutchman. Yes, that red flag definitely helped us out. Yes, the changeable weather could have definitely helped or hindered us today, but we've played everything to perfection up to this point. Now we've just got to try and hang on. This would be a really bad time to get a mechanical failure. We round our way through La Rascasse then to start the last lap of the Monaco Grand Prix here. I know it's a bit of a shame that this track is definitely still one of the AI's bogey circuits on F1 26, but I still love coming here. And I tell you what, especially in the rain, we were really struggling to find a way around Max Verstappen this afternoon, but from the back of the field, we waited for that changeable weather to come in. We got very, very lucky with a spin from Franco Colapinto, but drama as the race continued on. Carlos Sainz getting disqualified from the lead of the race here in Monte Carlo. I have never seen anything like it on an F1 game before, but ever since then, once we got the jump on Verstappen, as we made the transition back to dries, the Dutchman just dropped back to about 5 seconds away before these soft compound tyres now beginning to hit the cliff. We've certainly worked them though in these last few laps there, as we make our way down through the chicane one final time, past all the yachts in the harbour, who I'm sure soon enough will be blasting their horns here in Monte Carlo. For the Audi Formula 1 team as well though, this was a track that in theory should have suited this car, but I don't think anybody at the team was expecting it to suit it as well as it has. Out of the final corner, it is going to be victory from the back of the grid here in Monte Carlo. P1 for Audi.
Oh, you worked hard for that one. Congratulations. Well done.
Done it then. They've won here in Monaco with an emphatic performance and a victory they can be proud of for many years to come.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
And here come our winners now. A thrilling race today and a tremendous effort by Audi.
Well, there you go then. You can hear the horns in the background. It is victory here in Monte Carlo from the back of the field as well. Like I said, I think honestly had that race stayed in like stable conditions, we might have struggled to carve our way through today in the way we did. But with 2 and 3 stop strategies coming in, it absolutely opened up the race for us there. Max Verstappen, he'll be gutted with that. Felt like a victory could have been his today after he took the lead away from that spinning Sainz. Kimi Antonelli, though, a great recovery from P8 on the grid to a podium there. Ahead of Isaac Hadjar and Pierre Gasly, the two Frenchmen. Ollie Behrman, 14th on the grid to P6 in the end. Again, got very, very lucky with that strategy call. Beats out Lando Norris and Alexander Albon, who from the front row, yeah, will be gutted that that race got away from them. Charles Leclerc, George Russell inside your top 10 as Lewis Hamilton narrowly misses out on points here for Ferrari. Colapinto ahead of Oscar Piastri and Sergio Perez as well. With just Esteban Ocon and Carlos Sainz that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means Norris now 12 points clear of his main rival in George Russell. Oscar Piastri just still ahead of Max Verstappen. Charles Leclerc, Antonelli, Hamilton are all still ahead of ourselves, but I've now got a 15-point buffer ahead of Isaac Hadjar and a 25-point buffer ahead of Alexander Albon there. Ollie Behrman, big points for him. I think that's his first point of the year, isn't it, for him and the Haas team as well. So leapfrogs Liam Lawson and Franco Colapinto. So it is both Cadillacs, both Aston Martins, Hulkenberg, Lindblad and Ocon that are yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, McLaren 47 still clear of Mercedes. Ferrari still in P3 ahead of Red Bull there. We jumped Williams, though, with that result, so best of the rest for us. But I think that's going to be difficult to hang on to. Alpine, though, still ahead of Haas, who re-jumped VCarb, and it is just Aston Martin and Cadillac yet to score a point. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns out for the Spanish Grand Prix, or the Barcelona Grand Prix, I guess we're calling it this year. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 9 of our F1 26 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here for the Barcelona-Catalunya Grand Prix. Yes, that one's a bit of a mouthful, but we have caught up with IRL F1 inside this series, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Monte Carlo, go back, check it out. It was Monaco. It was absolutely wild. A dry to wet to dry race. It absolutely had everything. Race lead, mistakes, battles for the win, and ultimately a very, very good result for us, which, if you have a look, has given us a rather funny number driver rating inside this game. I'm going to bring it up before any of you guys do as well. But yeah, obviously we're back, like I said, this weekend in Barcelona. Of course, not quite the Madrid Grand Prix. That'll be a little bit later on this season, but catching up with IRL F1 as well. And it's safe to say this season has probably been a little bit more wide open than what we've been getting IRL in Formula 1. Lando Norris now 12 points clear of George Russell at the top of the table. Oscar Piastri still in third ahead of Verstappen, Leclerc. Antonelli has pretty much only got half the points he scored at IRL. EA, please buff him at some point soon. That would be great. Lewis Hamilton there still in P7 ahead of myself. So, yeah, 1 and 2 IRL are currently P6 and P7 on this game. We are back up to P8, though, because we won. We won out in Monte Carlo. There was a little bit of luck, there was a little bit of strategy, but ultimately the AI still aren't great out in Monaco either. That being said, though, after narrowly missing out on a podium in Montreal, it does genuinely seem like this Audi car is taking a bit of a turn for the better more recently. Either that or the tracks have suited us just a little bit more as well. Now, obviously, we are steadily going through trying to get as many upgrades onto the car as we possibly can. There's a few there that we are narrowly out from being able to afford. So I'm going to try and rush one on, ready for next weekend's Austrian Grand Prix. But yeah, in terms of overall vehicle performance, though, we are pretty much even with Alpine. Not that far behind Red Bull or McLaren either. So fingers crossed we can keep the momentum going as we head in towards the summer stretch through the European leg of the campaign. Like I said, though, of course, if you're new, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. A massive thank you to everybody for their continued support on the channel. We are getting closer and closer to 160,000 subs. But yeah, without further ado, though, let's return to Spain. Quickly, before we get into that though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or of course any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Hola y bienvenidos a España. Welcome to Spain. It's a track they know oh so very well. It still remains a very important free practice session though.
With Monaco then being a bit of a wilder weekend last time out, of course a bit more normality I'm sure will resume here in Barcelona. Maybe that's a bad thing though. I mean, we did win Monaco after all, so maybe I want that madness to continue on. But like I said, though, as we head into the summer stretch, I'm really hoping that we can chalk up some great races. I really feel like I'm starting to learn more and more with kind of how to drive on F126 as well, and kind of having a lot of fun doing it and kind of bringing you guys on this journey. I've got quite a lot of things planned. Of course, we're going very heavy with career mode early on. But of course, yeah, we will be branching out and doing a lot of other content as we make our way through this game life cycle. So if there's anything you want to see me do, let me know down in the comments below as well, because I'm open to some different ideas as well from you guys. But yeah, obviously heading out then into practice first of all. Just want to try and make sure we get some purple scores and keep the R&D rolling in. But there we go, first lap done and dusted then. Track acclimatization, always fairly easy around this circuit. One of the good things though as well, because Barcelona's just got one big straight, I can run really, really high downforce here now, run the car in straight line mode, and we kind of get the best of both worlds. While putting my theory then to the test here in the qualifying simulation run, and well, it definitely seems to be the case at the moment then, as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners. 6 tenths up on the qualifying sim run here, 7 tenths up as we run out of battery on the run back to the line, so that's a pretty good omen. Game thinks I'll qualify P13 on a 1:15.1. I'll be happy if I make Q2.
It's qualifying Saturday here in Barcelona, and time to see who'll get an important pole position on a track where overtaking is possible, but it's often tricky.
Well, I don't want to get my hopes up too much, but it might be the case that EA have finally got rid of Crofty's worst line from F125. Do you guys remember every time you'd come here to Spain and you'd get to hear the great words of, do you feel the need for speed? Well, luckily, at least this weekend, that seems to have been gone, and well, that makes me even more amped up. Well, as we head into qualifying there, big mistake out of the final corner, but we're not going to gain an advantage from it. So luckily our lap isn't going to get invalidated before it's even begun. But yeah, Hulkenberg, not a great effort by him, only quicker than Arvid Lindblad right now as we start our first qualifying run. I think he did a 15.2, so yeah, like I said, a 15.1 apparently would leave me P13 in qualifying. That definitely is not the case early on. One of the other problems I seem to be running into as well around this Barcelona circuit is just the fact that you dump a load of battery on the running towards turn 1 just because it makes the most sense, but then you are really struggling for charge around a lot of the rest of the lap. There's not actually that many big braking zones around this circuit, despite the fact you associate it with being fairly low speed overall. A little bit of a wobble though as we got out of sector 2 there, so that's going to put us even more on the back foot, but in towards the final corner. Well, again, got to be super careful of the understeer there. It's going to be a 1:14.9. We go P19, but we are quicker than Hulk. Very, very tightly bunched then. Franco Colapinto and Fernando Alonso, who are currently sat in about P12 and 13, are only 3 tenths quicker than us here, so yeah, it's definitely a track where finding time can be rather difficult, but if you can just get a couple of extra tenths, you should be absolutely golden there, trying to really launch the car out of the final corner this time round then. It's up over 200 miles an hour. As you can already see, we're almost a tenth up by the time you head down in towards that first corner as well. So every little bit, every battery management, every percentage you can carry can make all the difference here. Nice and tidy through turn 1, completely flat out through turn 2, up the hill in towards turn 3, and then again, braking just at the 50-meter board. They're purple apparently through the first sector, so clearly, yeah, this Audi has got rather good straight line speed here. Just plunging down the hill through sector 2, nice and tidy on the throttle. Don't want to allow the car to step out all too badly through there, as yeah, looks like Hulkenberg, he is going to be out in Q1 then. Don't believe our teammate is able to find any more time, but at the moment we're not really finding anything either. pretty much even by the time we get to the end of Sector 2. Brake at the 100-meter board there, really try to eliminate the errors that we made last time around. And there we go, half a second to the good now. So we make our way back up the hill in towards the final few corners of the lap, though. I don't know whether it would be good enough, though, to see us through at the moment, as everybody else's times seem to have rapidly improved as well. Nice tidy run out the final corner, 6/10 up. P15, get in there. Well, there we go. Max Verstappen, he absolutely loves this Barcelona circuit. Of course, 10 years ago, he became the youngest ever Formula 1 Grand Prix winner around this venue. Lando Norris, though, and Oscar Piastri not too far behind. Mercedes struggling then in Q1, 8/10 away from the top times. But Sergio Perez, myself, Esteban Ocon, and even Fernando Alonso there all make it through. So very happy with that. Both V-carbs out. One Audi, one Haas, one Aston, and one Cadillac there. So, again, it doesn't really feel like we've got a true single backmarker team this series. Everybody's kind of got a chance to fight for Q2. Well, after everybody has gone out then for their first run, looking at the times, we might be able to beat Esteban Ocon in P14. Ultimately, apart from him, everybody just seems to be a little bit too quick here. But like I said, it feels like an achievement making it into Q2 on this game. So this is probably going to be a bit of a glory run then to finish off qualifying. Like I said, you don't actually need to carry too much speed through the final corner. Better off keeping it tidy and then using some battery to attack as you make your way on that long run in towards turn 1. 210 miles an hour there before we come off the overtake mode. Really trying to attack that curbing on the outside there, ready for that first corner to open up the width. Nice and tidy again through turn 2 and turn 3. And then again, just use a little bit more of that boost as we head up in towards Sector 2. This Audi seems to be mighty impressive through Sector 1, but the lap time just bleeds away around the rest of the lap. So clearly, we've got very good top-end speed there as locking the rears down the hill. Luckily, he kind of slid the car in towards that next corner there, but still not ideal, as I've been done for track limits. That's a shame. I'll see what the lap time would have been, but that was really stupid. Looks like Isaac Hadjar as well hasn't been able to improve on his final run, but yeah, we were about a quarter of a second behind him anyway, so there was no real possibility we were going to try and make Q3 here again. I think we just ran a little bit wide through the entry of that final corner. I've invalidated me next lap as well. 14.4. I think we would have only been quicker than Checo anyway. There we go then. Carlos Sainz fastest at the end of Q2, so a brilliant effort for him in the Williams. But the big shocker there, Lando Norris, World Championship leader, out in Q2 for the Barcelona Grand Prix there. So that is a huge disappointment for him. Isaac Hadjar in the Red Bull there, just ahead of Esteban Ocon. And yeah, like I said, a 14.4, we would have gone quicker than Perez. So as long as I could jump him quite early on, we won't have really lost out anything there. But George Russell has a huge opportunity now to take some points out of Lando Norris in the world title. But of course, everybody else, you know, your Carlos Sainz's, your Ferraris, your Max Verstappens, they might sense an opportunity for a victory today. Let's see what happens as we head into the Spanish Grand Prix.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to your Grand Prix action this weekend, taking place at a brand new venue. Well, it's not a brand new venue. It's a familiar track that we all know and love. The Grand Prix, though, has changed its name. From now on, welcome to the Barcelona Catalunya Grand Prix. Here's our track then, familiar to all drivers on the grid, and a long run from pole down into turn 1 is going to test their ability to brake as late as they possibly can. Through turn 3, the tyres will take a huge amount of punishment. Turn 9-2 at the top of the hill, and look out for some spectacular sights of the cars at full throttle through turn 14. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position. And it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Verstappen, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Sainz, Albon, Antonelli, Colapinto, and Lando Norris, Ocon, Alonso, Sergio Perez, Mr. Monaco, Bottas, Stroll, Ollie Behrman, and Pierre Gasly, Lawson, Hulkenberg, Lindblad, and Isaac Hadjar rounds off the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to match our last result, but just try your best to gain a few places at the start.
Yeah, I certainly don't think we're going to be able to match our best result there, Engineer. But ready then on the grid, and yeah, clearly Crofty has all new voice lines then here in Barcelona, so that's quite nice to see. You know, obviously bringing up the new track name and everything like that here around this Spanish circuit then. But this place is always really tough between a 1 and a 2 stop on previous games, so I can't help but feel that it's going to be a 2 stop today, just because the tyre wear can be pretty notorious. So I want to start on the mediums. I'll see how far they go, and then obviously we might bolt on a set of hards. Look to take them to about lap 23, so 10 laps, 13 laps, 10 laps, or if I can take the mediums sort of 14, 15 laps, then we could always try and gamble it the other way nonetheless still. I'm going to go a little bit under on the fuel as always, just try and be aggressive off the start, but let's see what we can do then here in Barcelona. P14 on the grid, thanks to a few grid penalties for Isaac Hadjar as well as a couple of other drivers, and it looks like the soft tyres, the choice by many. 5 red lights are on. Lights out. Oh, and away we go there, off to a rather wheel spinny getaway. So just try and stay level with Bottas in towards turn 1. I think Behrman got off to quite a good start as well on the outside there. Looking to try and make some impact in towards turn 1. It's 3 wide just up in front there. Alonso's lost that. And Perez carving his way through and up into the points there as we will sneak down the inside of Fernando Alonso in his Aston Martin. Again, just use a little bit of battery on the exit just to make sure while we hang on to the spot. And, well, this is something not many people have been able to say this year. Try and have a look to the inside of Kimi Antonelli as we head down the hill. Just do a bit of a cheeky underneath him there, and you can see that even in that all-conquering Mercedes, starting on the hard compound tyres, he will struggle to heat that rubber up early on then in this Grand Prix. Good, clean, tidy start for us, those heading through Campsa. I mean, yeah, with the F125 cars, that corner, you really did feel the downforce. Definitely don't, or feel the lack of downforce, I should say, with these F126 machines there. As wanted to have a bit of a look around the outside of Esteban Ocon. Not quite able to make that one happen as we head up the hill, but rounding his way through the final corner, George Russell, he could be doing with this weekend, couldn't he? He leads the way here in Barcelona as Perez and Ocon, well, neither of them getting a particularly great run out of that final corner. Checo's going to try and defend back in towards turn 1. He's going to try and then, which way is he going? I'm going to have to absolutely gas it. Otherwise, we're just going into the side of Esteban Ocon there. I'll make sure that I don't gain an advantage on the exit of the corner, which we don't. But yeah, that was split second then. Sergio Perez just tried to move over to defend from us a little bit more. And I just realised, yeah, we were going to crash into the side of Ocon, so full beans. And luckily, everybody lives to tell the tale. I tell you what then, just following Kimi Antonelli on this second lap, those hard tyres are not working for him very early on here. I know he'll be patient and he'll wait for the race to come to him, but around the outside we'll go. I mean, that should tell you how bad things are. Alonso now having a look back around his outside as Perez and Ocon wheel to wheel back in towards turn 1 as well. Oh, who's going to hang on to this one then? I think, yeah, Steve Esti just about able to get the elbows out there. And will that leave Perez vulnerable as he doesn't get a run out of turn 3 there? To the inside will go, using the battery in maybe quite an unorthodox place. But that's worked out really nicely for us, and we're up into 11th. Well, there's still so much squabbling going on a little bit further in front. I was worried that Ocon and I were going to be left in a bit of no man's land here, but you can see now he's been able to latch on those cars in front of him. It's actually George Russell leading this train, so quite saw just how disastrously the opening laps have gone from him, from leading the Grand Prix at the end of lap 1. He's already down to about P5 here, P6 even, I think. Might even be 7th, actually, very early on in the afternoon. So one of the Ferraris, I believe, Oscar Piastri then scampering off into the distance. Yeah, the top 2 in the World Championship, battling over P6. Go Ocon there, trying to have a look for a run. Oh, who's that? Russell again. Having to go on the defensive back in towards turn 1 there, but Colapinto just losing out the spot to Esti Besti, and well, he was able to do it against Perez earlier on. I'm going to try it against the Argentinian. Oh, he's almost kind of wise to it there. Doesn't quite commit to it enough though, as we will force our way down the inside. And there you go. Alonso now finding his way around as well, so Franco Colapinto goes from P9 to P12 in a heartbeat in this Grand Prix. I mean, Russell must, I mean, he's on the hard, so that could explain it. Maybe just everybody behind him scrapped a lot early on, but the fact that he's lost so much time early on in this race is something I've never seen before. Unless you've got damage. Oh, Esteban Ocon just trying to recharge his battery. Oh, you can actually see. Whoa, hello. That was genuinely not intentional, that. Ocon just started using battery and then broke way earlier than I was expecting him to down at turn 1. But yeah, I think the medium tyre here has been a really good middle ground early on. Haven't quite had the out-and-out grip of the softs, but we've been able to hang on to them really nicely. But of course, we haven't had the lack of pace of the hard tyre either, so I think this has worked out really well for us early on in the day. The important bit, though, of course, with this one long run at Barcelona, is just trying to stay in the range of the cars ahead. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got a spinner right at the back of the pack. I think that was... we saw one of the V-carbs, isn't it? Either Arvid Lindblad or Liam Lawson. Either way, pretty nightmarish weekend for them so far here in Barcelona. I'm sure there's been a replay up on your screen, but honestly, I could not tell you which one of them it was. One thing I did forget to do here in Barcelona was offset the tyre pressures as well on that left-hand side, of course. Haven't actually got here yet on the setup series, although I'm sure that video will have gone live before this one. But yeah, apart from that, though, tyre wear here actually seems to be really good. Had I offset the tyre PSI, and obviously been able to get the slightly better wear out of it. Alexander Albon, though, peeling into the pit lane. So we're going to gain one spot from him. We're going to gain another couple from Piastri and Hamilton. So it seems to be those two that were fighting for the lead of the Grand Prix. But yeah, obviously we're going to dive in at the end of this lap then. But we could have made a one-stop happen here had I remembered to look after those left-hand side tyres more. Well, I think, yeah, a lot of the soft compound runners, they have been able to make them last. That the two-stop is still very much viable for them. But I'm happy with the choice I made to stick on the mediums here and just not have to deal with the pain towards the end of a stint, especially with how well we did early on. We've been able to continue attacking pretty well here as into the pit lane we'll go. Fairly nice and tidy on the way in there as Ocon... was that Ocon and Alonso both going again? Or was that... yeah, that must be Ocon and Alonso that have gone for yet another lap then on their soft compound tyres. So surely they are not one-stopping in this Grand Prix. As a quick 2.4 second stop there. That one felt good. Hamilton moves back up past Lando Norris, but I think he's lost out in all of the commotion as well there. But Hulkenberg now will try and hold up them as Alexander Albon... I've actually done the overcut on the Williams man, so that wasn't really in the plan early on today, but considering they're our biggest Constructors' title rival, I'm not going to complain. But there we go, a load more cars peeling into the pit lane, including our teammate Nico Hulkenberg, so we should be back pretty close to the top 10 at the very least here, as Ocon and Alonso they should have lost out in quite a big way there, which they have done. Albon, though, unable to get back past us there, so we are up into top 10 once more. See, we know those Mercedes have not pit yet in this Grand Prix, so I doubt I'm going to be able to two-stop me, able to go quicker than Antonelli, but, you know, a well-timed safety car or anything like that could really mix up this race as well. Albon even just tried to shove the nose down the inside, and, well, I was kind of forced to jump out the way, but I think that Williams car is a bit quicker. He is on softer tyres than me, so let's just try and stick with him and hope that Ocon can't get closer. As the AI... they love a Lyco down the hill there. It's really trying to catch me out. There we go. Max Verstappen making his way back out onto the circuit then, and we're still nowhere near him. Albon and I just seem to be locked in our own battle at this stage of the afternoon there, as he's again going to try and squeeze me back in towards turn 1, but we'll make the move happen then. To be honest, I wouldn't have been so committed to that if he hadn't have just tried to block me very late on towards the braking point, but...
car ahead now on the hard compound.
Yeah, so Max Verstappen looks absolutely in control here. This is a circuit back on F125 where the Dutchman could just wipe the floor with everybody kind of as and when he felt like it. He is still stuck, though, behind Isaac Hadjar at the moment, who is yet to pit, so we might be able to beat the second Red Bull man today, and that would be reassuring in our world title battle. Beating him, beating Albon, Sainz, of course, it's his home race, so he's absolutely cooking. But, yeah, pretty good day so far for us. And immediately we've got yellows, and I believe that might be Ollie Behrman, who is pulling over to the wayside then. So what might be our first mechanical of the afternoon? Yes, it is Ollie Behrman going to retire from this Grand Prix. So clearly the Ferrari engine struggles in this Spanish sun, as you can see Verstappen That's not Hadjar even, that's Charles Leclerc he's just overtaken. Hadjar's peeled into the pit lane. So, yeah, we're just kind of watching the battles in front. Oh, safety car, what's happened? Oh, one of the Cadillacs is gone. Oh, that's terrible. That is terribly, terribly timed for us. I mean, that has screwed most of the... well, anybody that's opted for the hard compound tyres as well. That's absolutely saved, though. And the Mercedes, then, of George Russell and Antonelli, because, of course, they were about to pit. So they've effectively gained a lot out of that. But Russell hasn't pit, then, in this Grand Prix. So I'm not too sure what to make of that one. I'm going to opt to go to another set of hard compound tyres for now. But that might be brutal, then, as Ferrari having a double stack down at their pit stall. So, yeah, a lot of cars going to be peeling into the pit lane, then. So hopefully we'll get the jump on a couple of people there as absolutely try and dump the car on the way out once again. One of the Red Bulls, Isaac Hadjar, as well. He's been really screwed over in all of this. We're going to be back out then into P8 of this Grand Prix. Antonelli's gone softs, so he won't be able to get to the end. We might just be able to, but everybody on hards is definitely planning on it. Oh, there we go, George Russell. George Russell from the lead of the Grand Prix then, so I don't know why he didn't pit last time round. But a real tactical blunder there from Mercedes. I don't know if he was past the pit lane entry and therefore couldn't, but effectively now, this is a car that I'm trying to race back out onto the circuits. Perez now has gone from this Grand Prix, so another Ferrari engine going up in smoke there. As will we get the jump on George Russell then? We're very, very limited. I don't know why.
Don't forget, you got more control than ever.
Why am I so limited in terms of speed? That's very weird. I don't know if that's like a safety car thing in F1 26, but yeah, we're up to 7th spot now then in this Grand Prix, so things looking pretty good. Antonelli having to peel back into the pit lane then at some point towards the end of this race. It is going to be so tight for tyre wear for us as to whether we're going to be able to get to the end, but 13 laps remaining then here in Barcelona. The good thing, of course, is we know that these mediums should have a big advantage over the hards, at least early on then. It might be that we try and gain some spots and hang on to them, as many of them as we possibly can towards the end. Only time will tell there, but getting a great run on Hamilton immediately, getting the jump on the Ferrari man as we cross the start-finish line. And look at that, everybody else, for whatever reason, is still trying to recharge their battery packs back in awards turn 1 there. Antonelli was not a car I was thinking I'd get by Lando Norris now to the lead of the Grand Prix, ahead of Verstappen and Oscar Piastri there. And Carlos Sainz, could he still get a podium at his home GP as well? But yeah, that was pretty much the dream restart for us then, as we've got to just look to settle back down, but it's through all those long right-handers. That's what we've got to be really, really careful with at this stage of the race. But yeah, let's just wait and see. Carlos Sainz then clearly on the back foot at the moment, having to go a little bit defensive as we make our way in towards this final sector there. And again, we just know it does take the hard compound tyre a couple of laps to fire up. Of course, we have done some driving on it in this Grand Prix, so obviously we've got that prerequisite knowledge ourselves there. Big run out of the final corner though. We know how good that Williams is in a straight line as well. Verstappen's going to be a sitting duck back in towards turn 1. Sainz there. Oh, the bait's trying to take it 3 wide in towards turn 1 as, well, you don't see that very often around the outside. Well, Max Verstappen there, so just hope that he backs out through turn 2 and the entry of turn 3, which he just about does, and suddenly now up into the podium places then, only following both McLaren cars. I've got to kind of have the fun bit of it at the moment, because we know it's going to get painful towards the end. But Norris as well is on mediums, so I don't know if he's got to pit again before the end of the afternoon. No. No. Come on, we've already seen a couple of mechanical failures today. Surely we aren't going to join them here as we round our way through the final couple of turns. We've had a few issues before on F1 26. Safe to say, yeah, reliability's gremlins have got the better of me a couple of times, as Lando Norris now into the pit lane as we've got a straight line mode failure. I mean, that's not the worst thing. At least it's stuck shut this time round, but look at the lack of speed back in towards turn 1. There goes Verstappen. There goes Carlos Sainz. And there goes Lewis Hamilton as well. So now we might be a real sitting duck towards the end of the afternoon. The problem is, of course, we know the only way the game will fix it is if we peel back into the pit lane. Problem is, though, I've got no intention of stopping again. If we drop out of the points then late on this afternoon, we may as well bots to retire the car. I haven't even been able to stay in the range of Hamilton. But look at this, I'm on the boost mode. There goes Isaac Hadjar. I'm sure Andrea, Kimi, Antonelli, and Alex Albon are going to get a run on me as well. Back in towards turn 1. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing we can do against these guys at the moment. Through the exit, turn 2? Or just hit a bump there or something, and we almost do a Grosjean spinning through the exit of turn 3 as well there. Everybody else is going to fly by us now. And just how quickly this race has turned on its head. Hulkenberg through, Stroll through, Arvid Lindblad through as well. We're now only ahead of Norris and Bottas, and that's because they both had to peel into the pit lane. A disaster here in Barcelona. Now, obviously, we've had a 100% reliability record so far this season. Obviously, we know it's highly unlikely we get this fixed by diving into the pit lane, but I want to make it so I get to lap 30, so we're still classified in this Grand Prix, but, I mean, there's just nothing we can do. Look at Arvid Lindblad now driving away from me. I think at that point, I'd rather an engine failure, because at least it kind of just ends your pain pretty quickly, rather than this, where you're just kind of limping on. I guess the only other thing we could wait and see is if we get a safety car. But of course, obviously, if we get to lap 30, we know we can't get one of those either. So, for whatever reason, then, Lance Stroll is in... Oh, he restarted this race on soft tyres as well. So, we're going to get him. We're going to get Antonelli and Esteban Ocon again. So, I'm back up into P15. Hulkenberg might be able to score a point. Maybe that's my game plan, is try and hold up Lando Norris. See if I can help any of these guys. No, I think Hulkenberg... Sensibly, the best you can probably do is 11th, unless Alonso struggles. There we go, Alonso. Alonso is into the pit lane then, so maybe now I'm just kind of G'ing on Nico Hulkenberg in this race, as Antonelli has also peeled into the pit lane. I mean, we're going to be back up into P13 here, so Hulkenberg is now in the top 10. But, yeah, Lando Norris is going 3 seconds a lap faster than me, and I can barely do 170 into turn 1. Like I said, all I can really do now is that Lando Norris has caught up to us. I can try and hold him up for 1 lap here, just to try and help our teammate out. For those of you guys that obviously watched the, I think it was Miami, wasn't it? In the Aston Martin career mode there, we obviously had to defend like a lion to help Alonso score his first points of the season. That's exactly what I'm having to do here against Lando Norris. As he did actually give me a push there in towards turn 4, so clearly not too happy with us, but it always seems to be the case, isn't it? When a Formula 1 driver, maybe with the exception of Antonelli, bags their first victory, seems like the next race is an absolute disaster, and we seem to have followed that trend then inside this game at the moment there, as making our way up in towards the final few corners of lap 27. Like I said, I'll box to retire the car end of lap 29. There's no point kind of putting the mileage through the engine, isn't there, late on in the day? We'll just try and dump the battery then back in towards turn 1. Is there going to be anything I can do? No. I mean, look at that. That's impossible. Gutted, but it is the way it is. It's George Russell now, new fastest lap of the day. I've tried to give Lindblad and Lawson about a 4-second gap from Norris, so there's no guarantee they hold on. I just want to see Hulk get a point. Starting what is our last lap then here of the Spanish Grand Prix. I must admit, it's been an absolute stinker for Mercedes as well. Strategy should have really played into their hand here, but ultimately, yeah, they've completely messed it up. And once again, it feels like at the moment, Mercedes are trying to actively throw away any hopes at a World Championship there. Lando Norris has caught up to the back of Arvid Lindblad. Oh, he wanted to commit down the inside of Russell, but locked up the rears. But as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners, like I said, I want to keep our 100% finishing record inside this game. But ultimately, yeah, nothing we can do today. May as well save a tiny bit of mileage on the engine as well there. As peeling into the pit lane, obviously we'll tick over onto lap 30, so we should be a classified finisher come the end of the afternoon as well. But bitterly disappointing.
It's another victory and a champion's performance from Max Verstappen. Well, I don't know about you, but I've absolutely loved watching that action today, and I'm sure these three have loved taking part. Here come our podium finishers. One of the all-time greats celebrates yet again. It's another podium, it's another top step for Max Verstappen.
Well, absolutely gutted then. After all of that, Lando Norris was still able to carve his way through, and Hülkenberg ended up finishing P11. A pointless weekend for Audi here in Barcelona. Max Verstappen, though, takes the victory by less than a tenth of a second ahead of Oscar Piastri there. Hamilton in P3 ahead of Charles Leclerc, so great to see our fellow Brit back on the podium once more. Carlos Sainz, the homeboy, in P5 ahead of Isaac Hadjar, Alexander Albon, Norris, and then both the Alpines there, Colapinto and Gasly, getting their cars into the top 10 as well. But yeah, Hülkenberg missing out on his first points of the year by 3/10. I honestly wasn't expecting Lando to carve his way through in the way he was able to right at the end there, but that's the way Formula 1 goes sometimes. Disaster for George Russell, pole position on Saturday. Thought, great, I can build up some, or close in on Lando in the world title. Instead, he ended up losing another 4 points to him, so really, really not going his way at the moment. And then you can see, obviously, the Haas cars, the Cadillacs, the Aston Martins as well, all right towards the back of the pack. We do get classified 4 laps down. Like I said, I want to keep my 100% finishing record going for as long as I possibly can over the course of this season. But yeah, more technical gremlins really is costing us. I honestly thought today we might be able to bag another podium there, considering we were about to take P2 when that mechanical issue came up as well. So yeah, gutted with that. Championship-wise, though, it now means that Lando Norris, they're still 16 points clear of George Russell, but suddenly now Verstappen and Oscar Piastri are both catapulting themselves into World Championship contention as well there. 17 and 19 points back, respectively. Charles Leclerc still ahead of Antonelli and Hamilton, who are now tied on 84 points as Isaac Hadjar closes back in on me. So does Carlos Sainz there and Alexander Albon. Gasly, like we said, a good few points for him. Extends his tally ahead of Ollie Behrman. Colapinto, they're still ahead of Liam Lawson. And Hülkenberg still best of the non-point scorers. Constructors-wise, McLaren 69 now clear of Mercedes, who lose a lot of ground to Ferrari this weekend. Red Bull as well, not too far behind. Williams back ahead of ourselves, though, ahead of Audi and Alpine there, with Haas and VCARB all with points on the board. And, of course, still Aston Martin, Aramco, and Cadillac as well, yet to score a point. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out for the British Grand Prix. I believe it's a sprint weekend at Silverstone. Oh no, we've got Austria before that. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 10 of our F1 26 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend back for the Austrian Grand Prix here at the Red Bull Ring, of course. If you missed out the video that went live a couple of days ago from the Spanish Grand Prix out at Barcelona, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Of course, yesterday we announced the first episode of my all-new F1 My Team career mode. I brought back Mana Grand Prix to the sport. That was a lot of fun as well, so yeah, go back, check that one out, and make sure you sub to Matt212 gameplay as well. But obviously, the Audi career mode returning today then, here from the Spielberg circuit. Of course, we've caught up and are now overtaken IRL Formula 1 this season, so going to be very, very interesting to kind of see how the car handles on some of these circuits, and whether we kind of see some similarities between this game and IRL as the season goes on. Quick look at the World Championship standings, though. Lando Norris 16 points clear of George Russell at the top of the table, but Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri not too far behind. 19 points covering our top 4 in the World Championship. So yeah, it is certainly heating up at this stage of the season. McLaren 69 points clear of Mercedes in the Constructors' Championship. Ferrari still in P3 ahead of Red Bull, Atlassian Williams there in P5. Just ahead of ourselves still, so we're keeping Williams honest early on in this campaign. I just would desperately like to see Hülkenberg score a point at some point this season. Our teammate, his best result so far was actually 11th last weekend in Barcelona. He did get 11th out at Japan as well, so maybe, just maybe, this weekend might go a little bit better for him. Of course, in terms of lap time, this is the shortest circuit on the F1 calendar, so trying to get our qualifying laps nailed here is going to be absolutely pivotal as well. But a massive, massive thank you to everybody for their continued support. If you do want to enjoy, leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 160k at the moment, but without further ado, let's head down onto the track. Quickly, before we get into that though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or of course any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Hello and welcome along to the Red Bull Ring. It's practice time here in Austria, and the hills are about to become alive with the sound of Formula One engines.
Just because this is the shortest track then on the Formula 1 calendar doesn't mean it's going to be that easy to try and get laps hooked up as well around this venue. It is a high precision, really kind of high stakes track as well. It's also a circuit, it feels like, on F1 26 is a tale of two halves. First part of the lap, of course, with the straight line mode, it's all about trying to carry as much speed as you possibly can. Second half of the lap, though, obviously a lot higher downforce, and where we don't have the ground effect anymore, it really does feel like you're trying to hang on to the car for dear life in certain places, especially down at those final couple of corners. But of course, as always, our weekend starts with a successful practice session. I want to just try and make sure we lock in a couple of purple scores nice and early on. Tyre sim run doesn't seem like it's well balanced with the battery management around this game. So as long as you've got a couple of straights, you can absolutely dump the battery, and then in the second half of the lap, really just kind of calm it down again, and obviously just coast through a lot of the corners. I try and give you guys tips and tricks where I possibly can on this game as well, but making our way in towards the final corners then. Oh, just careful of the understeer there. That's going to be lethal for track limits all weekend. We're going to max out the purple score, and I'm 1.3 seconds under the delta as well. Well, there is a rather high risk of rain then as we head into race day Sunday, so I've upped the front and rear wing just a little bit more here. It might sacrifice a little bit of speed, but hopefully as we head into qualifying, we can just use the power, use the boost mode, to obviously try and power through any kind of lack of straight line efficiency that we could possibly have here. Of course, the Red Bull Ring, one of those circuits, obviously, because it is so short, that you could, in theory, if you wanted to, try and get a couple of qualifying laps in on a single set of tyres. I obviously probably don't want to be trying to risk that, at least early on. I want to try and look after the rubber as best as we possibly can there, as nice and tidy through the first sector of the lap. Of course, as always, though, the goal, first of all, is just try and make Q2. It's this corner seems to be the horrible one at the moment, just as the car bottoms out on the way in, as Max Verstappen, hopefully he's going to move out of my way. Oh, in towards the final couple of corners. What are you doing, Max? That's gone and ruined our first run then. Just completely sat on the apex. I understand trying to head back into the pit lane, but you've got to move out of the way. Somehow I still go 12th, though, quicker than the Dutchman. So, yeah, maybe we have got some good pace. We've seen the AI being able to ramp up their pace quite a lot then towards the end of the qualifying session. So although we've got a bit of time to fall back on behind us, I'm going to try and go for one more push lap then. I would expect Verstappen should be able to go quicker than us by the end of the session. Of course, yeah, like I said, the pace really does ramp up for everybody there as 3/10 up through the first sector. Maybe use a little bit more battery, though, early on in the laps. By the time we get up in towards turn 3, it's basically neutral again there as we rotate the car in through that hairpin. Nice and tidy on the exit there as, again, we try and just carry the throttle, carry the speed as best as we can. 200 miles an hour before we're hard on the brakes once again. Ready for turn 4. A little bit of grass on the outside wheel there, but luckily still able to rotate the nose and find the bite through the front end. We know there's a bit of time to find right towards the end of the lap. It's through these left-handers where this Audi is definitely still struggling there. Not able to quite get near the curbing on the inside. Are we going to see any of the AI improvements as we make our way through the final couple of corners? We've completely run out of battery as well there. Oh, no, that's probably going to do track limits. No, it doesn't, staggeringly. I won't improve, though, on the run. We weren't going to be able to get there as Verstappen barely goes quicker than me. We're in a Red Bull sandwich at their home race. But there we go, Oscar Piastri, a 104.4 there. Great first effort by him ahead of George Russell and Carlos Sainz there. I mean, Alonso up in P7, so clearly at these high altitudes, the Honda engine are working rather nicely. In fact, Lance Stroll's up in 12th, so no idea what Honda have brought this weekend. Disappointed for Hülkenberg, though. He narrowly misses out on making it into Q2. Valtteri Bottas does make it through. Neither Alpine does, though, interestingly. So, yeah, definitely a bit of a mix-up then on the grid here. The Alpine car's really, really struggling. But I'm not expecting us to make it into Q3. I've only got one set of tyres, so I'm just going to give it all we can. George Russell has lowered the benchmark up at the front of the order, down into the 103s now. We need to get into the 104s if I want any chance of making Q3. Let's try and go then for one final flat-out lap here from the Red Bull Ring. Activate the ERS at the final corner. Straight line mode as well. Spotting the braking point at the 100-meter board. Well, ready for that first corner. Just kept it inside track limits that time around, but we'll have to make sure we dump the battery as we head up the hill. Of course, first half of the lap, you use a lot of battery. There's also a lot of places to try and charge back up the pack. Second half of the lap, you are far more limited in both of those areas as well then. Nice and tidy out of turn 3 as you ride over the bumps. Head down the hill in towards turn 4, 100-meter board. Basically your braking marker around most of the corners in the first half of the lap there. That's been fairly clean and tidy though, as I don't know, we're not really seeing any of the rapid improvements from the AI. I think because it's such a tight lap, you can often see some surprises from some cars. Oh, a little bit further down the order there, as that was not the run I needed. And as I kept saying there, that final left-hander of the lap, turn, what is it, 7 I want to say? Really, really tricky to try and get right in this Audi. For some reason, we're just constantly met with understeer through there. Not a bad run, though, through the final couple of corners. I got no battery, though. A 105.0. 11th on the grid. Oh, even with that mistake, that could have been Q3. And there we go then, George Russell, that 103.9, 3.5 tenths clear of Lando Norris. Isaac Hadjar there goes up to P3. Again, it's your big 5 teams that make it through, but by just 1/100th of a second, we missed out against Carlos Sainz there. So definitely that little wobble through the final corner, through the end of Sector 2 even, really did cost us in the end. Still feel like that was a good effort, all things considered, and hopefully it's going to mean we've got a lot of pace as we head into the race.
Good afternoon and welcome to Spielberg and to a circuit that in one form or another has held every Austrian Grand Prix in the championship except the very first back in 1964. It was at this race that John Watson lost a bet and his beard when he took Team Penske's only F1 victory in 1976. If anything, the stakes are even higher today, with 25 points available for victory and a crucial advantage in the championship fight. The Spielberg circuit then is situated 700 metres above sea level, with just 10 corners making up one of the shortest laps of the season. One time around here is a distance of around 2.6 miles, with the best overtaking chances into turn 1 or the tight uphill of turn 3. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Antonelli, Verstappen, Oscar Piastri and Leclerc, Hamilton, Albon, Hadjar and Mr. Monaco, Stroll, Alonso, Esteban Ocon and Bottas, Hülkenberg, Gasly, Ollie Behrman and Franco Colapinto, Sainz, Perez, Lindblad and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, ready for this Austrian Grand Prix, and we'll take a look at that weather. Dry, light rain, heavy rain, light rain, dry. This could be absolute carnage today. Who knows what's going to happen around this Spielberg circuit. What I do know is, though, I don't think I want to use the hard tyres early on. I want to save them for a little bit later on in the day. So I'm going to start on the medium, just see how far we can take them. The hard tyre is normally the best one around this circuit. So obviously, if the rain dries up, or if it stops raining, I guess, early enough in the race, then I want to keep that set of hard compound tyres right for the very end. Of course, on the other side of things, If it doesn't stop raining, then or it doesn't start raining as early as we think it should, then we might be in a huge amount of trouble as well then. But I'm just going to risk it. This is a race where nobody knows what is going to happen then. Waiting on the grid, 5 red lights. I'm up to P10 by virtue of some grid penalties for Carlos Sainz. Oh, mighty long hold there, but it's lights out. Oh, and away we go as everybody trying to move over to the inside line, ready for turn 1. I'm going to have to try and cover off. Oh, Lance Stroll, who thought about it there in towards that first corner, get dive bombed at all angles. Sorry, it was Alonso that was trying to have a look for the move there, as he immediately is going to try and find a way around his teammate as well, as Stroll carrying no speed up the hill. Up in towards turn 3 though, around the outside of Isaac Hadjar there. Careful not to run into the back of the cars in front as well. But Russell already scampering off into an early lead. Lando Norris trying to keep chase alongside Kimi Antonelli then. It's to the inside of Lewis Hamilton as well. Of course, most of the AI opting for the hard compound tyre off the start, so we should hopefully be able to fire up this slightly softer rubber with a little bit more ease, and especially kind of through the first couple of laps. That can make a big old difference, especially around a track like this, where it's all about trying to load up the fronts as well in a lot of the corners, trying to get a good run down in towards the final couple of turns of lap 1. Clearly that is going to be a place where the AI are going to recharge a lot over the course of this race there. Is that already rain? Rain already falling then by the end of lap 1.
We'll get some extra power from the hybrid system now.
Okay.
On the next long straight to get past.
I have never seen that then on this game, I don't believe. Raining or... Oh, I've pressed the wrong button. That's annoying. Rain already, though, beginning to fall around this circuit. So what are the teams saying?
Rain is going to be with us for a while now.
Yeah, there you go, and Russell already scampering off into the distance. Albon, thinks about a move there as Piastri, Verstappen and Lando Norris. That's Antonelli even. Lando Norris and Verstappen going side by side up at the top of the circuit. But clearly already then, everybody beginning to panic as to what's going to happen with this rain there. And could we already be getting close to a switch to the intermediate tyres? Russell is comfortably out in front. Of course, we saw this over in the Aston career mode out at Montreal. The rain, there can be a little bit of variety in when it's going to be worth hitting there, as I'm going to accidentally give Albon a huge bump down in towards the final couple of corners. Again, we'll try and take that chance to Lyco as Max Verstappen, as he loves this venue, has often gone well around here. As we just get a little bit leery through the final corner, I'm going to lose a handful of spots. We'll drop back down then to P12, as Lance Stroll behind me, I think, is having some kind of issues as well. They're 4 wide, back in towards turn 1. It's already, I reckon we should have hit the end of last lap there. Definitely already the grip is beginning to fade around this circuit, but the AI going mental here early on, and if that doesn't set the tone for this race, I don't know what will. 3 wide again up towards the top of the circuit as Ocon, Hadjar and Hamilton are all trying to survive wheel to wheel. But I guess again, because these tyres are still very fresh, we have got a bit of an advantage over the AI. I don't care what they're doing though, I'm going to peel in at the end of this lap. Are we going to see any of our front runners then peeling
Okay, even though we're seeing cars start to struggle in these conditions, if we pit for inters now, we're going to be too slow and we'll burn them out. Make the best of it for the time being.
I don't care. I'm not listening to our engineer here. I'm taking a big gamble. At the start of this race is just about get the car slowed down on pit lane entry there, completely locking the rear axle on the way in. But we are going to be the first car then, just on lap 4. In over to a set of the intermediates. I think that rain's just going to get worse and worse early on. And what we often see is the AI can be a little bit hesitant with making the switch.
One more stop today. 1 stop left in this strategy.
I guess the only other question, of course, is how well will these intermediate tyres fare over these next few laps. But as we head back out onto the circuit then, the gap to Pierre Gasly now at about 11 seconds. So we'll be looking to try and get a bit of an undercut on a lot of the guys just up in front there, as it's still very easy to lock the rears. But already, look at that, a second taken out of Gasly by the time he head through just the very first corner. So I think this move has paid off for us, and hopefully now everybody else, well, I guess ideally I want them to stay out just a little bit longer so we can continue reaping the rewards. Russell stayed out again. Looks like Piastri and Antonelli are all opting to stay out there. So I think turn 2, definitely the worst corner of the lap. But it's definitely been the right call. I feel a lot more comfortable. I'm not quite sure what I'm seeing then at the moment, despite the fact we're going 5 seconds a lap faster than the AI. There we go. A couple of them towards the back of the pack decided to peel in, but everybody further up the order still just does not think it's worth it here. So Lindblad in, Perez in, Behrman and Gasly all into the pit lane, or minus Arvid Lindblad, sorry, I should say. But already that gap to Lindblad is down under 5 seconds. We could genuinely jump out to the lead of this race. Well, there we go. Everybody else then, with the exception of one of the McLarens and one of the Ferraris, going to peel into the pit lane at the end of the very next lap. So I think most people now suddenly have realised just they should not have stayed out for as long as they had on their first set of tyres. The only problem, of course, we're struggling with now is we have just started to overheat these intermediates a little bit more there, as I think we are going to be out in what is effectively the lead of this Grand Prix there. There goes Charles Leclerc. So Russell has had a terrible pit stop that's left him way further down the order, but up to P4 then. Charles Leclerc suddenly 2 seconds clear of everybody else as well. So I think, yeah, a few of the teams obviously double stacking has not helped George Russell in this Grand Prix.
Okay, so boost mode
we are
and
effectively
full straight
to the lead.
mode have been disabled by the stewards because of the conditions. Partial straight mode only.
Well, there we go then. So just getting confirmation from the team as I'm going to make sure I leave the car in hot lap mode. But yeah, this is one of the annoying things still. They clearly have not fixed this for F1 26. The intermediate tyre just cooks on this game. There's nothing you can do about it. So I need to disable carcass temperature and just leave it on surface only. Because right now I'm effectively playing at a huge disadvantage. There we go, our top 3 diving into the pit lane then. It was a valiant effort and fair play to them all for hanging on to their cars as best as they can. But to the lead of this Grand Prix.
For the next 15 minutes at least.
I guess that's good news. We could see a switch to the full wet. So I guess I'd rather that than the intermediate tyre, because they don't seem to get as cooked as easily on F1 26. But I mean, we won the Monaco Grand Prix a couple of races ago. It's still very early on to believe I could win today, but we're in the best position to do so. Well, it seems like we are able to keep the AI at arm's length when I don't make mistakes like that there. Leclerc tried to brave it around the outside through the final corner, but simply just did not have the grip as we made our way through. Does seem now, though, as the rain's getting worse and worse, that these tyres are becoming a little bit more manageable, but I can't believe EA never fixed that glitch with the F1 25 cars. They just never balanced it, and it's clearly still an issue with the F1 26 machines. Of course, you know, you can't manage the intermediates on a slightly damp track, otherwise they just get cooked. And it now means, of course, despite the fact I've barely been on these tyres for, what, 10 laps? They're already at over 40% wear here, so I guess I'm still really hoping it does get wet enough for full wets. Yeah, there you go. What are the team recommending to us then? They are suggesting inters on lap 15. We cannot afford to box that early, because I don't know when the rain's going to stop. I'm basically going to have to drive these until they get towards puncture territory. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Oh, that might be a red flag. One of the Williams there, I think, yeah, it must have been Album. Just had, a little bit of a moment. Seems like he's been able to get going again. But I was just having a look on the mini-map, actually. It's 6 different drivers from 6 different teams inside your top 6 early on. And then there's an Aston Martin as well, not too far back either, running at about, I think, P8, P9. So a lot of variety, a lot of mix-up towards the front of the order here. Could Aston Martin be on for a very useful point haul this afternoon as well? But track definitely is getting wetter and wetter. Would not surprise me if we see a switch to the full wets fairly soon. But then, of course, the other question is, when will the track dry up again? Will it dry up before the end of the race? Are we going to see dry into wet, back to winter and dry? A 4 or 5 stop strategy here at the Red Bull Ring. That would be wild. But as we are approaching half distance then here from the Red Bull Ring, the team are still talking about potentially seeing a switch to wets. But yeah, this is the problem we've got, of course. If that rain doesn't arrive pretty soon, or heavier rain, I should say, our tyres are getting absolutely obliterated. We're almost up to 60% now. And if I can just get them a couple of extra laps, we could, in theory, basically be able to go to the end on a second set of the intermediates, knowing, of course, that they shouldn't cook early on in the stint as well. So kind of having to debate what we do at the moment. I don't obviously want to make an extra pit stop unnecessarily, but I also don't want to leave myself too vulnerable here against the AI as well. I mean, this race, very, very different to Monaco, but yeah, apart from when I make an error, Leclerc really doesn't seem to be able to do a lot. So I think everybody's just kind of stuck line. As soon as we've got a spinner towards the back of the pack, that seems to be one of the Alpines that has gone round. So sure, obviously, yeah, there's a replay up on your screens at the moment. But again, luckily, no safety car, no red flag. We just stay at the front of the order. As Charles, you can see again, does seem to get great drive in towards those final couple of turns, but still is unable to do anything with it.
The rain looks like it's going to be getting much lighter over the next 10 to 15 minutes. There should be more grip, but don't expect a dry track yet. Inters seem to be the fastest tyre for now.
I reckon it might be time then to make a switch. We're over half distance then in this Grand Prix. I reckon we can afford to bolt on our second set of intermediates here. I'm just worried, of course, over the next few laps I'm going to become more and more vulnerable. I guess the only other risk on the other side of things is I don't know how much we've been holding Charles Leclerc up. As you can see how much wheel spin we get up over the top of the circuit, but still always seem to be able to out-drag the AI off of turn 3. But we're going to peel into the pit lane then at the end of this lap, and I've got to really pray that Leclerc can't overcut me. Or, worse than that, if everybody else just stays out until the circuit dries up again, make it obvious then to Leclerc behind us that we are diving into the pits this time round as the Monegasque man. Oh, we're trying to look around the outside. Annoyingly, I should have stayed out one lap longer and got my race target as well at this stage of the day, but just nice and easy. Don't know why it's so easy to lock up the brakes into the pit lane here. It's not particularly bumpy or notorious in any other way that I can think of, but yeah, it definitely seems to be a struggle in this Audi car right now. Was diving in then, hopefully a nice clean tidy stop by the team. 2.4, can't complain. So Alonso and Antonelli are going to squeeze by, so we're going to be outside of the top 10 temporarily here. Back to where I should have started in this Grand Prix, but Alonso having his day of days as well for Aston Martin right now. That was the gap though I wanted to get out ahead of. Esteban Ocon, Sergio Perez, they've been causing an almighty train. But now we've just got to hope that this fresh set of inters is going to give us the advantage we need over the AI. And hopefully we can move back into the points. Antonelli, I think they're both trying to go into the pit lane there. Looked like for just a moment it's Andrea Kimi Antonelli gets held up massively behind Fernando Alonso. He's not pitting in. So clearly the AI now trying to copy us a little bit more when it comes to their strategy here. As that is Hamilton making his way through. So Leclerc trying to extend his stint just a little bit longer, but yeah, Antonelli there really did get held up quite badly behind Fernando Alonso, and as we ever so slightly exceed track limits out of turn 1, we're going to go wheel to wheel with the Italian as we head our way up the hill in towards turn 3. This has normally been a very good place to try and out-traction the AI there, as I thought Antonelli was going to drift off through the exit. We do get around the outside of him though, and back up into it. Load of cars in, most of our other runners into the pit lane then, so this is going to be moment of truth against Leclerc, and it looks like again we might just have stayed out ahead of the Monegasque man here. So for now we are still hanging on to the net leader this Grand Prix, but Russell and Verstappen a long way up the road. The real question is how much longer can we stay here, and what is happening with this rain. Piastri in, Russell in, Max Verstappen all into the pit lane, so we are going to re-emerge up at the front of the order then, I believe. Verstappen though has done a very, very good job on that overcut there, so he's not going to be that far behind as we make our way out the first corner. I mean, agonising for him just about. I mean, he's going to be wheel to wheel with Lando Norris as we make our way up the hill, but Leclerc still hanging on to P2, so everybody's still pretty much line astern. I think Russell might have actually been one of the big winners from all of that going on, as yeah, it doesn't really look like, you know, kind of the conditions have allowed anybody to under or overcut. Looks like Norris has got around Max, so he's going to be up to third, but I mean, again, just doesn't seem like Leclerc's able to do a lot against us here, which is a huge surprise.
Okay, mate. Right, we've got a full battery, which means we can use more of it to gain performance. Let's go.
I love it when EA does this. So there's basically a bug in wet races, it would appear on this game, where it tells you you've got to try and burn off enough battery, and you simply can't. I mentioned this, I think it happened in Montreal, in the Aston Martin career mode over on Map 2 and 2 gameplay, but yeah, the team will now give me a couple of laps. I physically obviously can't control how much battery I'm using. I physically can't use anymore. The game will let you get down to about 63% before it starts charging back up the pack. So I'm going to fail an objective here, and there is absolutely nothing I can do about it. I can spam the button as much as I like, but like I said, it will get down to like 63% battery, and then you just cannot use any more. Even if I'm in hot lap mode, it just will not go down any more than that. EA, come on, you gotta fix this, because, I mean, for some people, you know, that could be the difference between getting some upgrades and not in career mode as well. So it could have huge ramifications in the bigger picture on this game. Well, there we go. As we get towards lap 30, then we're starting to see a few more splotches back on the screen again, and that definitely means that the rain is getting less and less here. But, I mean, we are really starting to hold up the AI. Leclerc, I think he was quite happy to sit behind us for quite a while, but now Lando Norris and Max Verstappen are starting to get a little bit more aggressive, starting to try and push the envelope a little bit more. Charles Leclerc, I think, is beginning to feel the pressure, and obviously knows the best form of defence is going to have to be attack here, as you can see, up towards the top of the circuit once again. Leclerc just tries to close in a little bit more. I mean, the big one is still off the top of the circuit. Up here, we just seem to be able to drive away from the AI. So I basically bleed time around the rest of the lap. But yeah, at the top of the hill there, we just seem to kind of give ourselves the gap that we need once more. I don't believe we're going to see a switch back to dries by the end. So at the moment, I'm just trying to hang on. And you guys know me, if there's an opportunity to win inside this series, I'm always going to try and take it. Could Audi's second win come just 2 races after their first? Yellows, we've got yellows, we've got a spinner. Max Verstappen, I think that's Verstappen's gone round. Hamilton's going to find a way around, but could this be a late race safety car or even a red flag? Seems like it must be Russell as well has been caught up behind him. So as the Dutchman trying to correct himself, get back on the road. Are we going to see a safety car? I don't think we will. So Max Verstappen then, Red Bull's home Grand Prix, pushing hard for a podium late on in the afternoon, and it has all gone pear-shaped for him. Rather disappointingly, Alonso hasn't been able to try and carve his way through to maybe gain a couple of extra spots here, but suddenly now it is your top 3 that are broken clear from the rest of the pack there, as Leclerc again just having to go a little bit defensive from Lando Norris through turn 1. It just seems like this Audi has the traction off of the corners, has the grip at the lower RPM, just to keep us in front for now. I would be intrigued to know what Norris could do if he was able to find a way around Leclerc, because that McLaren has definitely seemed like the quickest car come race day Sunday, especially after George Russell dropped down the order early on. It's gone even worse for George Russell then later on in the day. Still not a single retirement though this afternoon. So I am just praying we don't get that message from the team. Leclerc definitely is starting to get hungrier. Towards the end of this Grand Prix, Charles Leclerc actually getting a very good run that time around as Lando Norris now. Oh, Lando Norris. Charles Leclerc went for the lead of the Grand Prix, but it has not worked out for him. As Lando Norris up into P2 of this Grand Prix, and suddenly now, look at the McLaren. 2 laps to go. He is coming alive there as we were trying to force him onto the wet stuff. Leclerc crashes into the back of us down in turn 1 as well. Not too sure where I think Charles Leclerc wanted to try and go there, because we were definitely obviously going to try and move back over to the dry line. But drama late on in the day then, as Lando Norris now to the lead of the GP. Will we be able to try and get a run back up over the top of the circuit against the McLaren, man? This is where we've been so good all day long. But Lando Norris has been given one opportunity around Leclerc, and he has immediately taken it then. Can I have a bit of a look down the inside? Oh, we get it wedged up on that inside curb there, and that does actually give us the rotation we need through the exit of the corner. But Lando Norris to the top spot then, with just a handful of laps to go. I cannot believe what we're seeing here. And suddenly now, what I thought was pretty much a safe victory, to be honest. We hadn't been needed to push along. Well, all too much seems to be going absolutely down the drain for us. Will we see Leclerc peel into the pit lane at the end of this lap? I think we are. So Leclerc has got no choice with the damage sustained on that Ferrari. He's going to try and dive into the pit lane. But Norris now, 3 laps to go. He is walking away up at the front of the order. Hamilton is now up to P3, so it might be a British 1-2-3. But, yeah, where on earth has the performance gone? Was the track beginning to dry out then at the end of this Grand Prix? I think I know what the problem is. I think the AI are just able to regulate their tyre temperature much better than we are again. And it has cost us at the worst possible moment during this Grand Prix, making our way through the final couple of corners. Careful that I don't get done for track limits here, but Lewis Hamilton now really sensing an opportunity to maybe deny us this P2 finish as well. But for Lando Norris, I said on race day Sunday, he looks like he's been the quickest car throughout most of the afternoon. Well, he's got to prove it. He got the lead and has just waltzed away in the space of just a single lap here, late on in Austria. I mean, I'm gutted with that. We were doing everything right throughout the entirety of this race. It is just the fact, yeah, the circuit has begun to dry up right towards the very end. You can see the rears now beginning just to overheat once more. And well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. EA really do need to fix it. The AI just do not get affected in the same way the human player does. And from dominating most of the Grand Prix this afternoon, doing everything right, until late on in the day, Lando Norris will round his way through the final couple of corners, already our World Championship leader, and he's going to continue to extend that championship lead over George Russell this weekend. Through the final corner, Lando Norris is going to bring victory back to McLaren here at the Red Bull Ring. We will come through behind him in P2, but boy oh boy, that is heartbreaking.
Yes, and that's a podium. Excellent drive. The whole team have worked especially hard this weekend, and that, my friend, is a fantastic reward. Well done.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
Well, another race victory today, and you can clearly see they're starting to believe in themselves more and more. You get to a stage, Crofty, where you become very hard to beat as a driver when you keep putting in performances like this one.
It's what every driver imagines when they start out on their long road towards Formula One. And for our lucky three today, here's the podium waiting for them. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris from second on the grid. He will be victorious here at the Red Bull Ring. We will follow him home in P2 ahead of Hamilton, Oscar Piastri and Alexander Albon there in the top 5. Isaac Hadjar as well, able to beat out his teammate Max Verstappen, barely hanging on towards the flag there. George Russell ahead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and Alonso does get a point for Aston Martin as well. So yeah, that contact with Charles Leclerc later on in the day was the catalyst there, was allowing Fernando Alonso to bag his first points, I believe, of the season as well. Cadillac again, very good race by them, 13th and 14th place there as every single driver made it through to the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means now Norris 32 clear of his teammate Piastri, who leapfrogs up into second spot. Verstappen still in P3, 1 now ahead of George Russell. Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton a little bit further back, but we're now only 17 points away from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. I'm as close to him as we are to Isaac Hadjar, a little bit further behind as well. So big points, and hopefully, yeah, will bring us even closer to Williams in the Constructors' Championship. Alonso, though, like we said, with his first point of the year, means that Nico Hülkenberg now drops down to P17 overall. Constructors-wise, McLaren now 100 clear of Mercedes there, who have got a 20-point buffer ahead of Ferrari. Red Bull makes some slight inroads this weekend, as we are now just 4 points back behind Williams as well. Haas still on 8 points there, just ahead of Aston Martin and Aramco, and it is just V-Carb and Cadillac yet to score a point. Sorry, it's just Cadillac, even. V-Carb, of course, got that point courtesy of Liam Lawson, didn't they? So just Cadillac yet to score. Will they be able to do so in their debut season? Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula One returns out for the British Grand Prix, a sprint weekend from Silverstone. That's going to be chaos. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 11 of our F1 26 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend back at the home of Formula 1. We're here at Silverstone for our very first sprint weekend here from the British Grand Prix. Now, bit of a fun fact and some background for you guys. Of course, Silverstone, actually IRL, hosted the very first sprint race back in 2021. Of course, a rather infamous weekend for reasons I can't quite remember. But obviously, we didn't have sprints on the F1 2021 game. And obviously, since then, Silverstone has never hosted a sprint race again. So we're finally now getting to experience kind of what an action-packed short format race is going to be like here from the British Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Austria, I would highly recommend going back and check it out as well. It's safe to say as we get towards half distance then of this campaign so far, it has been intense, it has been brutal, but we have definitely been learning a lot, and the results more recently have been getting better. 3 top 4s in the last 4 Grand Prix. Admittedly, Catalonia in the middle of that didn't quite go our way. Mechanical issues unfortunately robbed us there. But so far this season, we've scored points in all but 3 races so far, which out of 10... a 70% hit rate, I'm pretty happy with how this game is going so far. Lando Norris, though, still leading the way at the top of the table. Oscar Piastri now jumps his way up into P2, so it still seems like McLaren are the team to beat inside this game at the moment. Verstappen, 1 point clear of George Russell, as then the Ferraris even of Leclerc and Hamilton a little bit further back. Constructors-wise, McLaren 100 points clear of Mercedes, who've got a 20-point buffer ahead of Ferrari. We are just 4 points back, though, behind Atlassian and Williams as well. So we are definitely kind of getting in the swing of things, getting some big results. But we all know Silverstone, at least on F1 25, it was massively OP for the AI. Now, I've done a little bit of driving here before. I know the AI aren't as ridiculously good, but it's still going to be a tough challenge this weekend. That being said, though, with 2 opportunities to try and score some points, let's see what we can do. Leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 160k at the moment. But yeah, without further ado, let's head out onto the track. Well, heading out then into qualifying, or sprint qualifying, sorry, I should say, first of all. Of course, we do get a few extra opportunities to try and get laps hooked up here, but obviously, yeah, the sprint qualifying, with this being such a high-energy circuit, you're only going to get 1 run out of a set of tyres. Like I said, though, I think the AI is still going to be very good here over 1 lap pace, so we'll wait and see what we can do in the sprint, whether we're going to be able to try and move our way up the order, at least here on Friday afternoon, as winding the car or through turn 1 and turn 2, of course, easy flat out. Brake just at the end of that curve as we head in towards the loop. It's quite weird as well, obviously, you do so many laps around here, kind of maximum attack laps on a set of softs. Now I'm only limited to a set of the medium tyres, that you do notice the lack of grip. Of course, this is a circuit where you are absolutely hanging onto the car for dear life, and already a quarter of a second down against Lance Stroll. I don't quite know where Hulkenberg's ranking the order at the moment, as for whatever reason we're just not getting through any battery early on in the lap either, so don't know what to make of that. Still at 100% charge by the time we got down through Luffield, carrying a lot of extra speed though back through the old zone 1, so we just have to make sure get down a gear there. Obviously I think everybody's going to be using their battery in different places or around the lap. It's just got to make sure I don't get done for track limits either, but you can pretty much dump the rest of it as we make our way out to the back straight. Now we're 3/10 up on that Stroll, so we've definitely found a bit of time, but I'm worried, of course, we might lose some of that as we head down in towards the final corners of the lap there. Try and hook up that inside curbing as best as we possibly can. In towards the final chicane, though. Use the curb on the outside, get up on the curb on the inside, get right up against that sausage curb through the exit as well. A little bit of a wobble out of the final corner. Will it be Q2? I don't think it is. I think we're down in about 20th then. Yes, we are. So, out in Q1 yet again. Well, there we are. George Russell, brilliant effort. 3/10 clear of Lando Norris up at the top of the pile. Charles Leclerc in P3. Hamilton, of course, the home hero as well, down in P7. Arvid Lindblad makes it through into Q2 as well. Hulkenberg, by the skin of his teeth, makes it through. And, well, in the grand scheme of things on F1 26, being 3/10 away from your teammate in qualifying actually isn't that bad going. But yeah, huge shame there for both myself and Ollie Behrman. We will find ourselves right towards the back of the pack, ready for the sprint. So I think it's basically going to be a testing session.
Forget pit stops, forget fuel management. It's pedal to the metal all the way here as we get ready for today's sprint. With good opportunities to overtake at the end of the Wellington and Hangar Straights, there's a lot of potential for close action around the 3.6 miles of Silverstone circuit. With 18 corners and average lap speeds of around 145 miles per hour, it's also one of the longest and quickest circuits on the calendar. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Russell, Oscar Piastri, and Antonelli, Verstappen, Albon, Hadjar, and Pierre Gasly, Sainz, Alonso, Sergio Perez, and Bottas, Lindblad, Hülkenberg, Esteban Ocon, and Lance Stroll, Colapinto, Mr. Monaco, Behrman, and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
Well, here we are then. Beautiful sunny skies here for Saturday's sprint race. I do know, though, tomorrow's main event is going to be full wet conditions. So I'm going to opt to take the medium tyres here. They're less than a tenth of a second slower over 9 laps. I think they'll hang on a whole lot better as we get towards the end of the sprint race as well. But the goal will just be try and stay out of trouble, try to be aggressive early on, and try and see if we can make up some places then here on Saturday afternoon. It might give us a good idea of what to expect as we head into race day Sunday as well. 5 red lights are coming on though. And the Silverstone sprint is go, go, go there. It's trying to get the power down off the initial launch. Looks like most people around us have also opted for the medium compound tyres. I expect the AI to really concertina up through those first couple of corners there. Everybody going very, very slowly on the exit. Hülkenberg, looks like our teammate has opted for the softs early on as he goes wheel to wheel. Well, with Sergio Perez just in front of us, 3 wide as we make our way through the exit of the loop, but around the outside we'll go. It's still wheel to wheel. Well, with Arvid Lindblad there, Hülkenberg way up on the outside curb as well, as we will breeze past Sergio Perez as we head down the back straight. And Hülkenberg actually braking incredibly early as well, so up 6 places then off the start of this one. So that's exactly what we wanted there, as Sainz getting a little bit squirrely, and Nico still trying to defend from us on the exit of the corner there. Luckily, again, we'll get the power down as everybody seems to be trying to save their battery very, very early on here. So I'm just happy to try and obviously claim a few freebies there, as Valtteri Bottas definitely ran wide as we made our way out of the old turn 1. But of course the AI won't get penalised for it. It's wheel to wheel in towards Maggotts and Beckett's for the very first time. Luckily though, again, Valtteri backing out of that one is now our teammate Hülkenberg looking to try and get a run as well. But I mean, we're up 7 places on lap 1. Like I said, just by getting the elbows out a little bit, trying to be aggressive early on. That has definitely worked for us, though. It's up at the front of the order. I believe it's Lando Norris that has held on to the lead of the race at the start. George Russell still following him in P2. Yes, it is. So the Brits at the front are cooking. Still appear then the AI are very, very good here at Silverstone as Esteban Ocon breezes by me to make our way down the back straight there. I mean, yeah, we've basically been able to work up all these places, and then immediately doesn't really feel like we're able to make much more progress there. So I'm going to try and see if Ocon can drag us a bit closer to the likes of Fernando Alonso and those few cars in front. Definitely, though, again, this feels like a track where the boost mode is super important. So Bottas trying to look back down the inside through turn 1. Oh, pick up I think that's our 2nd warning of the day so far, isn't it? Just early on there with some wheel-to-wheel action, so obviously don't want to get involved in an accident. If we get a 3-second time penalty, that is basically our race ruined. Look at that, Valtteri Bottas around the outside. Whoa. As we head through Maggotts and Beckett's once more, and the AI definitely still through some of this higher speed stuff. Still seem to have a lot of grip there. You can see Bottas. That's proper Mario Kart there, isn't it? Bottas gets a huge run on me, absolutely blows by us. We then just save the battery up and do exactly the same thing to him once more. So, yeah, very much chopping and changing at the moment. Trying to work out whether Ocon has got the speed just to get a bit close to Fernando. He's not doing badly. Problem is, though, 9 laps here for a sprint race really just does not feel like a lot at Silverstone. You have not got a lot of time to move. It's very, very weird adapting to kind of where the AI are using their battery here. You almost... I wouldn't say you have to absolutely use it in the same place as them, because you can see now Ocon used a bit more earlier on in the lap, and I can kind of gain back that time. But you do have to think very, very strategically with it still, as Williams definitely this weekend do not have the pace to compete with the front runners, although admittedly, looking on the minimap, I don't think Red Bull do either here, so Ferrari, McLaren and Mercedes very much pulling away up at the front. I mean, Lando Norris has bolted from everybody. But yeah, how is tyre wear looking then? 42% in just 7 laps. Silverstone, yeah, is a real tyre killer. But of course, the problem is, even in a 50% race, you don't want to pit more than once, because the pit lane here just takes so much time. Well, I said as we were heading into this one, that I feel like this sprint race is going to be just a bit of a testing session for us. That has been exactly the case, but I have been able to just close in on this Esteban Ocon a little bit more as we're about to start this last lap here. For Lando Norris, though, up at the front of the order. Of course, he was victorious here last season in rather dubious circumstances, all things considered, but so far on Sprint Race Saturday, it has gone pretty well for him. I guess I was only on 1 warning then beforehand, so yeah, luckily not getting a penalty yet, but just got to be really careful with the track limits here right towards the end, as just breaking down in towards turn 3 and 4. Of course, want to make sure that I'm right in the range of Esteban. Our best opportunity will most likely come down the hanger straight towards the end of the lap. But one of the big things here you've really got to try and make sure you're doing is the half throttle down the straight. Just putting a little bit more battery back in the pack rather than obviously burning it up. I mean, again, Silverstone is a track that really does expose some of the flaws of this all-new battery management. Hopefully still is going to provide us with an opportunity on this very last lap there. As like I said, just want to make sure also that we've got the range right towards the end. It's just dumping a little bit of battery here and there. Or I might just taking a bit too much out of it at the moment, as we'll try and recharge again through Maggott and Beckett's one final time. Oh, there's your pen. That's annoying. Luckily, say it's not going to cost us anything in the grand scheme of things. Is there any chance I can get close enough to walk on anyway? I don't think I can. So we're definitely going to have to be a bit more careful with track limits then as we head into the real race. But yeah, especially with no points kind of being a concern, I'm not going to worry. Lando Norris, he will claim the victory in Sprint Race Saturday here at Silverstone. 8 valuable points, and will continue to extend his World Championship lead. But out of the final corner, it's about P16, I think. Well, there we go then. Lando Norris will be sprint race victorious here. 3.4 seconds clear of George Russell. I did see a Ferrari on the podium. I did wonder for a brief moment whether it was Lewis Hamilton. But no, Charles Leclerc, the Monegasque man, and he and Oscar Piastri, to be fair, deny a British 1, 2, 3 as well. Andre, Kimi, Antonelli, Max Verstappen and Alexander Albon picking up the final points there. So Williams do gain an extra one over us in the bigger picture as well there. Isaac Hadjar and Gasly actually inside the top 10. So yeah, Alpine looking pretty good. Alpine looking a bit more competitive early on this weekend as well. That 3-second penalty for me, like I said, didn't really make much of a difference, all things considered. But Hülkenberg really struggled as well. So I just don't think this is a good track for the Audi, all things considered as well. But we'll have to dig deep. We'll have to get our head down. The rain could provide some opportunities as well. But before we head into that, it's time for qualifying.
Welcome along, everybody, to a venue that was built for speed. Once an airfield, now one of the finest racetracks in the world. It's qualifying day here at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix.
Well, heading out then into real qualifying here, I've upped the wing just a little bit to hopefully give ourselves a bit of a better shot as we head into a full wet race, but I'm pretty certain I've got Isaac Hadjar creeping up right behind me as we prepare ourselves for our first qualifying lap. Hopefully we can do a better job than what we managed in sprint qualifying. I'd love to reach Q2 here, but ultimately, yeah, battery management is just quite difficult to try and work out where do you kind of go for it, where do you hold off perhaps. So luckily, obviously this time around we've got a couple of sets of tyres to obviously really try and experiment with a couple of bits and pieces. I think what I'll do on the first run is obviously just try to use a little bit less, maybe dump a bit down the hanger straight towards the end of the lap, but already, I mean, I don't have to get out of Isaac Hadjar's way. We are both on a run here. Sure, the Frenchman, we know what he can be like over the radio. I'm sure, yeah, the Frenchman won't be too happy with this at the moment. It's just, look at the speed of that Red Bull as we make our way back up then in towards the old turn 1. Hadjar there actually overtaking us on a qualifying run. That's probably not a good omen at the moment there. So just use a little splash of battery in towards the old turn 1. I mean, this is just a disaster, isn't it? Both of us now have really messed ourselves up, but don't get done for track limits there. Can I try and get a run on the Frenchman as we make our way down the back straight? You can definitely see he's used a lot more battery earlier on in the lap there. It's 215 miles an hour by the time we get down the end of the Hangar Straight, but I mean, yeah, it kind of depends on how good his run is anyway. But you can really see he's lifting out a lot in towards those final couple of corners. I don't think that's worth it because you don't tend to use battery on the run back towards the line there. First run though, 29.3. That won't be anything special. Well, quite a lot of cars then have come back out onto the circuit. Either want to just get a better idea, ready for their final run, but we need to find in excess of a second. Ideally, a high 27 would be the goal, as I do not want to have a double Q1 exit here at home. Every driver wants to deliver in front of their hometown crowd. I'm hoping that we are still going to have that opportunity. Who knows what will happen as we head into race day Sunday there. 8th gear, completely flat out through turn 1 and turn 2. Try and roll the car into the loopers. There you go, Isaac Hadjar. Suddenly now to the top of the pile in Q1. So yeah, the Red Bull man, and we're not tripping over each other. Seemingly able to get a really good effort done there as using a bit of battery as we make our way down in towards the Luffield complex around this lap. Then nice and tidy once again on the way in, and just rotate the car as we make our way through that next hairpin. Try and carry the throttle on the exit. Again, of course, just got to be a little bit careful. You don't want to use up too much battery as we make our way up in towards the old turn 1. Feels very, very weird lifting out as early as we are. Hopefully then we can just dump a little bit of battery on the exit there before we head up in towards Maggots and Beckett's once again. Flat through the first, flat through the second, down 1 gear through the third, down another couple through the final part. And again, just dump the battery as we make our way out into the back straight. We are still basically even with Franco Colapinto at the moment, so this lap again really not coming together at the moment, and it just does not seem like we've got the pace in this Audi car. Hulkenberg seems to be able to do something at least over 1 lap, but as we try and keep it clean and tidy through the final couple of corners, we are going to find about 1.2 seconds. Not going to be enough though. 19th on the grid. I don't know what I meant to do. Well, there we go then. Isaac Hadjar, brilliant effort then, using that second run to his advantage. Just ahead of Charles Leclerc, Andrea Kimi, Antonelli, and Carlos Sainz all inside your top 4. Hulkenberg, again, brilliant 1-lap pace from our teammate there, as Ollie Behrman, Hamilton, Norris, and Arvid Lindblad all barely squeaking by and into Q2. I mean, we start a bit higher up than we did yesterday, but I don't know where I was ever going to find another half a second on that run. We are the worst ranked home hero for the British Grand Prix, but hopefully we can rely on a little bit of magic to come our way on Sunday afternoon.
You join us in the United Kingdom today, or Great Britain as it's alternatively known. Well, it's certainly a great day today as we welcome you to one of the crown jewels of British sports, a track of speed, history and drama. It's Silverstone. It's the British Grand Prix. The 3.6-mile long Silverstone circuit is one of the longest of the season, with 18 corners in the current layout. With average lap speeds reaching around 145 miles per hour, it's also one of the quickest tracks of the year. Watch out for cars taking the right-handers of Abbey and of Copse flat out. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Leclerc, Verstappen, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Piastri, Antonelli, Gasly, Hadjar, and Carlos Sainz, Albon, Alonso, Valtteri Bottas, and Behrman, Hulkenberg, Lindblad, Esteban Ocon, and Franco Colapinto, Mr. Monaco, Perez, Lawson, and Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
The boss wants another podium finish this weekend. I know you're more than capable.
Well, apparently then our team won a podium again this weekend from 19th on the grid. I think we're going to need a little bit of a miracle, but wet races at Silverstone, they can be incredibly spicy. We're having a look then at strategy, though. Of course, the one-stop's probably going to be the way to go on the intermediate tyres here. You do tend to burn through a little bit more fuel. Apparently, the rain is going to get worse as this race goes on as well, so only time will tell how we're able to fare today. I think tyre management is going to be the really big thing here. Like I said yesterday, you don't want to make an extra pit stop throughout the course of this Grand Prix either then. Ready, though, on the grid, waiting on those 5 red lights for the British Grand Prix. Oh, lights out, and away we go there, and actually got to a fairly good getaway, as we'll immediately get the straight line mode. I'm going to immediately put the car into hot lap mode on the run in towards turn 1. Not really able to find anything, though. It's just everybody trying to feel out the conditions early on. Oh, Perez, where am I off? I've just obliterated the 50-meter board immediately, just because I was worried that Perez was going to try and look down and kind of just shove me out wide. And the inside, though, of him and Colapinto as we try and make our way through the exit of the loop. So, it hasn't been as explosive a start as where's Colapinto trying to go as we make our way down the hill. Trying to have a look to the inside then. Once again, it's Hulkenberg getting stuck in. With Valtteri Bottas there was another big drift as the AI going wheel to wheel there. I mean, Bottas again getting a huge moment on the exit of the corner, as I don't believe this straight line mode is activated in these conditions then. As once more we're going to go wheel to wheel. Whoa, with Colapinto who turns in on us. Colapinto there, we just out of the wheel, still on the inside. Big snap of oversteer on the exit of the corner as well, as we try and get the power down, but of course there's no grip out in that runoff area. And well, our home Grand Prix so far, 1 lap pace has been a disaster. The sprint wasn't exactly a success either. This whole weekend seems to be cursed for us right now. But already then the field just beginning to spread out a little bit further up the road. Lando Norris, I believe he's got George Russell in hot pursuit early on in this Grand Prix, as both Ferraris duking it out for that final podium place just ahead of Max Verstappen. But we are just unable to do anything here still. Kind of worried that this race might end up being fairly short in terms of video length. We are taking a bit of time now at Lance Stroll, as he and Liam Lawson seem to want to go side by side into the first few corners, so Lance is going to drop back a little bit more. But yeah, I said the AI aren't as ridiculously OP. I mean, the Audi in theory has got the worst engine in this game as well still. We are desperately trying to bring more and more upgrades, but in similar conditions last weekend at Austria, we had one of the most competitive cars. Here at Silverstone, we are just nowhere.
Okay, mate. Tyres are wearing at quite a rate here, mate. Please try and look after them.
Good heaven, yeah, I hadn't realised that either, these tyres. Even trying to stretch a one-stop might be quite difficult to do today. I know obviously we had a couple of very scary moments at the start, but I would hope to just try and get them to the end of lap 13 and obviously work our way from there. But early on already at over 35% wear by the time we get to lap 5 now. Unlike the dry compound, obviously the intermediates, they don't wear in the same way. They still provide grip and speed until they're very worn out, so we can obviously stretch them a bit further. But I guess I'm kind of hoping that the AI maybe are 2-stopping, and that could launch us back into contention. It's Russell now, new fast lap of the day. I'm just watching Stroll try and beef with Liam Lawson. I mean, Stroll, Lawson, Perez and Colapinto. It's not exactly the 4 drivers I was hoping to be battling it out with today, but honestly, at the moment, I'd be happy if I could battle with them. I'm definitely a little bit quicker, but we're not taking loads of time out of them. What, eh? Some of the AI are pitting. Lando Norris is in. Oscar Piastri's in. What's going on? I mean, it's not wet enough for wets, it's not dry enough for dries. Why have 3 of our AI cars peeled in then? I'm going to be so intrigued to see what on earth they're trying to do. They can't already be going on to a second set, surely. You only get 3 sets of intermediates for a Grand Prix. And they've gone hard. Oscar Piastri has bolted on a set of the dry compound of tyre here. So, I mean, we'll get a pretty good idea pretty quickly as Lando Norris peels back out of the pit lane then. The gap is about 1 second at the moment, but I surely don't believe that's dry enough for those tyres to work out there. As you can already see, Norris has lost a good few tenths of a second. No, I disagree. I don't think it's time for dry tyres, and considering the game reckons this rain is going to get worse as the afternoon goes on, Maybe this will be a lifeline then if the AI all make a really stupid call. Still worried about the life then on these intermediates, but let's see whether the front runners are in. Russell's in! George Russell from the lead of the Grand Prix is also peeling into the pit lane. I mean, Lando Norris, he's taken a little bit of time out of us in the second half of this lap, but I still don't think it's worth it at the moment then, as not everybody is committing.
Car behind, running hard tyres.
Seems like, yeah, they're really, really good in some areas of the lap, but not so great in others. As you can see, the likes of Colapinto and Perez opt to stay out. Yeah, team's still moaning about the tyres. I mean, potentially a two-stop could be viable still, depending on what happens with the tyre life, or we just try and stretch these out, and then maybe consider pitting for dries. But Russell then, he's going to come back out onto the track just in front of us, so he's been able to work that overcut on Lando. And that to me implies that it's still kind of time for the inters. Because of course he's effectively had an extra lap on them. But let's see how much George Russell then is struggling on those tyres. I mean, look at that. I know they're cold at the moment, but down the inside of the Mercedes. I know we were able to do that last weekend. We were able to fight those kind of cars, but not been the case this weekend. But suddenly now we're up into the points. As that's my first warning of the day. I need to be much more careful with that than I was in the sprint. Oh, there we go. Most of our runners in then. So both Cadillacs, they were in the top 10 provisionally in this Grand Prix. No, one car has opted to stay out in this race. Who is it then that's going to take the lead here at Silverstone, as we are keeping George Russell at bay at the moment? I guess the only other thing is, of course, these intermediates. They will still struggle to manage and maintain temperature. It is Ocon that is leading this Grand Prix, so of course already won one race before when it was all about trying to make the switch to dries. Could he win another today by not switching to dries, as already our tyre wear warning light is flicked up? I mean, could I take me hards to the end? I'm not convinced I could. I'll see how well these tyres keep going, even if I can pit one lap early. But I mean, look at that, we pull away from Russell. No. That is not what we need. I've never had much luck at Silverstone in these career modes. If we get a mechanical failure today, that is going to be devastating at the moment, especially now when I just wanted to start believing here. ERS is gone. I've had that a couple of times before. So normally this comes back after about a lap here, as luckily there. Just able to keep the car inside track limits. Russell, therefore, he's going to fly by fairly easily. So we're going to lose a bit of ground now temporarily. So Lando Norris as well, I'm sure, will just launch past us as we make our way out into the back straight. Lando instead opting rather to push me around the track, but we should be able to get ERS back online. Guess this maybe helps us out a little bit with the tyre wear at the moment. Is Esteban Ocon then our last car peeling into the pit lane? But when is this ERS going to come back on? There you go, ERS. ERS now is back, so we'll get that running in hot lap mode once again. Hopefully we're not going to lose too much ground to Lando Norris here, as well, again, immediately you're met with way more power than you're expecting. Oh, that's so close to track limits. So 66% on that front. I reckon we could get to the end of 12 without issues. We can get to the end of 13. I'm definitely bolting on another set of inters. Well, the team now really are starting to worry about the tyres, but they are still adamant we are right on the crossover period between the dries and the wets. And I'll be honest, we're only losing a couple of tenths a lap to Lando Norris. I wouldn't be able to do that on the same tyres. We know that, you know, the Mercedes, the Ferrari, the McLaren, way quicker than our car this weekend. So I still think the intermediate is the quicker tyre, but just not by a lot. I'm going to try and roll the dice, though. I'm going to try and do the extra lap to bring us to lap 13 here, get us to half distance, or in this Grand Prix there, as the rear tyres are really beginning to give up. 86% on that rear left, so we are well and truly into puncture territory on the intermediates there, as here goes Charles Leclerc, or trying to look down the inside. Thanks for giving plenty of room through the first part of the loop, but of course we both know if he gets out on the wet stuff, there is just no grip for that Ferrari. I'd probably want to get out on the wet stuff a little bit, just obviously try and find, you know, cool down the tyres, everything like that, but I assume the AI will have to pit again anyway. And like I said, the rain is meant to increase as we get towards the end of the race. So if they pit to another set of dries and then have to go back to wets, we could be in a great spot. We did already suffer a puncture back in Montreal, didn't we, a few races ago? But like I already thought, especially with the moment on lap 1, and obviously a bit less fuel as well, the first stint should be worse than the second stint in this Grand Prix. 92% wear now on that rear tyre. Let me just double check. Yep, we are taking another set of inters to the end of the afternoon, as I'm just going to tell the team to whack on a load of extra front wing as well. Into the pit lane we will go, just so I get the car slowed down nice and tidy. Yeah, that rear tyre was so close to going then. I mean, it was probably pretty much what do we call them? A slick to intermediate, don't we? When you basically take all the tread out of a set of the intermediates there as into the pit box. Really did see me out like that tyre was very, very close to going completely. As where are we going to re-emerge then in this Grand Prix? We have actually gained that quite a lot. This was the other thing I was going to wonder about. Obviously, with the AI, you know, effectively some of the guys that we should be, you know, more competitively paced with, I was wondering how many of them we might be able to jump. And look at that, we're even ahead of our teammate Hulkenberg in this Grand Prix as Isaac Hadjar just comes out ahead of us. So, yeah, we've definitely won out against a lot of the cars I should have been battling with on pace. And now, of course, hopefully, we're going to continue to win out against them there as down the inside of Isaac Hadjar. That should paint a picture as to just how much more grip we have. But Lindblad next up then. I mean, again, I get that obviously these guys are effectively obviously on much fresher tyres, weren't they, for quite a while. Or in this Grand Prix, as I'm going to not do to him what Colapinto did to me. We do run slightly wide, but the game's let me keep the position. I guess obviously we were ahead of him before we made it into the corner, but you'd probably argue, wouldn't you, that we only were able to keep the move by running off the circuit. As, yeah, Valtteri Bottas having a very, very good day out in his Cadillac car so far as well. Cadillac still wanting their first F1 point as Albon trying to think about a look to the outside by the time we get down the end of the hangar straight. But, yeah, like I said, at the moment we need to be picking off cars nice and quickly here. As what to the inside of Albon? As Bottas there, you can tell the AI their limitations on this game. Because despite the fact I was 2 cars back, Bottas was already trying to defend from me, despite the fact Albon wasn't going for a move. F126 EA in a nutshell. Next up, Esteban Ocon, who of course was the last driver onto the hards. So let's have a look.
Ocon is ahead of you, and the time last lap, 1:41.5. Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 1.6 seconds. Okay, they're on fresh hards. Their tyres are 5 laps old. We think they've got one more stop.
There we go, wonderful news. So the team still believe Esteban Ocon is going to make another pit stop in this Grand Prix. Are we seriously going to be in a fight for a podium again? Even when I was just never expecting it here? Only time will tell, but we'll try and sweep out wide, cut back in through the exit of Luffield. We know we've just got the grip against the AI at the moment. It's to the inside of Esteban Ocon. Now we are 1 place outside the points. Well, Fernando Alonso bagged Aston Martin's first points of the year last weekend, and, well, at the moment, having again a sensational time here at Silverstone. To the inside, though, in towards turn 1. This is brave stuff. Ran a little bit wide there. Luckily, lift out of the throttle through the exit of turn 2. Not to pick up a track limits violation. But against all the odds, then, we are back up into the points at this stage of the British Grand Prix. Like I said, I'm kind of hoping that we see the AI all pit back to another set of dries, and then the rain begin to get a bit heavier. Are they still saying that's meant to happen?
So this light rain is going to be with us for a while now. We're not certain which is the best tyre right now, dries or inters.
Yes, there you go, team still on the fence, but there is no doubt in my mind intermediates are the way to go. And they are working for us nicely at the moment. Ollie Behrman then up next. I mean, we are just trying to pick these guys off at the moment. I'm actually still wondering, the last couple of laps, the pace has been spectacular. Could we steal? Oh, that's annoying. Get a jump on George Russell there as Behrman thought about trying to defend. I think realised we were going in with a lot more momentum and a lot better angle of attack there as Hamilton into the pits, Carlos Sainz into the pit lane as well, so we should be comfortably out ahead of them. Here's the moment of truth time. No, I didn't even realise Russell was in the pit lane, and we're going to come out wheel to wheel with the Mercedes, man. In fact, we're going to come out ahead of George Russell then, who tries to think about hooking it up down the inside through those first couple of corners. See, he will now have fresher tyres again towards the end of the afternoon, but we won the crown jewel race in Formula 1 just a few weekends ago. Dare I believe we can win our home race on first time of asking as well.
So let's push and use it all up.
Yeah, we haven't used through anywhere near as much fuel as I was expecting us to as this afternoon has gone on, but tyre wear is still going to be brutal by the end. I have got to think about the bigger picture when it comes to Russell. There you go, top few cars then into the pit lane. Charles Leclerc, Kimi, Antonelli and Max Verstappen all peeling into the pit lane then. Gasly, though, going to stay out. So we're going to see our second Frenchman of the day leading in this Grand Prix. So hats off to him. Maybe this could work out wonderfully. Or if I'm able to get ahead of Pierre, maybe leave him in the way of George Russell for a little while longer there as making our way out the final corner. 8 laps remaining still of this Grand Prix. Our tyre wear is still not going to be fun by the end of the afternoon as Russell are really now beginning to breathe down my neck a lot more again. Maybe not expecting us to be able to hold off our fellow Brit late in the day. Of course, he's had a couple of near misses here at Silverstone as well as down the inside of Gasly. Again, I think accepts that it's not his fight at the moment, but hopefully he can keep George at bay. Heroics from Pierre Gasly. He's going to peel into the pit lane then at the end of lap 19. So the AI not going to be able to do anything else here, but Russell still 1.5 seconds back. That is something we could factor in as well towards the end of this Grand Prix. If we're still right behind George Russell, or need to try and defend in towards the final couple of corners. In these conditions, the wet tyres are the quicker ones. I'm willing to do anything to try and win this Grand Prix if it comes to it. But I assume as we get towards the end of the stint, the tyres are going to really begin to fall off. And I feel like George and probably Lando will get the better of us. But he's really, really odd then around this lap at the moment. We seem to be pretty even with George Russell around most of the lap, apart from basically between the old turn 1 and the end of the hangar straight. Around here, the AI are taking loads of time out of me, and I don't really know what I'm doing wrong on these intermediates at the moment. I'll double check what the tyre wear is creeping up towards as we head out onto the back straight. You can see Russell brings that gap down so much. Tyres already up over 50% again. It's that rear left we've got to be super careful of here. Just load it up so much around this track, but like I said, if we need to do something cheeky on the final lap, I will try to. But up to that point, we've just got to stay on the dry line, because I know Russell can't do anything on the wet stuff. But I don't want to begin to believe just yet. 4 laps still to go of this British Grand Prix. But as I said, I think the rain is beginning to get just a little bit worse here. And the AI's dry tyres are beginning to struggle just a little bit more. Gap to George Russell now, opening up to 2 seconds once again. And of course, from that range, you know, even if we get a little bit of an error or something like that, Russell's not going to be able to do a lot here. I wonder if the AI feel they're too close to home. It's not worth diving back over onto a set of the intermediate tyres as well. But, yeah, Russell, you can see even through the area where he's meant to take a load of time out of me. Doesn't help when I make a bit of a hash of it. But, yeah, that gap 2 seconds again at the moment. So Russell now, I think, is once again potentially seeing a British Grand Prix slip between his fingertips. He takes a couple of tenths back out of me there, but that is not enough. Are we about to win? I mean, Silverstone, this place delivers crazy races when it rains, doesn't it? But the fact that, what, for the second weekend in a row, the AI have gone for a really unorthodox strategy that just has not worked out. We're learning F1 26, we're learning kind of what you need to do in these tricky, changeable conditions. And of course the AI, well, they simply aren't.
No! Okay, listen, don't worry about it, mate. It can happen to the best of us. Now look, I've put a new strategy option for you in the MFD, so go and have a look.
I cannot believe it. 1 lap to go. 1.5 laps here from Silverstone. And I was literally just about to start talking about the tyres. We've been trying to hang on to them. It looked like that one was only at 80% when it went pop. But suddenly now, out of nowhere, if it was a lap later, we might be able to try and hang on in the same way Lewis Hamilton did back in 2020. What was it? 2020, wasn't it, in fact? But I cannot believe it. Late on in the day, 1 lap to go. Our second potential race victory in a row is going to go up in smoke because we've had a mechanical issue, a tyre puncture, with just 1 lap remaining here from Silverstone. I cannot believe it. Hopefully we're still going to score some points. Looks like Antonelli has gone round a long way further back there. As make sure I get the tyre, make sure I get the speed scrubbed off, I should say. I cannot believe that. I was literally just checking the MFD to have a look at what the tyre wear was going to be like with 1 lap to go. The victory's gone. The podium's gone as well. I got no idea what position we're going to come back out in this Grand Prix, but it must just have been from running a bit longer on a slightly drier track. It's obviously easier to try and manage everything in that regard. I'm hoping we're going to come out still ahead of Antonelli, but I cannot believe that. I mean, there was not a chance we could try and limp one more lap out if it was there, as I think Antonelli and Gasly are just going to come out ahead of us as well. But yeah, we got robbed last weekend. Lando Norris just had far superior pace over everybody that we just never realised towards the end of the afternoon. Are we going to be able to try and get a couple of spots back, though? A home race victory. As I said in the dry, the AI are insane here. That might be our best chance at a victory at home on this game that we ever get on F1 26. To the outside, though, of Pierre Gasly. No point worrying about it right now. We've still got to try and recover, gain a couple of spots back. Or in this Grand Prix, there is apologies to Piet. Thought we'd back out of that one a little bit earlier. More agonisingly, in the bigger picture, we're going to lose points to Williams. And I thought we were going to be gaining out a load against them this weekend. Reliability, though, has been flawless here. Nobody has suffered a mechanical failure in either the sprint or the main race here. But it was Lando Norris on Sprint Race Saturday that was victorious here at Silverstone as he makes his way through the final corners. It's going to be George Russell on Sunday afternoon. 2 of our big World Championship protagonists getting the better of everybody in the home crowd this weekend. Can't help but feel that it would have been a hugely popular victory had we been able to get it as well. Down the back straight though, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, nothing he can do to try and defend from us as well. Heartbreak. Absolute heartbreak. On the one hand, P7 here at Silverstone. Absolutely worth celebration. On the other hand, we knew it was a victory today. It was our victory. But for the second weekend in a row, we have been absolutely robbed.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
Here's the checkered flag. Here's our winner. By George, he's done it. Russell wins.
To do it as a team on home soil, that really means something special, and you can see how much it means to them. The drivers involved as well. Great job by them today, of course, as always, but for the fans watching on too, a great display of teamwork here today.
It's time to bring out the bubbly and spray it around. It's our podium celebrations. And taking his place on the top step of the podium, he gave it some hustle. Well done to George Russell.
Well, there we are then. George Russell victorious here at Silverstone. Late race drama. I mean, this has always been a track that pushes the tyres to their absolute limits. But drama right towards the very end there. George Russell victorious, 8/10 clear of Lando Norris. Charles Leclerc once again joining them on the podium in at P3 there. Carlos Sainz in 4th. Hamilton, not the best home race for him. Verstappen, myself, with Antonelli, Gasly, and even Ollie Behrman able to pick up a point as well. So 5 Brits in your top 10. Only Arvid Lindblad unable to score a point as well. But I thought we nailed the strategy today. I thought we deserved that victory. But clearly F1 26 had other ideas. For those of you that don't know, when it comes to things like that, it's genuinely just bad luck late on in the day. Anywhere from about 75% onwards you can get a puncture. First set of tyres, 92%. They were fine. Second set, 80%. Blew up. Gutted. Absolutely gutted. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means now Norris 31 still clear of Russ at the top of the table, as they both will pull away quite a big margin over Verstappen and Piastri, who both struggled a lot this weekend. Charles Leclerc back ahead of Hamilton. Andrea Kimi Antonelli still ahead of us, but I do take more points out of him. but we could have been so much closer. In fact, I think we could have been ahead of him in the World Championship fight as well. Isaac Hadjar still ahead of Sainz, who gets back ahead of his teammate Alexander Albon as well. Gasly Behrman as well with some points, so well done to them. Constructors-wise, McLaren 92 clear of Mercedes. Ferrari still in third ahead of Red Bull. Atlassian Williams there, 11 points clear now of Audi Revolut as well. But we certainly are able to get some big results. Like I said, we just need a few little bits and pieces to go our way. Thank you all so much for watching them nonetheless. If you have enjoyed, please make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. I'm going to go cry in a corner, and hopefully I will see you back here tomorrow, I think with Creator Series. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 12 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend back at the Belgian Grand Prix at the iconic, the beautiful, the best track on the F1 calendar. We're here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. But of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Silverstone, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. The British Grand Prix, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We got robbed by F125. Or F126, I should say. Super unlucky during that Grand Prix. Late race drama there. I'm not going to try and give too many spoilers too early on in the video, because you really should go check it out. But I'm hoping that we can try and have a bit of a return to form as we head into this weekend, because I'm hoping we've already had 2 upgrades come through. Will we get a third? Yes, we will. 3 upgrades then, heading onto the car ready for this weekend, so hopefully we're going to get a decent chunk of performance there. You know, this car, generally speaking, I know the AI is still very good over 1 lap, but it feels like we are becoming more and more competitive on this game. That being said, though, Spa is a very, very different endeavour. Normally, this track, the AI are not very good. At least they weren't on F125. Now, I have done some testing with it. It's not perfect, but I definitely feel like the AI are better with the F126 DLC as well. Having a quick look at vehicle performance, you can still see Mercedes out front, Ferrari and McLaren, Red Bull are all pretty similar. In fact, Alpine now have pretty much caught Red Bull in terms of performance. Atlassian Williams and ourselves have both jumped past VCarb as well. Very much seems like their development is not continuing in the way they were wanted to so far this season. Lando Norris, though, 31 points clear at the top of the Drivers' World Championship, ahead of George Russell as our 2 fellow Brits, starting just a streak away from everybody else in the bigger picture. McLaren leading the way, 92 points clear of Mercedes, with Ferrari and Red Bull not too far behind. Then there's admittedly quite a drop back towards Atlassian Williams and the Audi Revolut Formula 1 team as well. 11 points in it, though, between us and Williams. Hopefully, especially after the summer break, we can really try and, you know, get on a charge, get on a march to try and get the better of them. Would be nice if Hulkenberg was able to score a point at some point over the course of this season as well. But yeah, a massive, massive thank you to everybody for their continued support on the channel. Of course, if you're not already, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We are trying to hit 160k at the moment. But without further ado, let's return here to Belgium. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
High-speed straights, heady elevation changes and dramatic corners. What is there not to love about today? It's qualifying day here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Well, with this being Spa-Francorchamps, then you always expect some rain around this circuit. It looks like Saturday's qualifying session is going to be no different on F126. Of course, luckily we do still get the straight line mode in a few places around the lap. Let's wait and see then what we can do for a first run here. Back on F125, this was actually a really, really good track for Sauber, which of course are now Audi in the game. So, yeah, really, really kind of surprising. We saw a couple of pole positions, sometimes through, you know, luck and track conditions and being the last car, or the first car, I should say, in the pit lane as well. But other times it just seemed to suit that car. I'm not saying this Audi is going to be the same as that, but a boy can dream. As we still try to make our way up through a Rouge and Rayon completely flat out. This is the big one, though, where you notice the lack of straight line mode, because it is not activated until after we head out of the tiny kink. I don't think it would make much of a difference to be running that in these conditions either. But yeah, first lap though was all about just trying to settle in, gear ourselves up. Of course, the intermediate should be good for 2 or 3. Problem is though, with this being such a long lap, you don't want to run all the extra fuel Well, so far then, this first lap has just been a bit of a build lap there. We're about a 10th up on Lance Stroll as we make our way back up the hill. But of course, the only other thing, this circuit, I think energy management would honestly make the difference in qualifying. And unfortunately, we're not really able to kind of get any experience with that. Because obviously, yeah, when you're in these wet conditions, you can't do anything about it. Luckily for us, Valtteri Bottas peels into the pit lane before he gets in my way. But out of the final corner, P14, I guess that's not awful. But I think everybody else behind us, apart from Lance, hasn't actually done a run. Oh no, I've head back out into the circuit, but I'm not convinced we got enough time to start a final run here. Oh, this is going to be tight for time as we make our way through the final corner. Of course, yeah, the longest lap on the F1 calendar. So just going to have to be a little bit careful with it there as throwing the car through the bus stop chicane. Please don't say we're going out in Q1, especially with how much the track is ramping up. Damn it. 22nd on the grid here at Spa. We were like a second away from making it through. That is really stupid. Really, really stupid there. Lando Norris fastest ahead of Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. I don't think track conditions really did improve much towards the end of the session. But it is both Audis, both Haas cars, Lance Stroll and Sergio Perez that are all out in Q1. Max Verstappen barely squeaks by there, only a 10th clear of our teammate as well. But yeah, like I said, I don't really think track conditions were improving much towards the end, so there was no guarantee we were going through. That is just painful though, isn't it?
Welcome to this visit to the Ardennes countryside. Spa-Francorchamps hosted its first Grand Prix back in 1925, and this historic track is loved by drivers and fans alike. And us here in the commentary box too. So it's a warm welcome from the Belgian Grand Prix. Spa-Francorchamps today, a circuit that spans 4.35 miles. There are tons of elevation changes along the way too. 19 corners making up this circuit, with 9 of those to the right and the remaining 10 to the left. This track's a great one for fans of pure speed, and the average lap speed comes close to a whopping 145 miles per hour. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Albon, Lando Norris, and Sainz, Antonelli, Piastri, Hamilton, and Isaac Hadjar, Alonso, Gasly, Franco Colapinto, and Lawson, Bottas, Lindblad, Nico Hülkenberg, and Ollie Behrman, Perez, Ocon, Stroll, and Mr. Monaco. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, I'm so used to them back on F1 25, able to storm to pole position here. Definitely not the case today, though. From the back of the grid, we have got a lot of work to do here in Belgium. And the team clearly feel it's going to be better to try and go long on the first stint, stay out of trouble, look towards the back, and hopefully then in the second half of the Grand Prix, really come alive. So that's what we're going to aim to do then. Starting on the hards, we'll then move to mediums. Hopefully if there's no drama, no safety cars, no red flags, anything like that then. Ready on the grid. Stroll's gone to softs, I don't really know why. 5 red lights are on, though. Oh, a mighty long hole, but it is lights out, and away we go then, off to a bit of a wheel spinny getaway as we head down in towards turn 1. Perez just trying to defend from Ollie Behrman there, as we will have a look to the inside wall with Esteban Ocon. Maybe a little bit late to try and have a look for the move, but we were fully alongside him there. Feel like Esteban could have probably done a slightly better job, as he's immediately going to try and look for a way around his teammates. We head down in towards Eau Rouge and Rallye then for the very first time then. Nice and tidy as we make our way through the corner. But this is definitely where I've noticed the AI are a lot better now on the F1 26 cars. They will use battery as we make our way up the Kemmel Straight then. So unable to really do anything off the start here. It will be a bit of a patience game early on as everybody just trying to kind of line up as we head through the middle sector there. Looks like Russell still leading the way up at the front of the order, but maybe we can have a sneak to the outside of Esteban Ocon. Now, I am running the car very, very low downforce here. Obviously, map 2 and 2 setups. There'll be a link down in the description below. But yeah, I just think the uber low downforce here was often the way to go with the F1 25 cars, and I can't help but feel, especially whilst we're more energy starved, in the earlier seasons of career mode, you know, before we've got a lot of the upgrades on, I feel like that's going to be the play around this circuit then, is just trying to dance our way through the Fania chicane. Yeah, we're really not doing anything early on then in this race. It is only lap 1. We are on the hard tyres. I've picked up a warning as well, though, so we need to take a bit of time. We need to kind of figure everything out. As GSC there getting a huge run as we make our way back up the hill around the outside of Esteban Ocon. Oh, Ollie Behrman there trying to give me a squeeze. We're almost going to take it 3 wide as we head up the hill. We'll get past both the Haskars, though, by the end of that opening lap. So that is critical then early on, as Charles Leclerc now seems to have taken the lead away from George Russell as well, as we've got nothing back in towards turn 1. Behrman wanted to have a look. Ocon also wanted to have a look. I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? The AI now with the ERS modes are way more relentless in trying to have a look for moves then, as down through a ruse at the other side. As we'll try and carry the speed this time around. You can see Perez now trying to recharge the pack, so the speed differential will be huge as we make our way up the Kemmel Straight. Past Sergio Perez, up at a P19, so we're starting to make moves. I tell you what then, Lance Stroll has certainly made some progress on this opening lap. In fact, now he's actually starting to lose a couple of places again. I don't know how well those soft compound tyres are going to hang on for him early on. So Arvid Lindblad just slots back in behind our teammate Hulkenberg as well, but trying to roll back on the power then as we make our way down in towards Rouge and Radion. Again, it is very much about the battery management through this part of the lap, and then of course right towards the end of the lap as well there. As you can see that time around, Lindblad caught a bit napping. I think Hulkenberg trying to charge the pack as well, and I mean, this is ridiculous. When you're using the battery against the AI, there's nothing they can do. As soon as they turn it on there, you can see Bottas and Stroll still trying to dispute that P15. You know, you don't have the ridiculous top-end speed that we did against them on F1 25, but there's definitely still some noticeable advantages kind of as and when you're using it. But on the other side of that, the AI do use it against you later on. Lance Stroll again then, see what I mean about the battery usage there. Bottas now trying to recharge his pack a little bit more as well, but to the outside of the Aston Martin, actually banging wheels slightly. I mean, Lance Stroll again, his awareness isn't great, is it? So probably didn't realise there was a whole Formula 1 car alongside him. But up then into P16. This seems to be the really odd one. The AI dumping battery on the very short run back over the start-finish line there. I don't really know why. Stroll thought about having a look, but thinks better of it that time round. But yeah, they will kind of use it in some sensible places, but also some really stupid places as well. This is exactly my point. Why would you dump that battery at turn 1 if you're now going to be so vulnerable up the back straight there? Team is telling me I've got to try and keep Arvid Lindblad at bay. But yeah, we're starting to make good progress here early on as one of the Williams to the lead of the Grand Prix. That would certainly be a story. Oh no, Bottas. Bottas, don't do it. Down in towards our Rouge there. Luckily, he's got the straight line speed to try and clear us on the way in. But again, it's going to be largely irrelevant for him there as we'll swoop back around the outside as we make our way up the Kemmel Straight. Like I said, they're better. They are definitely better with this update, but they're definitely still limited in kind of their intelligence. Artificial, yes. Intelligent, not particularly the AI on the F1 games, but yeah, we're still hanging on then to this P15. I'm trying to recharge the pack a little bit, but honestly now it seems like this train basically extends all the way up to the front, because nobody can get away with just how kind of overpowered the kind of overtake mode is. As long as you're within a second of the car in front, yeah, nobody can really scamper off. Go Lawson and Colapinto then. They're going to decide they want to go side by side in towards Eau Rouge as well. Colapinto again, luckily will back out of that one, and once again, whoa, I mean, look at that. Colapinto tried to go for it immediately on the exit, wanted to go to the left-hand side of Liam Lawson, realised he couldn't, because I was coming in at a fair old whack of speed as well. So Liam Lawson there, again, thought about trying to hook it up back down the inside, but 2 places for the price of 1 then, and that was very much right place at the right time. But yeah, Hamilton outside the top 10 at the moment, Hadjar outside the top 10. Fernando Alonso, though, is inside the top 10, so why can't he do this over in my Aston Martin career mode? Alonso's peeled into the pit lane, so that might explain why he was so far up the order then. Looks like, yeah, already Lance Stroll has peeled into the pit lane, so Aston Martin clearly trying something a bit unorthodox this afternoon as Liam Lawson, again, tries to have a look to the inside down at that first corner, but tyre wear on these hard tyres is really hanging on wonderfully early on this afternoon. There's definitely some gaps beginning to open up a little bit further up the road there, but yeah, I don't know why the AI is kind of making, you know, the ERS is kind of making everybody charge up through a route. That's exactly where you want to be dumping battery around this circuit. You know, probably the steepest incline in all of Formula 1, but yeah, Hadjar still sat in behind Hamilton. I think now we're starting to see hopefully a bit more calm. Pierre Gasly into the pit lane then at the end of lap 8, so that seems early off of a set of mediums. I don't know if he's picked up any front wing damage, but yeah, at the moment, I kind of just found ourselves following the likes of Hadjar and Hamilton. I think we're just trying to hang on to the tyres. Not that they're wearing or anything, but just feels like everybody else has got a bit of an advantage right now, as there goes Isaac to the inside of Lewis, down through Eau Rouge once again. I don't think I've ever seen so many overtakes through Eau Rouge and Radion as I have today, but Isaac then no battery as they make their way back at the straight. Hamilton just goes straight back past him again. I don't know how the Grand Prix is going to fare, of course, IRL, but at least on this game, Spa is mental with this new regulations. There we go, another one in. This time around, Alexander Albon. Actually, a few cars beginning to pour into the pit lane then this time, so we're into the top 10 for the first time today. I guess that's nice. Annoyingly, though, I don't know how, but I seem to have lost the overtake mode, so going to have to use a bit more battery this time to make sure that we keep up with Lewis and Isaac then as they continue to battle. Fernando Alonso has just gone fastest in this Grand Prix there, as Isaac Hadjar, clearly that time round, didn't think it was worth the fight against Lewis up through Eau Rouge. There is all again, looking this way and that. Through goes... Oh, I was going to say Sebastian Vettel, but we're not even going to get there. That was a bit anticlimactic, wasn't it? Oh, is Hamilton just able to hang on through the top of Les Combes? Probably would have been... If I'd said, here comes Sebastian Vettel, we might have been able to make that one work there, as we'll dive it down the inside through Malmedy as well. But, yeah, the Red Bull, Isaac Hadjar at least, seems to be running quite well today. But Verstappen, since this is a circuit that he loves, he's definitely struggled. This up in towards Blanchimont. That was scary. Oh. Not sure how I feel or trying to pull that move off, but I'm not going to get the overtake mode again there, as we're really struggling actually with the braking as well around this circuit. It feels quite easy to lock the rears in towards that final chicane. Hamilton's dived into the pit lane then, so yeah, I believe now it is basically all of our hard compound runners still out there, but just tipped a wheel on the grass in towards turn 1, so yeah, we slip by Isaac Hadjar, and he will quite happily have the spot back. That being said, though, if we just use a bit more battery down through a Rouge and Radion, I mean, this is just so back and forth. This is Mario Kart at its absolute peak on F126 to the inside of Hadjar, and again, he's just got a little bit more battery to use up at the top end. He'll blend out the throttle, though, rather weirdly, but still really struggling on the brakes there, as that was way more aggressive than I'd ever wanted it to be. But I guess within the rules, we did make the move fairly. And again, here comes Isaac Hadjar then. So yeah, it looks like Red Bull and Mercedes have opted to run the hard compound tyre. Then obviously Bottas, Ocon, some of the Haas and the Cadillacs as well, a bit further back, still on that same strategy as well. So it's very split between everybody here at the moment. Oh, there's a big kick of oversteer again through that final chicane there, but yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on which Red Bull dives in first now. It's going to really give us an idea about whether we can stay ahead of Isaac towards the end, as, well, last up I was locking the rears. This time around I'm locking the fronts by the time we get down at turn 1. So, yeah, the balance is a bit all over the place. I need to just stay out a little bit further to make sure the mediums are going to be comfortable to the end of the afternoon. Luckily, this time around I've charged up a load more battery. Isaac Hadjar clearly hasn't, on the other hand, there, as... Well, once again, goodbye. Well, let's have a look then up at the front of the order. You would expect it to be George Russell getting priority call at Mercedes. You would expect it to be Verstappen as well down at Red Bull, as we suddenly now seem to have streaked away from Isaac Hadjar towards the end of the stint. And yep, it is George Russell and Max Verstappen then. So all things considered, let's not forget we started from the back of the field here. We have been able to recover quite well. Have they fixed the pit lane speed limiter? There was no update for the game or anything like that. Have they legitimately actually sorted that out? I've got no idea, but of course now effectively we're going to lose a load of spots as everybody else has been able to get a big undercut on us, so still not going to be easy towards the end of the afternoon, as Yeah, we're going to be back out at about P16 in this Grand Prix.
See these tyres through to the end.
Just going to get ahead of Franco Colapinto. No, we're not. He might actually try and go in pursuit of Max Verstappen as well there, but the Dutchman already trying to save some batteries around the outside of Colapinto. Or through a Ruserani on there. That again, just why the battery management is so weird here. Why the AI is still not using it in some rather peculiar places. I mean, that's a fair move. It was a legitimate move. I don't think Colapinto was expecting it. I certainly wasn't expecting to go for it either, but I was not willing to lift. There we go. Nico Hülkenberg into the pit lane then, so we might be back up at least in the top 10 then, with obviously all of those remaining cars diving in, but yeah, it looks like Russell now comfortably ahead of everybody else then. In this GP is Antonelli now, so that strategy has really worked out beautifully for Mercedes then, as everybody else has tripped each other over. I mean, we are now out behind basically all of the big 5 team cars. Obviously Gasly in that top 10, Isaac Hadjar out of it. But yeah, we are going to struggle to try and keep up with these guys, but if they keep doing this, battling kind of 3 wide and things like that, there is definitely a chance. Oh, here we go, Gasly. That is a brave defense from Max Verstappen down the hill. Oh, and the Dutchman there not willing to give an inch as they head out of Pouhon then. Is Pierre going to be a bit vulnerable? Or as we head down in towards Pif-Paf, not that time round. The Frenchman just hanging on, of course. Alpine, they could desperately do with some points this weekend as well. But yeah, I'm just trying to be careful on our tyres. I'm trying to hang on to them, make sure we've got an advantage late on in the day. But I think Gasly now, perhaps a little bit too vulnerable at this stage, and probably could be at risk of dropping out of the overtake mode of those cars in front as well. To the inside we will go, and actually clearing him before we even make our way through Blanchimont. I mean, look at that, they're like 3 wide up in front. I've got no idea what's happening just in front there, as it's just a car park through the final couple of corners. Antonelli now up to P2, so Mercedes have nailed the strat this afternoon as Hamilton and Leclerc go wheel to wheel. Verstappen waiting in the wings as well, as through La Source we go once again. I mean, maybe now is the opportunity to try and do something, as these 3 are going to try and speed off down the hill. Leclerc trying not to give up on it against his teammate Lewis Hamilton, but we will just sit back and now try to use a bit of battery up the other side. Leclerc, almost putting Max Verstappen into the grass as well. So they're going to almost take it 3 wide back up the hill then. You can see that time around, it hasn't really worked out well for us. It has worked out for Leclerc, as he gets past 11 Formula 1 World Championships. Hamilton then trying desperately to defend from Max, as we will launch ourselves to the inside of the Red Bull as well down the hill. So just trying to pick off these cars as best as we can. But the Red Bull man, I think just was hoping the camber would help him out there a little bit more. It most definitely didn't. As Max Verstappen again to the inside as we head down towards Blanchimont. We will go up back underneath him though. And again, that should paint a picture of just how ridiculous the battery is around this track. Why on earth are the AI trying to use it into Pouhon every single time? I mean, Leclerc and Hamilton are still going wheel to wheel then by the end of that lap. So I think if you want to try and get them, you might have to try and get them both in one go there. As we look at that out of the final corner. I mean, there are so many battles going on in this race at the moment. Hamilton back to the inside. Will Leclerc be able to do anything off the exit of La Source there, or is just trying to get back on the throttle maybe a little bit too early there? That time around, Hamilton will back out of it against Charlie, but I know what he's going to try and do. He will look to get a run as we make our way back up the top of the hill there. Once again, we've got a nice double slipstream off of both Ferrari cars as Leclerc absolutely nothing in terms of defence. We will follow Lewis Hamilton by. Up then into P8, only temporarily though, as Leclerc not wanting to give up on it. We'll have the inside line for the second part of the chicane though. Leclerc still not giving up on it. I get way up on the gravel on the exit. We'll try and just cover him off as we head down the hill. Max Verstappen fancies his chances, as good hard racing by everybody involved, and I'm hoping now I can leave these 2 to squabble behind us. We've got yellows. We've got yellows. There is just drama everywhere. It's Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton out of the Grand Prix as Verstappen and Leclerc get caught up behind him as well. But Hamilton becomes our first retirement of the day. I was just beginning to think that we hadn't seen anybody suffering mechanical issues. We went through all of Silverstone without anybody getting a mechanical either. But Lewis Hamilton, our first retirement of the day, and he's put me in no man's land. We've got more yellows. We've got more yellows towards the back of the pack then. 2 laps to go. Who is our second retirement of the day? Is it a Haas? Is it a Cadillac? Sure, there's a replay up on your screens at the moment, but yeah, obviously I got no idea. Always difficult to tell. Oh, is it someone with a puncture? Seems to be another fairly common one here at Spa. No, I think they have pulled off the racetrack. It is Bottas! Oh, that's a shame for the Flying Finn. Had been running a pretty solid race here so far this afternoon, but ultimately not going to get anything for it. But Hamilton really has denied us any chance of trying to get to the guys in front now. As Max Verstappen trying to bring me back in.
2.9 seconds.
I mean, I'm hoping we can try and do anything against Albon with just over 1 lap to go, but I'm going to need a miracle. Max Verstappen then 1 lap remaining here from the Ardennes, and now, of course, it's a real game of chicken about where do you try and charge the battery there. Annoyingly, Bottas's car has been cleared just before I got to it, so I thought there might be a bit of an opportunity to try and save a little bit more in the pack, but yeah, the problem is with the AI willing to use their battery in some pretty suicidal places around this circuit. I'm a little bit scared as to where the Dutchman and now even Charles Leclerc seems to have reeled us back in. For Mercedes, though, up at the front of the order.
18.0 seconds.
Yep, not too worried about that at the moment. Mark, for Mercedes, though, up at the front of the order. This strategy has worked out sublimely for them. As here comes Max Verstappen, then down the hill, in towards Rouge and Rally on that turn round. Will try to complete the move, but has he got the battery out the other side then as we'll tuck into that straight line mode? I'm hoping to see that red flashing LED on the back of the Red Bull. There it just about is, but it's far too late. Up the back straight. I do not have boost mode available. We are in standard energy deployment mode at the moment. Oh, it's just tipped a wheel up on that outside curve. That could have been disastrous. Could have easily tipped us into a spin and maybe into the inside arm car. I think Michael Schumacher did that many years ago as a Mercedes driver, didn't he? Here at a rather wet Spa-Francorchamps, but Leclerc as well, just trying to get a little bit closer. My only hope is that maybe Verstappen has deployed too much battery early on. We might be able to get a bit of a run back up the hill against him. I think, though, we might just be dropping a bit too far away here late on in the day. In towards the bus stop chicane, the one final time. George Russell and Mercedes. This was a statement of intent this weekend for that team there, as they have absolutely waltzed it up at the front of the order. Russell at the final corner. He will be victorious here at Spa, even taking fastest lap on the very last lap as well. I'm deploying all of the available battery we've got towards the end, but it's not going to be enough to try and get back to Verstappen. In fact, we're going to be vulnerable from Charles Leclerc on a run in through the bus stop chicane there. A little bit of a wobble through the first part. Can we try and get around the outside through the second part? Yes, we just about will. P8, though, in the end. But the AI, much improved here in Belgium.
Here's the checkered flag. Here's our winner. By George, he's done it. Russell wins.
And it's always good, Crofty, to get that momentum on your side, and it's really good for your confidence as well. The more confident you are, the further that can take you.
What a day it's been for Formula One, and what a day it's been for these three drivers. Time for the podium celebrations. Time for our drivers to celebrate. And taking his place on the top step of the podium, he gave it some hustle. Well done to George Russell.
Well, there we are then. George Russell, sub 40 minutes here from Belgium. A dominant drive by the Mercedes man, as it seems like Mercedes power was clearly what you needed this weekend. Both Mercedes followed home by both McLarens and then both Williams rounding out your top six as well there. Max Verstappen, the best car without the Mercedes engine in the back of it. But all things considered, from the back of the grid to P8, very, very happy with that. But like I said, also really good to see the AI able to put up much more of a fight as well there. You know, on F1 25, I probably could have quite easily gone from last to first and still ended up winning that race. But yeah, definitely a big improvement as well. Charles Leclerc, Isaac Hadjar rounding out your point scorers. Then Colapinto narrowly missing out after a calm start to the race. Almost worked out wonderfully for him. And just the former Mercedes duo of Valtteri Bottas and Lewis Hamilton that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means now Norris's gap has been whittled down to just 21 points there. Piastri still in P3. Big result for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, though, pushes him much closer back to Lewis Hamilton and Charles Leclerc as well. There's more points for us. Admittedly, Carlos Sainz has closed in a bit, but he, Isaac Hadjar, and Alex Albon all tied again on 51 points there. Constructors-wise, McLaren, they have lost a huge amount to Mercedes over the last couple of weekends. That gap down to just 76 points there, as Ferrari is still in third ahead of Red Bull. 25 points back, though, behind Williams. I think, honestly, still they're probably a bit too good to really hassle. And, well, unless Alpine can really do some miracles towards the end of the year, I don't think they're going to be getting back to us through the second half of the campaign. Cadillac, though, the only team still yet to score a point this season. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out for the Hungarian Grand Prix.